Recorded Books, Incorporated presents an unabridged recording of Mind Prey by John Sandford, narrated by Richard Ferrone. This work, copyrighted 1995 by John Sandford, is recorded by arrangement with Simon & Schuster Audio, Incorporated. This recording is copyrighted 1995 by Recorded Books, Incorporated. And now, Mind Prey.
Chapter 1. The storm blew up late in the afternoon, tight gray clouds hustling over the lake like dirty, balled-up sweat socks spilling from a basket. A chilly wind knocked leaves from the elms, oaks, and maples at the water's edge. The white phlox and black-eyed Susans bowed their heads before it. The end of summer. Too soon. John Mayle walked down the floating dock at Irv's Boat Works, through the scents of premixed gasoline, dead drying minnows, and moss, the old man trailing behind with his hands in the pockets of his worn gabardines. John Mayle didn't know about old-style machinery, chokes, priming bulbs, carburetors, all that. He knew diodes and resistors, the strengths of one chip and the weaknesses of another. But in Minnesota, boat lore is considered part of the genetic pattern. He had no trouble renting a 14-foot Lund with a 9.9 Johnson outboard. A driver's license and a $20 deposit were all he needed at Irv's. Mayle stepped down into the boat and with an open hand wiped the film of water from the bench seat and sat down. Irv squatted beside the boat and showed him how to start the motor and kill it, how to steer it and accelerate. The lesson took 30 seconds. Then John Mayle, with his cheap Zebco rod and reel and empty red plastic tackle box, put out on Lake Minnetonka. "Back before dark," Irv hollered after him. The white-haired man stood on the dock and watched John Mayle putter away. When Mayle left Irv's dock, the sky was clear, the air limpid and summery, if a little nervous in the west. Something was coming, he thought. Something was hiding below the tree line. But no matter. This was just a look, just a taste. He followed the shoreline east and north for 3 miles. Big houses were elbow to elbow, millions of dollars worth of stone and brick with manicured lawns running down to the water. Professionally tended flower beds were stuck on the lawns like postage stamps, with faux cobblestone walks snaking between them. Stone swans and plastered ducks paddled across the grass. Everything looked different from the waterside. Mayle thought he had gone too far, but he still hadn't picked out the house. He stopped and went back, then circled. Finally, much further north than he thought it would be, he spotted the weird-looking tower house, a local landmark. And down the shore, 1, 2, 3, yes, there it was, stone, glass, and cedar, red shingles, and, barely visible on the far side of the roof, the tips of the huge blue spruces that lined the street. A bed of petunias, large swirls of red, white, and blue, glowed patriotically from the top of a flagstone wall set into the slope of the lawn. An open cruiser crouched on a boat lift next to the floating dock. Mayle killed the outboard and let the boat drift to a stop. The storm was still below the trees. The wind was dying down. He picked up the fishing rod, pulled line off the reel, and threaded it through the guides and out the tip. Then he took a handful of line and threw it overboard, hookless and weightless. The rat's nest of monofilament drifted on the surface, but that was good enough. He looked like he was fishing. Settling on the hard bench seat, Mayle hunched his shoulders and watched the house. Nothing moved. After a few minutes, he began to manufacture fantasies. He was good at this. A specialist, in a way. There were times when he had been locked up as punishment, was allowed no books, no games, no TV. A claustrophobic, and they knew he was claustrophobic, that was part of the punishment, he had escaped into fantasy to preserve his mind, sat on his bunk and turned to the blank-facing wall and played his own mind films, dancing dreams of sex and fire. Andy Manette starred in the early mind films, fewer later on, almost none in the past 2 years. He'd almost forgotten her. Then the calls came, and she was back. Andy Manette. Her perfume could arouse the dead. She had a long, slender body with a small waist and large, pale breasts, a graceful neckline when seen from the back with her dark hair up over her small ears. Mail stared at the water, eyes open, fishing rod drooping over the gunnels, and watched in his mind as she walked across a dark chamber toward him, peeling off a silken robe. He smiled. When he touched her, her flesh was warm and smooth, unblemished. He could feel her on his fingertips. "Do this," he'd say out loud, and then he'd giggle. "Down here," he'd say. He sat for an hour, for 2, talking occasionally, then he sighed and shivered and woke from the daydream. The world had changed. The sky was gray, angry, the low clouds rolling in. A wind whipped around the boat, blowing the rat's nest of monofilament across the water like a tumbleweed. Across the fattest part of the lake he could see the breaking curl of a whitecap. Time to go. He reached back to crank the outboard and saw her. She stood in the bay window wearing a white dress. Though she was 300 yards away, he knew the figure and the unique, attentive stillness. He could feel the eye contact. Andy Manette was psychic. She could look right into your brain and say the words you were trying to hide. John Mayle looked away to protect himself, so she wouldn't know he was coming. Andy Manette stood in the bay window and watched the rain sweep across the water toward the house and the darkness coming behind. At the concave drop of the lawn, at the water's edge, the tall heads of the white phlox bobbed in the wind. They'd be gone by the weekend. Beyond them, a lone fisherman sat in one of the orange-tipped rental boats from Irv's. He'd been out there since 5 o'clock and, as far as she could tell, hadn't caught a thing. She could have told him that the bottom was mostly sterile muck, that she'd never caught a fish from the dock. As she watched, he turned to start the outboard. Andy had been around boats all her life, and something about the way the man moved suggested that he didn't know about outboards, how to sit down and crank at the same time. When he turned toward her, she felt his eyes and thought, ridiculously, that she might know him. He was so far away that she couldn't even make out the shape of his face, but still the total package, head, eyes, shoulders, movement, seemed familiar. Then he yanked the starter cord again, and a few seconds later he was on his way down the shoreline, one hand holding his hat on his head, the other hand on the outboard tiller. He had never seen her, she thought. The rain swept in behind him. And she thought, the clouds come in, the leaves falling down. The end of summer. Too soon. Andy stepped away from the window and moved through the living room, turning on the lamps. The room was furnished with warmth and a sure touch. Heavy country couches and chairs, craftsman tables, lamps and rugs. A hint of Shaker there in the corner, lots of natural wood and fabric, subdued, but with a subtle, occasionally bold touch of color. A flash of red in the rug that went with the antique maple table, a streak of blue that hinted of the sky outside the bay windows. The house, always warm in the past, felt cold with George gone, with what George had done. George was movement and intensity and argument, and even a sense of protection with his burliness and aggression, his tough face, intelligent eyes. Now, this. Andy was a slender woman, tall, dark-haired, unconsciously dignified. She often seemed posed, although she was unaware of it. Her limbs simply fell into arrangements, her head cocked for a portrait. Her hairdo and pearl earrings said horses and sailboats and vacations in Greece. She couldn't help it. She wouldn't change it if she could. With the living room lights cutting the growing gloom, Andy climbed the stairs to get the girls organized. First day of school, clothes to choose, early to bed. At the top of the stairs she started right, toward the girls' room, then heard the tinny music of a bad movie coming from the opposite direction. They were watching television in the master bedroom suite. As she walked down the hall, she heard the sudden disconnect of a channel change. By the time she got to the bedroom, the girls were engrossed in a CNN newscast with a couple of talking heads rambling on about the Consumer Price Index. "Hi, Mom," Genevieve said cheerfully. And Grace looked up and smiled, a bit too pleased to see her. "Hi," Andy said. She looked around. "Where's the remote?" Grace said, "Over on the bed." The remote was a long way from either of the girls, halfway across the room in the middle of the bedspread. Hastily thrown, Andy thought. She picked it up, said, "Excuse me," and backtracked through the channels. On one of the premiums, she found a clinch scene, fully nude, still in progress. "You guys," she said reproachfully. "It's good for us," the younger one protested, not bothering with denials. "We gotta find things out." "This is not the way to do it," Andy said, punching out the channel. "Come talk to me." She looked at Grace, but her older daughter was looking away, a little angry maybe, and embarrassed. "Come on," Andy said. "Let's everybody organize our school stuff and take our baths." "We're talking like a doctor again, Mom," Grace said. "Sorry." On the way down to the girls' bedrooms, Genevieve blurted, "God, that guy was really hung." After a second of shocked silence, Grace started to giggle, and 2 seconds later Andy started, and 5 seconds after that all three of them sprawled on the carpet in the hallway, laughing until the tears ran down their faces. The rain fell steadily through the night, stopped for a few hours in the morning, then started again. Andy got the girls on the bus, arrived at work 10 minutes early, and worked efficiently through her patient list, listening carefully, smiling encouragement, occasionally talking with some intensity. To a woman who couldn't escape thoughts of suicide, to another who felt she was male trapped in a female body, to a man who was obsessed by a need to control the smallest details of his family's life, he knew he was wrong, but couldn't stop. At noon, she walked 2 blocks out to a deli and brought a bag lunch back for herself and her partner. They spent the lunch hour talking about Social Security and worker compensation taxes with the bookkeeper. In the afternoon, a bright spot. A police officer, deeply bound by the million threads of chronic depression, seemed to be responding to new medication. He was a dour, pasty-faced man who reeked of nicotine, but today he smiled shyly at her and said, "My God, this was my best week in 5 years. I was looking at women." Andy left the office early and drove through an annoying mud-producing drizzle to the west side of the loop, to the rambling white New England cottages and green playing fields of the Birches School. Hard maples boxed the school parking lot. Flames of red autumn color were stitched through their lush crowns. Toward the school entrance, a grove of namesake birch had gone a sunny gold, a brilliant greeting on a dismal day. Andy left the car in the parking lot and hurried inside, the warm smell of a soaking rain hanging like a fog over the wet asphalt. The teacher-parent conferences were routine. Andy went to them every year, the first day of school. Meet the teachers, smile at everyone, agree to work on the Thanksgiving pageant, write a check to the strings program. So looking forward to working with Grace. She's a very bright child, active, school leader, blah, blah, blah. She was happy to go to them. Always happy when they were over. When they were done, she and the girls walked back outside and found the rain had intensified, hissing down from the crazy sky. "I'll tell you what, Mom," Grace said as they stood in the school's covered entry, watching a woman with a broken umbrella scurry down the sidewalk. Grace was often very serious when talking with adults. "I'm in a very good dress, and it's barely wrinkled, so I could wear it again. Why don't you get the car and pick me up here?" "All right." No point in all of them getting wet. "I'm not afraid of the rain," Genevieve said pugnaciously. "Let's go." "Why don't you wait with Grace?" Andy asked. "Nah, Grace is just afraid to get wet 'cause she'll melt, the old witch," Genevieve said. Grace caught her sister's eye and made a pinching sign with her thumb and forefinger. "Mom," Genevieve wailed. "Grace," Andy said reprovingly. "Tonight, when you're almost asleep," Grace muttered. She knew how to deal with her sister. At 12, Grace was the older and by far the taller of the two, gawky but beginning to show the curves of adolescence. She was a serious girl, almost solemn, as though expecting imminent unhappiness. Someday a doctor. Genevieve, on the other hand, was competitive, frivolous, loud, almost too pretty. Even at 9, everyone said, it was obvious that she'd be a trial to the boys, to whole flocks of boys, but that was years away. Now she was sitting on the concrete, messing with the sole of her tennis shoe, peeling the bottom layer off. "Jen," Andy said. "It's gonna come off anyway," Genevieve said, not looking up. "I told you I needed new shoes." A man in a raincoat hurried up the walk, hatless, head bowed in the rain. David Girdler, who called himself a psychotherapist and who was active in the parent-teacher cooperative. He was a boring man, given to pronunciations about proper roles in life and hardwired behavior. There were rumors that he used tarot cards in his work. He fawned on Andy. "Dr. Manette," he said, nodding. "Nasty day." "Yes," Andy said. But her breeding wouldn't let her stop so curtly, even with a man she disliked. "It's supposed to rain all night again." "That's what I hear," Girdler said. "Say, did you see this month's Theropodist? There's an article on the structure of recovered memory." He rambled on for a moment, Andy smiling automatically. Then Genevieve interrupted loudly. "Mom, we're super late." And Andy said, "We've really got to go, David." And then, because of the breeding, "But I'll be sure to look it up." "Sure, nice talking to you," Girdler said. When he had gone inside, Genevieve said, looking after him from the corner of her mouth like Bogart, "What do we say, Mom?" "Thank you, Jen," Andy said, smiling. "You're welcome, Mom." "Okay," Andy said. "I'll run for it." She looked down the parking lot. A red van had parked on the driver's side of her car, and she'd have to run around the back of it. "I'm coming too," Genevieve said. "I get the front," Grace said. "I get the front." "You got the front on the way over, Beetle," Grace said. "Mom, she called me—" Grace made the pinching sign again, and Andy said, "You get in the back, Jen. You had the front on the way over." "Or I'll pinch you," Grace added. They half ran through the rain, Andy in her low heels, Genevieve with her still short legs, holding hands. Andy released Jen's hand as they crossed behind the Econoline van. She pointed her key at the car and pushed the electronic lock button, heard the locks pop up over the hissing of the rain. Head bent, she hurried down between the van and the car, Jen a step behind her, and reached for the door handles. Andy heard the doors slide on the van behind her, felt the presence of the man, the motion. Automatically began to smile, turning. Heard Genevieve grunt, turned and saw the strange round head coming for her, the mop of dirty blonde hair. Saw the road map lines buried in a face much too young for them. Saw the teeth and the spit and the hands like clubs. Andy screamed, "Run!" and the man hit her in the face. She saw the blow coming, but was unable to turn away. The impact smashed her against her car door, and she slid down it, her knees going out. She didn't feel the blow as pain, only as impact, the fist on her face, the car on her back. She felt the man turning, felt blood on her skin, smelled the worms of the pavement as she hit it, the rough, wet blacktop on the palms of her hand, thought crazily, for just the torn half of an instant, about ruining her suit, felt the man step away. She tried to scream "run" again, but the word came out as a groan, and she felt, maybe saw, maybe not, the man moving on Genevieve, and she tried to scream again, to say something, anything, and blood bubbled out of her nose, and the pain hit her, a blinding, wrenching pain like fire on her face. And in the distance she heard Genevieve scream, and she tried to push up. A hand pulled at her coat, lifting her, and she flew through the air to crash against a sheet of metal. She rolled again, face down, tried to get her knees beneath her, and heard a car door slam. Half sensible, Andy rolled, eyes wild, saw Genevieve in a heap and bloody from head to toe. She reached out to her daughter, who sat up, eyes bright. Andy tried to stop her, then realized that it wasn't blood that stained her red, it was something else, and Genevieve, inches away, screamed, "Mama, you're bleeding!" Van, she thought. They were in the van. She figured that out, pulled herself to her knees, and was thrown back down as the van screeched out of the parking place. Grace will see us, she thought. She struggled up again, and again was knocked down, this time as the van swung left and braked. The driver's door opened and light flooded in, and she heard a shout, and the doors opened on the side of the truck, and Grace came headlong through the opening, landing on Genevieve. Her white dress stained the same rusty red as the truck. The doors slammed again, and the van roared out of the parking lot. Andy got to her knees, arms flailing, trying to make sense of it. Grace screaming, Genevieve wailing, the red stuff all over them. And she knew from the smell and taste of it that she was bleeding. She turned and saw the bulk of the man in the driver's seat behind a chain-link mesh. She shouted at him, "Stop! Stop it! Stop it!" But the driver paid no attention. Took a corner, took another. "Mama, I'm hurt," Genevieve said. Andy turned back to her daughters, who were on their hands and knees. Grace had a sad, hound-dog look on her face. She had known this man would come for her someday. Andy looked at the van doors for a way out, but metal plates had been screwed over the spot where the handles must have been. She rolled back and kicked at the door with all her strength, but the door wouldn't budge. She kicked again and again, her long legs lashing out. Then Grace kicked and Genevieve kicked, and nothing moved. And Genevieve began screeching. Andy kicked until she felt faint from the effort, and she said to Grace, panting 3 or 4 times, "We've got to get out, we've got to get out, get out, get out!" And the man in the front seat began to laugh, a loud carnival ride laughter that rolled over Genevieve's screams. The laughter eventually silenced them, and they saw his eyes in the rear-view mirror, and he said, "You won't get out. I made sure of that. I know all about doors without handles." That was the first time they'd heard his voice, and the girls shrank back from it. Andy swayed to her feet, crouched under the low roof, realized that she had lost her shoes and her purse. Her purse was there on the passenger seat in front. How had it gotten there? She tried to steady herself by clinging to the mesh screen and kicked at the side window. Her heel connected, and the glass cracked. The van swerved to the side, braking, and the man in front turned, violent anger in his voice, and held up a black .45 and said, "You break my fucking window and I'll kill the fucking kids." She could only see the side of his face, but suddenly thought, "I know him. But he looks different. From where? Where?" Andy sank back to the floor of the van, and the man in front turned back to the wheel and then pulled away from the curb, muttering, "Break my fucking window! Break my fucking window!" "Who are you?" Andy asked. That seemed to make him even angrier. Who was he? "John," he said harshly. "John who? What do you want?" "John who? John the fuck who? You know John the fuck who!" Grace was bleeding from her nose, her eyes wild. Genevieve was huddled in the corner, and Andy said again helplessly, "John who?" He looked over his shoulder, a spark of hate in his eyes, reached up, and pulled a blonde wig off his head. Andy, a half-second later, said, "Oh, no. No! Not John Mayle!" Chapter 2. The rain was cold, but more of an irritant than a hazard. If it had come 2 months later, it would have been a killer blizzard, and they'd be wading shin-deep in snow and ice. Marcy Sherrill had done that often enough and didn't like it. You got weird, ugly phenomena like bloodbergs or worse. Rain, no matter how cold, tended to clean things up. Sherrill looked up at the night sky and thought, small blessings. Sherrill stood in the headlights of the crime scene truck, her hands in her raincoat pockets, looking at the feet of the man on the ground. The feet were sticking out from under the rear door of a cream-colored Lexus with real leather seats. Every few seconds, the feet gave a convulsive jerk. "What are you doing, Hendricks?" she asked. The man under the car said something unintelligible. Cheryl's partner bent over so the man under the car could hear him. "I think he said, choking the chicken." The rain dribbled off his hat, just past the tip of a perfectly dry cigarette. He waited for a reaction from the guy on the ground, a born-again Christian, but got none. "Fucking dweeb," he muttered, straightening up. "I wish this shit'd stop," Cheryl said. She looked up at the sky again. The National Enquirer would like it, she thought. This was a sky that might produce an image of Satan. The ragged storm clouds churned through the lights from the loop, picking up the ugly scarlet flicker from the cop cars. Down the street, past the line of cop cars, TV trucks squatted patiently in the rain, and reporters stood in the street around them, looking down at Cheryl and the cops by the Lexus. Those would be the cameramen and the pencil press. The talent would be sitting in the trucks, keeping their makeup straight. Cheryl shivered and turned her head down and wiped the water from her eyebrows. She had had a rain cap once, but she had lost it at some other crime scene with drizzle or sleet or snow or hail or... Everything dripped on her sooner or later. "Should have brought a hat," her partner said. His name was Tom Black, and he was not quite openly gay. Or an umbrella. They'd once had an umbrella, too, but they'd lost it. Or, more likely, it had been stolen by another cop who knew a nice umbrella when he saw it. So now Cheryl had the icy rain dripping down her neck, and she was pissed because it was 6:30 and she was still working while her goddamn husband was down at Applebee's entertaining the barmaid with his rapier-like wit. And more pissed because Black was dry and snug and she was wet, and he hadn't offered her the hat, even though she was a woman. And even more pissed, knowing that if he had offered, she'd have had to turn it down, because she was one of only 2 women in the homicide unit, and she still felt like she had to prove that she could handle herself, even though she had been handling herself for a dozen years now, in uniform and plain clothes, doing decoy work, undercover drugs, sex, and now homicide. "Hendricks," she said, "I want to get out of this fucking rain, man." From the street, a car decelerated with a deepening groan, and Cheryl looked over Black's shoulder and said, "Uh-oh." A black Porsche 911 paused at the curb where the uniforms had set up their line. 2 of the TV cameras lit up to film the car, and one of the cops pointed at the crime van. The Porsche snapped down the drive toward the parking lot, quick, like a weasel or a rubber band. "Davenport," Black said, turning to look. Black was short, slightly round, and carried a bulbous nose over a brush mustache. He was exceedingly calm at all times, except when he was talking about the President of the United States, whom he referred to as that socialist shithead, or occasionally that fascist motherfucker, depending on his mood. "Bad news," Cheryl said. A little stream of water ran off her hair and unerringly down her spine. She straightened and shivered. She was a tall, slender woman with a long nose, kinky black hair, soft breasts, and a secret, satisfying knowledge of her high desirability rating around the department. Black said. Then, "You ever get in his shorts? Davenport's?" "Of course not," Cheryl said. Black had an exaggerated idea of her sexual history. "I never tried." "If you're gonna try, you better do it," Black said laconically. "He's getting married." "Yeah?" The Porsche parked sideways on some clearly painted parking space lines, and the door popped open as its lights died. "That's what I heard," Black said. He flicked the butt of his cigarette into the grass bank just off the parking lot. "It'd be 9 miles of bad road," Cheryl said. "Mike's a fucking freeway, huh?" Mike was Cheryl's husband. "I can handle Mike," Cheryl said. "I wonder what Davenport—" There was a sudden brilliant flash of light, and the feet sticking out from under the car convulsed. Hendricks said, "Gold, darn it!" Cheryl looked down. "What?" "Hendricks?" "I almost electrocuted myself," said the man under the car. "This rain is a pain in the behind." "Yeah, well, watch your language," Black said. "There's a lady present." "I'm sorry." The voice was sincere in a muffled way. "Get out of there and give us the fucking shoe," Cheryl said. She kicked the foot. "Darn it, don't do that. I'm trying to get a picture." Cheryl looked back across the parking lot. Davenport was walking down toward them, long, smooth strides like a professional jock, his hands in his coat pockets, the coat flapping around his legs. He looked like a big, broad-shouldered mobster, a mafia guy with an expensive mohair suit and bullet scars, she thought, like in a New York movie. Or maybe he was an Indian or a Spaniard. Then you saw those pale blue eyes and the mean smile. She shivered again. He does give off a certain... Cheryl groped for a word. Pulse. You got that, Black said calmly. Cheryl had a sudden image of Black and Davenport in bed together, lots of shoulder hair and rude parts. She smiled, just a crinkle. Black, who could read her mind, said, "Fuck you, honey." Deputy Chief Lucas Davenport's trench coat had a roll-out hood like a parka, and he'd rolled it out, and as he crossed the lot, he pulled it over his head like a monk. He was as dry and snug as Black. Cheryl was about to say something when he handed her a khaki tennis hat. "Put this on," he said gruffly. "What are we doing?" "There's a shoe under the car," Cheryl said as she pulled the cap on. With the rain out of her face, she instantly felt better. There was another one in the lot. She must have got hit pretty hard to get knocked out of her shoes. "Real hard," Black agreed. Lucas was a tall man with heavy shoulders and a boxer's hands, large, square, and battered. His face reflected his hands, a fighter's face with those startling blue eyes. A white scar, thin like a razor rip, slashed down his forehead and across his right eye socket, showing up against his dark complexion. Another scar, round, puckered, hung on his throat like a flattened wad of bubble gum. A bullet hole and jackknife tracheotomy scar, just now going white. He crouched next to the feet under the car and said, "Get out of there, Hendricks." Yes, another minute. You can't have the shoe, though. There's blood on it." "Well, hurry it up," Lucas said. He stood up. "You talked to Girdler?" Cheryl asked. "Who's that?" "A witness," she said. She was wearing the good perfume, the obsession, and suddenly thought of it with a tinkle of pleasure. Lucas shook his head. "I was out in Stillwater, at dinner. People called me every 5 minutes on the way in to tell me about the politics. That's all I know. I don't know anything about what you guys got." Black said, "The woman—" "Manette," said Lucas. "Yeah, Manette and her daughters, Grace and Genevieve, were leaving the school after a parent-teacher conference. The mother and one kid were picked up in a red van. We don't know exactly how, if they were tear-gassed or strong-armed or shot. We just don't know. However it was done, it must have been a few seconds before the second daughter was taken off the porch over there." Black pointed back toward the school. "We think what happened was the mother and Genevieve ran out to the car in the rain, were grabbed. The older daughter was waiting to get picked up, and then she was snatched." "Why didn't she run?" Lucas asked. "We don't know," Cheryl said. "Maybe it was somebody she knew." "Where were the witnesses?" "Inside the school. One of them is an adult, a shrink of some kind. One was a kid, a student. They only saw the last part of it, when Grace Manette was grabbed. But they say the mother was still alive, on her hands and knees in the van, but she had blood on her face. The younger daughter was face down on the floor of the van, and there was apparently a lot of blood on her, too. Nobody heard any gunshots. Nobody saw a gun. Only one guy was seen, but there might have been another one in the van. We don't see how one guy could have roped all 3 of them in by himself, unless he really messed them up." "Huh. What else?" "White guy," Cheryl said. "Van had a nose on it. It was an engine front, not a cab over. We think it was probably an Econoline or a Chevy G10 or Dodge B150, like that. Nobody saw a tag. How long before we heard? Lucas asked. There was a 911 call, Cheryl said. There was some confusion, and it was probably 3 or 4 minutes after the snatch before the call was made. Then the car took 3 or 4 more minutes to get here. The call was sort of unsure, like maybe nothing happened. Then it was maybe 5 more minutes before we put the truck on the air. So the guy was 10 miles away before anybody started looking, Lucas said. That's about it. Broad daylight, and he's gone, Black said. They all stood around, thinking about that for a moment, listening to the hiss of rain on their hats. Then Cheryl said, "What are you doing here, anyway?" Lucas's right hand came out of his pocket, and he made an odd gesture with it. Cheryl realized he was twisting something between his fingers. "This could be difficult," Lucas said. He looked at the school. "Where are the witnesses?" "The shrink is over there, in the cafeteria," Cheryl said. "I don't know where the kid is. Grieve is talking to them." "Why is it difficult?" "Because everybody's rich," Lucas said, looking at her. "The Manette woman is Tower Manette's daughter." "I heard that," Cheryl said. She looked up at Lucas, her forehead wrinkled. "Black and I are going to lead on this one, and we really don't need the attention. We've still got that assisted suicide bullshit going on." "You might as well give up on that," Lucas said. "You're never going to get him." "Pisses me off," Cheryl said. "He never thought his old lady needed to kill herself until he ran into his little Tootsie. I know he fucking talked her into it." "Tootsie?" Lucas asked. He grinned and looked at Black. "She's a wordsmith," Black said. "Pisses me off," Cheryl said. Then, "So what's Tower Manette doing? Pulling all the political switches?" "Exactly," Lucas said. "And Manette's husband and the kid's father, it turns out, is George Dunn. I didn't know that. Northlight Development. The Republican Party. Lots of bucks." "And Manette's the Democrats," Black said gloomily. "Jesus Christ, they got us surrounded." "I bet the chief is peeing her political underwear," Cheryl said. Lucas nodded. "Yeah, exactly," he said. "Can this shrink give us a picture of the guy?" Cheryl shook her head doubtfully. "Grieve told me the guy didn't see much, just the end of it. I didn't talk to him much, but he seems a little hinky." "Great. And Grieve's doing the interview?" "Yeah." There was a moment of silence. Nobody said it, but Grieve's interrogations weren't the best. They weren't even very good. Lucas took a step toward the school, and Cheryl said to his back, "Dunn did it." 90% of the time she'd be right, but Lucas stopped, turned, shook his head at her. "Don't say that, Marcy, 'cause maybe he did." His fingers were still playing with whatever it was, turning it, twisting it. "I don't want people thinking we went after him without some evidence." "Do we have any?" Black asked. Lucas said, "Nobody's said anything about it, but Dunn and Andy Manette just separated. There's another woman, I guess. Still," Cheryl said, "be polite." "Yeah, with everybody. Stay on their asses, but be nice about it," Lucas said. "And, I don't know. If it's done, he'd have to have somebody working with him." Cheryl nodded. "Somebody to take care of them while he was talking to the cops." "Unless he just took them out and wasted them," Black suggested. Nobody wanted to think about that. They all looked up at the same moment and got their faces rained on. Then Hendricks slid out from under the Lexus with a ratcheting of metal wheels, and they all looked down at him. Hendricks was riding a lowboy, wore a white mechanic's jumpsuit and spectacles with lenses the size of nickels. He looked like an albino mole. "There's a blood stain on the shoe. I think it's blood. Don't disturb it," he said to Cheryl, passing her a transparent plastic bag. Cheryl looked at the black high-heeled shoe, said, "She's got good taste." Lucas flipped whatever it was between his middle and ring fingers, fumbled it, and then unconsciously slipped it over the end of his index finger. "Maybe the blood's from the asshole." "Fat chance," Black said. He pulled the mole to his feet, and Lucas frowned and said, "What's that shit?" He pointed at the leg of the mole's jumpsuit. In the headlights of the crime scene truck, one of his pant legs was stained pink, as though he were bleeding from a calf wound. "Jesus," Black said. He pulled on the seams of his own legs, lifting the cuffs above the shoes. "It's blood." The mole dropped to his knees, pulled a paper napkin from a pocket, and laid it flat on the wet blacktop. When it was wet, he picked it up and held it in the truck lights. The handkerchief showed a pinkish tinge. "They must have emptied her out," Cheryl said. The mole shook his head. "Not blood," he said. He held the towel between himself and the truck lights and looked through it. "Then what is it?" The tech shrugged. "Paint. Maybe lawn chemicals. It's not blood, though." "That's something," Cheryl said, her face pale in the headlights. She looked down at her shoes. "I hate waiting around in it. If you don't clean it up right away, it stinks." "But it's blood on the shoe," Lucas said. "I believe it is," said the mole. Cheryl had been watching Lucas fumble with the whatever it was, and finally figured it out. A ring. "Is that a ring?" she asked. Lucas quickly pushed his hand in his coat pocket. He might have blushed. "Yeah, I guess." "You guess? Don't you know?" She handed the shoe bag to Black. "Engagement?" "Yeah." "Can I see it?" She stepped closer and consciously batted her eyes. "What for?" He stepped back. There was no place to hide. "So I can fucking steal the stone," Cheryl said impatiently. Then, wheedling again, "'Cause I want to look at it. Why do you think?" "Better show it to her," Black said. "If you don't, she'll be whining about it the rest of the night." "Shut up," Cheryl snapped at Black. Black shut up, and the mole stepped back. To Lucas, "Come on, let me see it. Please?" Lucas reluctantly took his hand out of his pocket and dropped the ring into Cheryl's open palm. She half turned so she could see the stone in the headlights. "Holy cow," she said reverently. She looked at Black. "The diamond is bigger'n your dick." "But not nearly as hard," Black said. The mole sadly shook his head. This kind of talk between unmarried men and women was another sign that the world was going to heck in a handbasket, that the final days were here. They all started through the drizzle toward the school, the mole looking into the sky for signs of God or Lucifer. Black carrying the bloody shoe, Lucas with his head down, and Cheryl marveling at the 3-carat tear-shaped diamond sparkling in all the brilliant flashing cop lights. The school cafeteria was decorated with hand-painted Looney Tunes characters and was gloomy despite it. The place had the feel of a bunker, all concrete block and small windows too high to see out of. Bob Grieve sat at a too-short cafeteria table in a too-short chair, drinking a Diet Coke, taking notes on a secretarial pad. He wore a rust-colored Italian-cut suit and a lightweight beige microfiber raincoat. A thin man in a trench coat sat next to him, in another too-short chair, his bony knees sticking up like Ichabod Crane's. He looked as though he might twitch. Lucas walked through the double doors with Black, Cheryl, and the mole trailing like wet ducklings. "Hey, Bob," Lucas said. "Is that the shoe?" Grieve asked, looking at the bag Black was carrying. "No, it's Tom's," Lucas said, a half-second before he remembered about Black and had to smother a nervous laugh. Black apparently didn't notice. The man with the incipient twitch said, "Are you Chief Davenport?" Lucas nodded. "Yeah." "Mr. Grieve," the man nodded at the detective, "said I had to stay until you got here, but I don't have anything else to say, so can I go?" "I want to hear the story," Lucas said. Girdler ran through it quickly. He had come to the school to talk to the chairperson about the year's PTA agenda, and had encountered Mrs. Manette and her daughters just outside the door, in the shelter of the overhang. Mrs. Manette had asked his advice about a particular problem. He was a therapist, as was she, and they chatted for a few moments, and he went inside. Halfway down the hall and around a corner, he recalled a magazine citation she had asked for, and that he couldn't remember when she had first asked. He started back, and when he turned the corner, 50 or 60 feet from the door, he saw a man struggling with Manette's daughter. "He pushed her into the van and went around it and drove away," Girdler said. "And you saw the kids in the van?" Yes," he said, his eyes sliding away, and Lucas thought, he's lying. "They were both on the floor. Mrs. Manette was sitting up, but she had blood on her face." "What were you doing?" Lucas asked. "I was running down the hall toward the doors. I thought maybe I could stop them," Girdler said, and again his eyes slid away. "I got there too late. He was already going out the drive. I'm sure he had a Minnesota license plate, though. Red truck, sliding doors. A younger man, big, not fat, but muscular. He was wearing a T-shirt and jeans." "You didn't see his face?" "Not at all. But he was blond and had long hair, like a rock and roll person, hair down to his shoulders." "Huh. And that's it?" Girdler was offended. "I thought it was quite a bit. I mean, I chased after him, but he was gone. Then I ran back and got the women in the office to dial 911. If you didn't catch him, it's not my fault." Lucas smiled and said, "I understand there was a kid here, a girl, who saw some of it." Girdler shrugged. "I doubt she saw much. She seemed confused, maybe not too bright." Lucas turned to Grieve, who said, "I got what I could from her. It's about the same as Mr. Girdler. The kid's mother was pretty upset." "Great," Lucas said. He hung around for another 10 minutes, finishing with Girdler, talking to Grieve and the other cops. "Not much, is there?" "Just the blood," Cheryl said. "I guess we already knew there was blood from Girdler and the kid." "And the red stuff in the parking lot," said the mole, looking at the napkin he'd used to soak it up. "I bet it's some kind of semi-water-soluble paint, and he painted the van to disguise it." "Think so?" "Everybody says it was red, and this is red. I think it's a possibility, but I just don't see—" "What?" The mole scratched his head. "Why did he do it this way? Why right in the middle of the day, and 3-to-1? I wonder if it could be a mistake or some spur-of-the-moment thing by a guy on drugs. But if it was spur-of-the-moment, how would he know to take Mrs. Manette? He must have known who she was, unless he just came here because it's a rich kid's school and he'd take anybody, and he saw the Lexus." "Then why not just snatch a kid? You don't want the folks if you're looking for ransom. You want the parents getting the money for you," Black said. "Sounds goofier than shit," Cheryl said, and they all nodded. "That could be an answer. She's a shrink, and maybe the guy used to be a patient, a nut," Black said. "Whatever, I hope it was planned and done for the money," Lucas said. "Yeah?" The mole looked at him with interest. "Why?" 'Cause if it was some doper or a goddamn gangbanger doing a spur-of-the-moment thing, and they haven't dropped them off by now...
Then they're dead, Cheryl finished.
Yeah. Lucas looked around the little circle of cops. If it wasn't planned, Andy Manette and her kids are out of here. Chapter 3. The chief lived in a 1920s brown brick bungalow in a wooded neighborhood east of Lake Harriet in Minneapolis, cheek by jowl with half the other smart politicians in the city. A house you had to be the right age to buy in 1978. The gabble of a televised football game was audible through the front door, and a moment after Lucas pushed the doorbell, the chief's husband opened it and peered out nearsightedly. His glasses were up on his forehead. "Come on in," he said, pushing open the door. "Rosemary's in the study." "How is she?" Lucas asked. "Unhappy." He was a tall, balding lawyer who wore a button vest and smelled vaguely of pipe tobacco. He reminded Lucas of Adlai Stevenson. Lucas followed him down through the house, a comfortable accumulation of overstuffed couches and chairs, mixed with turn-of-the-century oak. Rosemary Rue, the Minneapolis chief of police, was sitting in the den in a lazy boy with her feet up. She was wearing a sober blue business suit with white sweat socks. She was smoking. "Tell me you found them," she said, curling her toes at Lucas. "Yeah, they were shopping at the Mall of America," Lucas said. He dropped into the lazy boy facing the chief. "They're all okay, and Tower Manette's talking about running you for the U.S. Senate." Yeah, Rue said sourly. Her husband shook his head. "Tell me," she said. "She was hit so hard she was knocked out of her shoes, and there's blood on one of them," Lucas said. "We've got some eyewitness who says that Andy Manette and the younger of the daughters were covered with blood, although there's a possibility it was something else, like paint. And we've got a description of the guy who did it." "The perp," said Rue's husband. They both looked at him. He hadn't seen the inside of a courtroom since he was 25. He got his cop talk from the television. "Yeah, the perp," Lucas said, and to Rosemary, "The description is pretty general. Big, tough, dirty blonde." "Damn it." Rue took a drag on her cigarette, blew it at the ceiling, then said, "The FBI will be in tomorrow." "I know. The Minneapolis AIC is talking to Lester," Lucas said. "He wanted to know if we were going to declare it as a kidnapping. Lester said we probably would. We're covering the phone lines at Tower Manette's office and house, the same for Don and Andy Manette, offices and houses." "Gotta be a kidnapping," Rue's husband said, getting comfortable with the conversation. "What else could it be?" Lucas looked at him and said, "Could be a nut. Manette's a shrink. Could be murder. Marital murder or something in the family. There's lots of money around, lots of motive." "I don't want to think about that," Rue said. Then, "What about Dunn?" "Schaefer talked to him. He's got no alibi, not really. But we do know it wasn't him in the van. He says he was in his car. He's got a phone in his car, but he didn't use it within a half hour of the kidnapping." "Huh. You don't know him? Dunn?" Rosemary Rue asked. "No, I'll get to him tonight." "He's a tough guy," she said, "but he's not crazy. Not unless something happened since the last time I saw him." "Marital problems," Lucas suggested again. "He's the type who'd have some," Rue said. "He'd manage them. He wouldn't flip out." She grunted as she pushed herself out of the lazy boy. "Come on, we've got an appointment." Lucas looked at his watch. 8 o'clock. "Where? I was going to see Dunn." We've got to talk to Tower Manette first, at his place, Lake of the Isles. You need me? Yeah. He called and asked if I'd put you on the case. I said I already had. He wants to meet you. The chief traded her sweat socks for pantyhose and short heels, and they took the Porsche 5 minutes north to Lake of the Isles. Your husband said perp, Lucas said in the car. I love him anyway, she said. Manette's house was a prairie-style landmark posed on the west rim of the lake above a serpentine driveway. The drive was edged with a flagstone wall, and Lucas caught the color of a late-summer perennial garden in the flash of the headlights. The house, of the same brown brick used in Ruse, was built in 3 offset levels, and every level was brilliantly lit. Peels of light sliced across the evergreens under the windows and dappled the driveway. Everybody's up, Lucas said. She's his only child, Rue said. How old is he now? 70, I guess, Rue said. He's not been well. Heart? He had an aneurysm, last spring, I think. A couple of days after they fixed it, he had a mild stroke. He supposedly made a complete recovery, but he's not been the same. He got frail or something. You know him pretty well, Lucas said. I've known him for years. He and Humphrey ran the party in the 60s and 70s. Lucas parked next to a green Mazda Miata. Rue struggled out of the passenger seat, found her purse, slammed the door, and said, I need a larger car. Porsches are a bad habit, Lucas agreed as they crossed the porch. A man in a gray business suit with the professionally concerned face of an undertaker was standing behind the glass in the front door. He opened it when he saw Rue reach for the doorbell. Ralph Enright, Chief, he said in a hushed voice. We talked at the sponsors' ball. Sure, how are you? Rue said. I didn't know you and Tower were friends. He asked me to take a consultative role, Enright said. He looked as though he were waxed in the morning. Good, said Rue, nodding dismissively. Is Tower around? In here, Enright said. He looked at Lucas. And you're... Lucas Davenport. Of course. This way. Lawyer, Rue muttered as Enright started into the depths of the house. Lucas could see the light glittering from his hair. Gopher. The house was high-style prairie with deep oriental carpets setting off the arts and crafts furniture. A touch of deco added glamour, and a definite deco taste was reflected in the 30s art prints. Lucas knew nothing of decoration or art, but the smell of money seeped from the walls. That he recognized. Enright led them to a sprawling center room with 2 interlocking groups of couches and chairs. 3 men in suits were standing, talking. 2 well-dressed women sat on chairs facing each other. They all had the expectant air of a group waiting for their picture to be taken. Rose-Marie, Tower Manette walked toward them. He was a tall man with fine, high cheekbones, and a trademark shock of white hair falling over woolly, bare white eyebrows. Another man, tanned, solid, tight-jawed, Lucas knew as a senior agent with the Minneapolis office of the FBI. He nodded, and Lucas nodded back. The third man was Danny Kupacek, an intelligence cop who had worked for Lucas on special investigations. He raised a hand and said, Chiefs? The 2 women were unfamiliar. Thanks for coming, Manette said. He was thinner than Lucas remembered from seeing him on television, and paler, but there was a quick, aggressive flash in his eyes. His suit was French-cut but conservative, showing his narrow waist, and his tie might have been chosen by a French president, the look of a ladies' man. But the corner of his mouth trembled when he reached out to Rue, and when he shook hands with Lucas, his hand felt cool and delicate. The skin was loose and heavily veined. "And Lucas Davenport, I've heard about you for years. Is there any more news? Why don't we step into the library? I'll be right back, folks."
This ends Disc 1. Mind Prey, Disc 2.
The library was a small rectangular room stuffed with leather-bound books, tan, oxblood green covers stamped with gold. They all came in sets. Great works, great thoughts, great ideas, great battles, great men. "Great library," Lucas said. "Thank you," Tower said. "Is there anything new?" "There have been some further disturbing developments," Rue said. Tower turned his head away as though his face were about to be slapped. "That is—" Rue nodded at Lucas, and Lucas said, "I just got back from the school. We found one of your daughter's shoes in the parking lot under her car, out of the rain. There was blood on it. We've got her blood type from medical school, so we should be able to tell fairly quickly if it's her blood. If it is hers, she was probably bleeding fairly heavily, but that could be from a blow to the nose or a cut lip or even a small scalp wound. They all bleed profusely, but there was some blood. Witnesses also suggest that your daughter and her younger daughter, Genevieve—" "Yes, Jen," Manette said weakly. "Apparently were bleeding after the assault, when they were seen in the back of the kidnapper's van. But we've also found that the kidnapper may have tried to disguise his van by painting it with some kind of red water-soluble paint, so that may be what was seen on your daughter. We don't know about that." "Oh, God!" Manette's voice came out as a croak. The emotion was real. "This could turn out badly," Rue said. "We're hoping it won't, but you've got to be ready." "There must be something I can do," Manette said. "Do you think a reward, an appeal—" "We could talk about a reward," Rue said. "But we should wait a while, see if anyone calls asking for ransom." "Do you have any ideas, anything at all about what might be going on?" Lucas asked. "Anybody who might want to get at you or at Ms. Manette?" "No," but he said it slowly, as if he had to think about it. "Why?" "She may have been stalked. This doesn't look like a spontaneous attack," Lucas said, "but there's an element of craziness about it, too. All kinds of things could have gone wrong. I mean, he kidnapped 3 people in broad daylight and got away with it." "I'll tell you what, Mr. Davenport," Manette said. He took 3 shaky steps to an overstuffed library chair and sat down. "I've got more enemies than most men. There must be several dozen people in this state who genuinely detest me, people who blame me for destroying their careers, their prospects, and probably their families. That's politics. It's unfortunate, but that's what happens when your side loses in a political contest. You lose. So there are people out there—" "It doesn't feel political," Rue said. Lucas noticed that she had taken a cigarette out of a pocket and was rolling it, unlit, in her left hand. Manette nodded. "I agree. As crazy as some of those people may be, I don't think this kind of thing would ever occur to them." Lucas said, "There's always the possibility." Rue looked at him. "Political people always leave themselves escape hatches. With this, there's no escape hatch. Even if he just dropped them off on the corner, he'd be looking at years in prison for kidnapping. A political mind wouldn't do that." "Unless he was nuts," Lucas said. Rue nodded and looked at Manette and said, There is that possibility. Which brings us to your daughter's psychiatric practice, Lucas said to Manette. We need access to her records. The woman on the couch, Manette tipped his head toward the living room. The younger one is Andy's partner, Nancy Wolfe. I'll talk to her. We'd like to start as soon as we can, Lucas said. Tomorrow morning. I hope it's a kidnapping, Manette said. I hope it's for profit. I don't like to think of some nut taking them. How about George Dunn, Lucas asked. He says he was in his car during the attack. No witnesses. That son of a bitch, Manette said. He pushed himself out of the chair and took a quick turn around the room and made a sound like a dog's growl. He's a goddamn psycho. I didn't think before tonight that he'd do anything to hurt Andy or the girls, but now, I don't know. You think he might? He's a cold-hearted son of a bitch, Manette said. He could do anything. They talked about the case for a few more minutes. Then the two women came to the door and looked inside. Tower, are you okay? I'm fine, he said. The women stepped inside. The younger of the two, Nancy Wolfe, was a slender, well-tanned woman. She wore a soft woolen dress, but no jewelry or makeup, and her auburn hair showed a few threads of gray. Speaking to Manette, she said, You need some quiet. I'm telling you that as an MD, not as a psychiatrist. The other woman was paler, older, with a loose, jowly face touched expertly with rouge. She nodded, stepped closer to Manette, and took his arm. Just come on upstairs, Tower. Even if you can't sleep, you could lie down. I don't go to bed until 2 o'clock in the morning, Manette said irritably. There's no point in going up now. But it's been exhausting, the woman said. She seemed to be talking about herself, and Lucas realized that she must be Manette's wife. She spoke to Rue. Tower's under a lot of stress, and he's had health problems. We want him to know that we're doing everything we can, Rue said. She looked back at Manette. I've assigned Lucas to oversee the investigation. Thank you, Manette said. And to Lucas, anything you need, anybody that I know that you want to talk to, just call and let me know about that reward if it would be useful. George Dunn, Lucas said. Get him on the phone, will you, Helen? Manette said to his wife. I'll talk to him. And after that, Tower, I want you to kick back and close your eyes, even if it's just for a half an hour, Wolfe said. She reached out and touched his hand. Take some time to think. Lucas dropped the chief at her house, promising to call back at midnight or when anything broke. Lester's running the routine, Rue said as the car idled in her driveway. I need you to pluck this thing out of the sky, so to speak. Doesn't have a plucking feel about it, Lucas said. Something complicated is going on. If you don't, we're gonna get plucked, Rue said. Then, you want 15 seconds of politics? Sure. This is one of those cases that people will talk about for a generation, Rue said. If we find Manette and her kids, we're gold. We'll be untouchable. But if we fuck it up, she let her voice trail away. Let me go pluck, Lucas said. George Dunn's house was a modest white ranch tucked away on a big tree-filled lot on a dead-end street in Edina. Lucas left the Porsche in the driveway and climbed the stone walk to the front door, pushed the doorbell. A thick-faced cop, usually in uniform, now in slacks and a golf shirt, pushed open the door.
Chief Davenport.
"Hey, Rick," Lucas said. "They've got you watching the phones?"
Yeah, in a lower voice. And Dunn.
"Where is he?"
Back in his office. The light back there. The cop nodded to the left. The house was stacked with brown cardboard moving boxes, a dozen of them in the front room, more visible in the kitchen and breakfast area. There was little furniture. A couch and chair in the living room, a round oak table in the breakfast nook. Lucas followed a hall back to the light and found Dunn sitting at a rectangular dining table in what had been meant as a family room. A large screen TV sat against one wall, the picture on, the sound off. A stereo system was stacked on a pile of 3 cardboard boxes. Dunn was huddled over a pile of paper with a crooked-necked lamp pulled close to them, his face half in and half out of the light. To his left, the half-dozen 2-drawer file cabinets were pushed against a wall. Half of them had open drawers. Another stack of cardboard boxes sat on the floor beside the file cabinets. On the far side of the room, 3 chairs faced each other across a glass coffee table. Lucas stepped inside the room and said, "Mr. Dunn." Dunn looked up. "Davenport," he said. He dropped his pen, pushed back from the table, and stood to shake hands. Dunn was a fullback 10 years off the playing field, broad shoulders, bullet head, beat-up face. His front teeth were so even, so white and perfect, that they had to be a bridge. He wore a gray cashmere sweater with the sleeves pushed up, showing a gold Rolex. Jeans and loafers without socks. He shook hands, held the grip for a second, nodded, pointed at a chair, sat down, and said, "Ask." "You want a lawyer?" Lucas asked. "I had one. It was a waste of money," Dunn said. Lucas sat down, leaned forward, an elbow on his thigh. "You say you were in your car when your wife was taken, but you don't have any witnesses and you made no calls that would confirm it." "I made one call to her while she was on her way over to the school. I told that to the other guys." "But that was an hour before she was taken." "A prosecutor might say that the call tipped you off to exactly where she'd be so you'd have time to get there, or send somebody," Lucas said. "And after that call, you were out of your office and out of everybody's sight." "I know it. If I'd done this thing, I'd have a better alibi," Dunn said. He made a sliding gesture with one hand. "I'd have been someplace besides my car, but the fact is, I spend maybe a quarter of my business day in my car. I've got a half-dozen developments going around the cities, from west of Minnetonka to the St. Croix. I hit every one every day." "And you use your car phone all the time," Lucas pointed out. "Not after business hours," Dunn said, shaking his head. "I called the office from Yorkville. That's the job over in Woodbury. And after that, and after I talked to Andy, I just headed back in. When I got here, the cops were waiting for me." "Who do you think took her?" Lucas asked. Dunn shook his head. "It's got to be one of the nuts she handles," he said. "She gets the worst. Sex criminals, pyromaniacs, killers. Nobody's too crazy for her." Lucas gazed at him for a moment. The gooseneck lamp made a pool of light around his hands, but his pug's face was half in shadow. In an old black-and-white movie, he might have been the devil. "How much do you dislike her?" Lucas asked. "Your wife." "I don't dislike her," Dunn said, bouncing once in the chair. "I love her." "That's not the word around town." Yeah. He put his fingers to his forehead, scrubbed at it. "I screwed a woman from the office. Once." Lucas let the silence grow, and Dunn finally launched himself from his chair, walked to a box, opened it, took out a bottle of scotch. "Whiskey?" "No, thanks." And he let the silence go.
We're talking about a major league cookie, this chick. In my face 5 days a week, Dunn said. He made a Coke bottle tits and ass figure with his hands. Andy and I had a few disagreements, not big ones, but we've got a lot going on. Careers, busy all the time, we don't see each other enough, like that. So this chick is there, in the office. She was my traffic manager. And finally I jump her. Right there on her desk, pencils and pens all over the place, Post-it notes stuck to her butt. The next thing I know, she gets her little handbag and her business suit and shows up at Andy's office to announce that she loves me and I love her. He ran his hands through his hair, then laughed a short, half-humorous bark. Christ, what a nightmare that must have been. Doesn't sound like one of your better days, Lucas admitted. He remembered days like that. Man, I wish I hadn't done it, Dunn said. He lipped the bottle of whiskey in his hand, caught it. I lost my wife and a pretty goddamn good traffic manager on the same day. Lucas watched him for a long beat. He wasn't acting. Is there any reason you might have killed your wife for her money? Dunn looked up, vaguely surprised. Christ, you don't fuck around, do you? Lucas shook his head. Could you have done that? Does it make sense? No. Just between you and me, there isn't that much money. I know Tower Manette and his millions, the Manette Trust, the Manette Foundation, all that shit, Dunn said. He flicked a hand as if batting away a cobweb, then walked across the room, stepped through a doorway and flicked on a light. He opened a refrigerator door, dropped a couple of ice cubes in his glass, and came back. Andy gets $100,000 a year, more or less, from her share of the Manette Trust. When the kids turn 18, they'll get a piece of it, and they'll get bigger pieces when they turn 25 and 40. If they were to die, I wouldn't see any of that. What I'd get is the house and the stuff in it. Frankly, I don't need it. So what about Manette? You said Tower had maybe $10 million back in the 50s, plus the income from the trust and a board seat at the foundation. But he was running all over the world, buying yachts, buying a house in Palm Beach, screwing everything in a skirt, and he was putting the good stuff up his nose. He was heavy into cocaine back in the 70s. Anyway, after a few years, the interest on the 10 mil wasn't cutting it. He started dipping into the principal. Then he got into politics, bought his way in, really, and he dipped a little deeper. It must have seemed like taking water out of the ocean with a teacup, but it added up. Then in the late 70s and 80s, he did everything wrong. He was stuck in bonds during the big inflation, finally unloaded them at a terrific loss. Then, sometime in there, he met Helen. Helen's his second wife, right? Lucas said. She's quite a bit younger than he is? Dunn said, I guess she's, 53, 54? She's not that young. His first wife, Bernie, that's Andy's mother, died about 10 years ago. He was already seeing Helen by that time. She was a good-looking woman. She had the face and real star-quality tits. Tower always liked tits. Anyway, Helen was in real estate, and she got him deep into REITs as a way to recoup his bond losses. What's a REIT? Lucas asked. Sorry. Real Estate Investment Trust. Anyway, that was just before real estate fell out of bed, and he got hammered again. And the crash of '87, hell, the guy was the kiss of death. You didn't want to stand next to him. So he's broke? Dunn looked up at the ceiling as if he were running a calculator in his head. After a moment, he said, Right now, if Tower hunted around, he might come up with $1 million. Of course, the house is paid for. That's better than $1 million, but he can't really get at it. He has to live somewhere, and it has to be up to his standards.
So figure that he gets $60,000 from the million that's his, and another $100,000 from the trust, and he's still got that seat on the foundation board, but that probably doesn't pay more than 20 or 30. So what's that? Less than 200?
Jesus, he's eating dog food, Lucas said, with just a rhyme of sarcasm in his voice.
Dunn pointed a finger at Lucas. But that's exactly what he feels like. Exactly. He was spending $500,000 a year when a Cadillac cost $6,000 and $1 million was really something. Now he's scraping along on maybe $250,000 and a caddy costs $40,000.
Poor son of a bitch.
Listen, $1 million ain't that much anymore, Dunn said wryly. A guy who owns 2 good Exxon stations, he's worth at least $1 million, probably more. 2 gas stations. We're not talking about yachts and polo.
So if you took your wife off, you wouldn't have done it for the money, Lucas said.
Hell, if anybody got taken off, it should have been me. I'm worth 15 or 20 times what Tower is.
Of course it ain't as good as Tower's money, he said ruefully. Why's that? 'Cause I earned it, Dunn said. Just like you did with your computer company. I read about you in City's Biz. They said you're worth probably $5 million and growing. You must feel it, that your money's got a taint.
I've never seen any of it, the money, Lucas said. It's all paper at this point. Then, what about insurance? Is there insurance on Andy? Well, yeah. Dunn's forehead wrinkled and he scratched his chin. Actually, quite a bit. Who'd get it? Dunn shrugged. The kids. Unless... Christ. If the kids died, I'd get it.
Sole beneficiary?
Yeah, except, Nancy Wolfe would get $500,000. They do pretty well in that partnership, and they both have key woman insurance to help cover their mortgage and so on, if somebody died. Is $500,000 a lot for Nancy Wolfe? Dunn thought again and then said, It'd be quite a bit. She pulls down something between $150,000 and $175,000 a year, and she can't protect any of it. Taxes eat her alive, so another $500,000 would be nice. Will you sign a release saying that we can look at your wife's records? Lucas asked. Sure, why wouldn't I? Because a lot of medical people think psychiatric records should be privileged, Lucas said. That people need treatment, not cops.
Fuck that, I'll sign, Dunn said. You got a paper with you?
I'll have one sent over tonight, Lucas said. Dunn was watching Lucas's hand and asked, What are you playing with? Lucas looked down at his hand and saw the ring. Ring. Uh-oh. Coming or going? Dunn asked. Thinking about it, Lucas said. Marriage is wonderful, Dunn said. He spread his arms. Look around. A box for everything and everything in its box. You seem sort of light-hearted about this whole thing. Dunn suddenly leaned forward, his face like a stone. Davenport, I'm so fucking scared I can't spit. I honest to God never knew what it meant being scared spitless. I thought it was just a phrase, but it's not. You gotta get my guys back. Lucas grunted and stood up. You'll stick around. It wasn't a question. Yeah. Dunn stood up, facing him. You're a tough guy, right? Maybe, Lucas said. Football, I bet. Hockey. Yeah, you got the cuts. Think you could take me? Dunn had relaxed again, and a faintly amused look crossed his face. Lucas nodded. Yeah. Dunn said, Huh, like he didn't necessarily agree, and then, losing the smile, What do you think? You gonna find my wife and kids? I'll find them, Lucas said. But you won't guarantee their condition, Dunn said. Lucas looked away into the dark house.
He felt like something was pushing his face. "No," he said to the darkness. Chapter 4. The homicide office resembled the city room of a slightly seedy small-town daily. Individual cubicles for the detectives were separated by shoulder-high partitions. Some desks were neat, others were a swamp of paper and souvenirs. 3 different kinds of gray or putty-colored metal file cabinets were stuck wherever there was space. Old flyers and notes and cartoons and bureaucratic missives were tacked or taped on walls and bulletin boards. A brown plastic radio the size of a toaster, the kind last made in the 60s with a big round tuning dial, sat on top of a file cabinet, a bent steel clothes hanger jammed into the back as an antenna. An adenoidal voice squeaked from the primitive speaker. "Is one of the most historical crimes, from the rape of the Sabine women to the Lindbergh kidnapping of our own era." Lucas was drinking chicken noodle soup in a cup, and paused just inside the door with the cup 2 inches from his lips. The voice was familiar, but he couldn't place it until the DJ interrupted. "You're listening to Blackjack Billy Walker. Go ahead, Adina, with a question for Dr. David Girdler." "Dr. Girdler, you said a minute ago that kidnapping victims identify with their kidnappers. All I can say is that's a perfect example of what happens when the liberal school system shoves this politically correct garbage down the kids' throats, teaching them things the kids know are wrong, but they gotta believe because somebody in authority says so. Like these union hacks that call themselves teachers." Girdler's voice was consciously mellow, hushed, artificially and dramatically deepened. He said, "I understand your feelings about this, although I don't entirely agree with your sentiments. There are many good teachers. That aside, yes, that identification often takes place and begins within hours of the kidnapping. The victims may actually suggest ways that the police can be more effectively foiled in their efforts." Lucas stared at the radio, not believing it. Grieve was sitting at his desk eating a Mr. Goodbar. "Sounds like a fucking politician, doesn't he?" He couldn't wait to get on the radio. He walked out of the school and drove right down to the station. "How long has he been on?" Lucas finished the soup in a cup and dropped the cup in a wastebasket. "Hour," Grieve said. "A lot of newsies have been looking for you, by the way." "Fuck 'em," Lucas said. "For now, anyway." A dozen detectives were milling around the office, everybody from homicide/violent crimes, more from vice, sex, and intelligence. Some were at desks, others were parked on swivel chairs. Some were leaning against file cabinets. A very tall man and a very short one were talking golf swings. A guy from sex elbowed past with a cafeteria tray full of cups of coffee and Coke. Almost everybody was eating or drinking. The office smelled like coffee, microwave popcorn, and Tombstone pizza. Harmon Anderson wandered over to Grieve's desk eating a chicken salad sandwich. A glob of mayonnaise was stuck to his upper lip. "Anything for $1," he said between chews. Anderson was a hillbilly and a computer expert. "Girdler is not a doctor. He has a B.A. in psychology from some redneck college in North Carolina." Cheryl, still damp, strolled in, pulled off the tennis hat, slapped it against her coat, then took off her coat and hung it up. She nodded at Lucas, tipped her head at the radio, and said, "Have you been listening?" Lucas said, "Just now," and to Grieve, "Did you ask him not to?" Grieve nodded. "The standard line. I said we should keep it to ourselves so the perpetrators don't know exactly what we have, and so we can present a better image if we get to court." "Did you say perpetrator?" Lucas asked. "Yeah, so shoot me." "I'd say he didn't give a fuck," Cheryl said, fluffing her hair. "I was listening on the way over. He's remembering stuff he didn't give to us." "Making it up," Lucas said. "Everybody's got to be a movie star," Grieve said.
and they paused for a moment to listen.
Dr. Girdler, you know, the police don't stop crime. They simply record it, and sometimes they catch the people who do it. But by then, it's too late. This kidnapping is a perfect example. If Mrs. Manette had been carrying even a simple handgun, or if you had been carrying a handgun, you could have stopped this thug in his tracks. Instead, you were left standing there in the hallway and you couldn't do anything. I'll tell you, the criminals have guns. It's time we honest citizens took advantage of our Second Amendment rights.
Damn it, Cheryl said. It's going to turn into a circus. Already has. They all turned toward the door. Frank Lester, Deputy Chief for Investigation, stepped inside with a handful of papers. He was tired, his face drawn. Too many years. Anything more? Lucas shook his head. I talked to Dunn. He seems pretty straight. He's a candidate, though, Grebe said. Yeah, he's a candidate, Lucas said. To Lester. Have the feds come in yet? They're about to, Lester said. They can't avoid it much longer. Lucas twisted the engagement ring around the end of his forefinger, saw Lester looking at it, and pushed it down in his pocket. Lester continued. Even if the feds come in, Manette wants us working it, too. The chief agrees. Jesus, I wish this shit would stop, Grebe said, rubbing his forehead. Been doing it since Cain and Abel, said Anderson. Grebe stopped rubbing. I didn't mean crime. I meant politics. If crime stopped, I'd have to get a job. You could probably get on the fucking radio with that suit, Cheryl said. Lester waved them silent, held up a yellow legal pad on which he had scribbled notes. Listen up, everybody. The talk died as the cops arranged themselves around Lester. Harmon Anderson will be passing out assignments, but I want to outline what we're looking at and get ideas on anything we're missing. What's the overtime situation? Somebody called from the back. We're clear for whatever it takes, Lester said. He looked at one of the papers in his hand. Okay, most of you guys are going to be doing house to house. Lester dipped his head into a chorus of groans. It was still raining outside. And then said, and there's a lot of small stuff we got to get quick. We need to know about the paint in the parking lot by morning, and we need to check the school for that color or type of paint. Jim Hill here, he nodded at one of the detectives, points out that you hardly ever see poster paint outside of school, so maybe the school is somehow involved. Her old man did it, somebody said. We're checking that, Lester said. In the meantime, we got the blood on that shoe, and we need somebody to walk the blood tests around, 'cause we need to know quick if the blood's Manette's or one of the kids. If it's not, if it's somebody else's, we'll run it through the state's DNA offender bank. And we need to talk to the University Medical School, get Manette's blood type. I'm told she occasionally volunteered for medical studies, so they may even have a DNA on her. And if the blood on the shoe belongs to one of the kids, a DNA might tell us that... DNA takes a while, said a short pink cop who wore a snap-brim hat with a feather in the hatband. Not this one, Lester said. He looked at the paper again. We need 4 Econolines checked against all her patients, against the school staff, all relatives, and against whatever database we can find on felony convictions, Minnesota and however much of Wisconsin we can get. We need to see if any Manette or Dunn-related companies own Econolines. Go to Ford, see if we can get a list of Econolines from their warranty program. They said it was an older one, so go back as far as you can. We need to run the registration list for Econolines against her patient list, which we're trying to get. Anderson broke in. I'm setting up a database of patient names. Any name that pops up in the investigation we can run against the list, so get all the names you can. All the teachers at the school, her phone records, anything. Lester nodded and continued. We need to check Manette's and Dunn's credit ratings. See if anybody's got money problems. Check insurance policies. What else? Manette's putting together an enemies list, Lucas said. "Run that, too," Lester told Anderson. "What are we missing?" "Public appeals," said a black cop in a pearl gray suit. "Pictures of Manette and the kids." "All the news outlets already have some kind of pictures, but we're putting out some high-quality stuff in the next couple of hours," Lester said. "There's some talk of a reward for information. We'll get back to you on that. And I want to say now, all the news contacts should go through the Public Affairs Department. I don't want anybody talking to the press. Everybody clear on that?" Everybody was. Lester turned to Cheryl. "How's the house-to-house going?" "We've hit all the houses where the residents could see the school, except for 2, where there's nobody home, and we're looking for those people in case they were there during the kidnapping," Cheryl said. "The only thing we have so far is one woman who saw the van, and she picked out Econoline taillights as the lights she saw. So we think that ID is solid. Now we're going back for a second round to talk about what people might have seen in the past couple of days, and we're doing the same thing in Manette's neighborhood. If this was planned out, he must have been scouting her, so that's about it." "Okay," Lester said. He looked around the room. "You all know the general picture. Get your assignments from Anderson and let's get it on the road. I want everybody breaking their balls on this one. This one's gonna be tough, and we need to look good." As the other detectives gathered around Anderson, Lucas leaned toward Grieve and asked, "Did the kid, the witness kid, did she see anything different from what Girdler gave us?" Grieve scratched the back of his head and his eyes defocused. The kid, I don't know. I didn't get much from her. She was fairly freaked out. Didn't seem like much." "You got her phone number?" Lucas asked. "Sure, you want it?" "Doesn't she live over in St. Paul, Highland Park?" "Someplace around there." Lester caught Lucas outside his office as Lucas was locking the door. "Any ideas?" he asked. "What everybody else says. Money or a nut," Lucas said. "If we don't get a ransom call, we'll find him in her files or in her family." "There could be a problem with the files," Lester said. "Manette talked to the wolf woman and she hit the roof. I guess there was a hell of an argument. Medical privilege." "Doesn't exist, Frank," Lucas said. "Subpoena the records. Don't talk about it. If you talk about it, it'll turn into a big deal and the media will be wringing their wrists. Get a judge out of bed. Get the subpoena. I'll take it over myself if you want." "That'd be good, but not tonight," Lester said. "We've got too much going already. I'll have it here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." Lucas nodded. "I'll pick it up as early as I can drag my ass out of bed," he said. He didn't get up early. "I'm going to stop and see the kid, too. Tonight." "Bob talked to her," Lester said uncomfortably. "Yeah, he did," Lucas said. And after a moment, "That's your problem." "Bob's a nice guy," Lester said. "He couldn't catch the clap in a whorehouse, Frank." Yeah. Did you talk to the kid's folks?" 2 minutes ago," Lucas said. "I told them I was on the way." Clarice Burnett wore a suit and tie. Her husband, Thomas, wore a cashmere sweater and a tie. "We don't want her frightened any more than she is," Clarice Burnett said. She hissed it like a snake. She was a bony woman with tight blonde hair and a thin nose. Her front teeth were angled like a rodent's, and she was in Lucas's face. "I'm not here to frighten her," Lucas said. "You better not," Burnett said. She shook a finger at him. "There's been enough trouble from this already. The first officer questioned her without allowing us time to get there." "We were hoping to stop the kidnapper's van," Lucas said mildly, but he was getting angry. Thomas Burnett waggled his jowls. "We appreciate that, but you have to understand that this has been a trauma." They were standing in the quarry-tiled entry of the Burnett's house, a closet to one side, a framed poster on the opposite wall, a souvenir from a Rembrandt show at the Rijksmuseum, Amsterdam, in 1992. A sad, middle-aged Rembrandt peered out at Lucas. "You have to understand that this is a kidnapping investigation, and it could become a murder investigation," Lucas snapped, his voice developing an edge. "One way or another, we'll talk to your daughter and get answers from her. We can do it pleasantly here, or unpleasantly down at Homicide with a court order." He paused for a half-beat. "I'd rather not get the court order." "We don't need threats," Thomas Burnett said. He was a division manager at General Mills and knew a threat when he heard one. "I'm not threatening you. I'm laying out the legal realities," Lucas said. 3 people's lives are in jeopardy, and if your daughter has a bad night's sleep over it, or 2 bad nights, that's tough. I've got to think about the victims and what they're going through. Now, do I talk to Mercedes, or do I get the court order?" Mercedes Burnett was a small girl with a pointed chin, a $100 haircut, and eyes that were 5 years too old. She wore a pink silk kimono and sat on the living room couch, next to a Yamaha grand piano, with her ankles crossed. She had recently developed breasts, Lucas thought, and sat with her back coyly arched, making the best of what was not yet too much. With her mother sitting beside her and her father hovering behind the chair, she told Lucas what she had seen. Grace was standing there, looking back and forth, like she didn't know what was going on. She even walked back toward the door for a minute. Then she went back out. Then this van pulled around in front, going that way. She pointed to her left. And this guy jumps out, and he runs up to her, and she started to back up, and the guy just grabbed her by her blouse and by her hair, and he jerked her right off the porch thing. "The portico," Clarice Burnett said. "Yeah, whatever," said Mercedes, rolling her eyes. "Anyway, he pulled her toward the van and slid the door back and threw her inside. I mean, he was this huge dude. He just threw her. And before he closed the door, I saw 2 other people in there. Mrs. Dunn—" "Mrs. Manette," her mother said. "Yeah, whatever. And she had blood on her face. She was, like, crawling. Then there was another kid in there that I thought was Genevieve, but I couldn't see her face. She was, like, lying down on the floor, and then the guy closed the door." "Where was Mr. Girdler during all of this?" "I didn't see him until afterwards. He was behind me somewhere. I told him to call 911, but he was like, duh." She rolled her eyes again, and Lucas smiled. Then, "Think about this," Lucas said. "Tell me exactly what the kidnapper looked like." Mercedes leaned back, closed her eyes, and a minute later, eyes still closed, said, "Big. Yellow hair, but it looked kind of weird, like it was peroxided or something. 'Cause his skin looked dark, not like a black dude, but, you know, dark." She opened her eyes and studied Lucas's face. "Like you, kinda. His face didn't look like yours. He had, like, a real narrow face, but he was about your color and big like you." "What was he wearing? Anything special?" She closed her eyes again and lived through the scene, then opened her eyes, looking surprised, and said, "Oh, shit!" "Young lady!" Clarice Burnett was shocked. Lucas wagged his head once and asked, "What?" "He was wearing a Gen Con shirt. I knew there was something." He said, "Gen Con? Are you sure? Did you see what year?" "You know what it is?" A skeptical eyebrow went up. "Sure, I write role-playing games." "Really? My boyfriend—" "Mercedes!" Her mother's voice took a warning tone, and Mercedes swerved into safer territory. "A friend at school has one. I recognized it right away. The shirt isn't the same as my friend's, but it was a Gen Con. Great big Gen Con right on the front, and one of those weird dice. Everything black and white, kind of cheap." "What's a Gen Con?" asked Thomas Burnett, looking suspiciously from his daughter to Lucas, as though Gen Con might somehow be linked to condom. "It's a gamers' convention over in Lake Geneva," Lucas said. To Mercedes, Why didn't you tell the other officer?" "I could barely get his attention," she said. "And that asshole Girdler—" "Mercedes!" Her mother was on the word like a wolf on a lamb. "Well, he is," she said, barely defensive. "He kept talking all over me. I don't think he saw hardly any of it. He was mostly hiding down the hall." "Okay," Lucas said. "What about the truck? Anything unusual about it?" She nodded. "Yeah, there was, and I told the other cop. They'd painted over the sign on the truck. I don't know what it said, but there were letters on the door, and they were painted right over." "What letters?" She shrugged. "I don't know. It was just something I sort of noticed when I went up closer to the windows and he was driving away. It wasn't a good paint job, you know. They just slopped right over the old letters." Lucas used the Burnett's phone to call back to the office and drop the T-shirt and truck information with Anderson. "Heading home?" Anderson asked. "Not much more to do tonight, unless we get a call. Are we still doing the door-to-door?" "Yeah, up in Manette's neighborhood now. Asking for suspicious activities. Haven't heard anything back." "Let me know." "Yeah, I'll be putting together a book on it. Have you asked Weather yet?" "Jesus Christ," Lucas laughed. "Hey, it's primo gossip." "I'll let you know," Lucas said. He could feel the engagement ring in his pants pocket. Maybe ask her, he thought. "I got a feeling about this," Anderson said. "About Weather?" "No, about the Manettes. There's something going on here. So they're not dead yet. They're out there waiting for us." Weather Karkinen made a bump on the left side of the bed, near the window. The window was open an inch or two, so she could get the fresh, cold air. "Bad?" she asked sleepily. "Yes." He slipped in beside her, rolled close, kissed her on the neck behind the ear. "Tell me," she said. She rolled onto her back. "It's late," he said. She was a surgeon. She operated almost every day, usually starting at 7 o'clock. "I'm okay. I've got a late starting time tomorrow." "It's Tower Manette's daughter and her 2 children. Her daughters." He outlined the kidnapping, told her about the blood on the shoe. "I hate it when there are kids involved," she said. "I know." Weather was a surgeon, but she looked like a jock. A fighter, actually. Somebody who'd gone a few rounds too many. She had wide shoulders, and she tended to carry her hands in front of her, fists clenched like a punch-drunk boxer. Her nose was a little too large and bent slightly to the left. Her hair was cut short, a soft brown touched with white. She had the high Slavic cheekbones of a full-blooded Finn and dark blue eyes. For all of her jockiness, she was a small woman. Lucas could pick her up like a parcel and carry her around the house, which he had done on occasion, but never fully clothed. Weather wasn't pretty, but she reached him with a power he hadn't experienced before. His attraction had grown so strong that it scared him at times. He'd lie awake at night, watching her sleep, inventing nightmares in which she left him. They'd met in northern Wisconsin, where Weather had been working as a surgeon in a local hospital. Lucas had run down a child sex ring and the killer at the heart of it. In the final moments of a chase through the woods, he'd been shot in the throat by a young girl, and Weather had saved his life, opening his throat with a jackknife. Hell of a way to get together. Lucas put his hands on her waist. "Just how late can you go in?" he whispered. "Men are animals," she said, moving closer. When she went to sleep, Lucas, relaxed, warm, moved against her. She snuggled deeper into her pillow and pushed her butt out against him. The best time to ask her to marry him, he thought, would be now. He was awake, articulate, feeling romantic, and she was sleeping like a baby. He smiled to himself and patted her on the hip and let his head fall on his pillow. He kept the ring in the bottom of his sock drawer, waiting for the right moment. He could feel it there and wondered if it made black sparkles in the dark. Chapter 5. The room was a concrete and stone hole that smelled like rotten potatoes. 4 fist-sized openings pierced the top of one wall, too high to see through. The openings reminded Andy of the holes that a child would punch in the top of a ball jar to give air to his insect collection. A stained double-bed mattress lay in one corner, and the girls slept on it. John Mayle had been gone for 3 hours by Andy's watch. When he had left, the steel door banging behind him, they'd all crouched on the mattress, waiting wide-eyed for his return. He hadn't come back. The fear burning them out, the girls eventually curled up and fell asleep like kittens in a cat box, too exhausted to stay awake. Grace slept badly, groaning and whimpering. Genevieve slept heavily, her mouth open, even snoring at times. Andy sat on the cold floor with her back to the gritty wall, taking inventory for the 50th time, trying to find something, anything that would get them out. There was a light socket overhead with a single 60-watt bulb and a pull chain. She hadn't yet had the courage to turn the light off. A porta-potty sat in a corner, smelling faintly of chemical rinse. The portable toilet was meant for small sailboats and campers, and was made of plastic. She could think of no way to use it as a weapon or as anything other than a toilet. A Coleman cooler sat next to the door, half full of melting ice and generic strawberry soda. And beside her, on a low plastic table, a game console and a monitor. The console and monitor were plugged into a 4-socket power bar, which was plugged into an outlet above the light bulb. And that was all. A weapon? Perhaps one of the cans could be used as a club, somehow? Could the cord be used to strangle him? No, that was all absurd. Mayle was too big, too violent. Could you wire the door somehow? Strip the wire out of the cord to the computer, connect it to the door handle? Andy knew nothing about electricity, and if all Mayle got was a shock, he'd simply turn off the power and then come down and... What? That was what she couldn't deal with. What did he want? What would he do? He had obviously planned for this. Their cell had once been a root cellar in a farmhouse, a deep hole, well below the frost line, with walls of granite fieldstone and concrete. Mayle had knocked out part of an interior wall and had rebuilt it with concrete block to accommodate a steel fire door. The wiring was all new, nothing more than a cord run in from the outside. Although the walls were old, except for the part Mayle had redone, they were solid. Andy had pushed or kicked at every stone, had probed the interstices with her fingernails. Her hands were raw from it, and she had found no weaknesses. Overhead, between 2x10 joists, was a plank ceiling. They could reach it by standing on the porta-potty, but when they beat on it, the sound was frighteningly dead. Andy feared that if they somehow pulled out a board, they'd find themselves buried underground. The door itself was impossible, all steel with a simple slide latch on the outside. No amount of patience with a hairpin would pick the lock, if she had known how to pick a lock in the first place, which she didn't. She did the inventory again, straining to think of ways out. The chemical in the toilet? If it were harsh enough, perhaps she could throw it in his eyes and slip past him up the stairs. He'd killed them. Andy closed her eyes and relived the trip out of the cities. They'd rattled around the back of the van like dice in a cup, The cargo space had been stripped and was no more than a steel box, without handholds or comfort. Mail had apparently rigged the steel screen and removed the door handles for the kidnapping. When they'd left the school, Mail had dodged from street to street, watching the rearview mirror, then took the van onto I-35 heading south, Andy thought. They were on I-35 for several minutes, then exited to an unfamiliar two-lane highway out through the whiskey billboards and into the pastel suburbs south of the cities, as the kids screamed and beat at the sides of the truck and then fell into an alternating spasmodic weeping. Andy was still bleeding inside her mouth, where her teeth had cut into her lip. The taste of blood and the smell of exhaust nauseated her. Fighting to get to her hands and knees as Mail dodged through the side streets, she eventually crawled into a corner and vomited. The stench set Genevieve off. She began to retch, and Grace began to weep and shudder, shaking uncontrollably. Andy took all of it in, but was unable to focus on it, unable to sort it out and react, until finally, dumbly, she simply took the children in her arms and held them and let them scream. Mail paid no attention. After a while, they all got to their knees and looked out the windows as the suburbs dwindled, and the truck entered the great green sea of corn, beans, and alfalfa outside the cities. Up front, Mail punched buttons on the radio, seemingly without purpose. He went from Aerosmith to Toad the Wet Sprocket to Haydn to George Strait to 3, 4, 5 talk shows. Listen, most of these criminals are weaklings. The only thing that makes them anything is that we give them a gun, take the gun away, and they'll crawl back to the gutters where they came from. They spent 5 minutes on a rural highway, bumping over long, snaky tar joints in the cracked concrete. Then Mail took them off the highway onto a gravel road, and they left a spiraling cloud of gray dust in their wake. Red barns and white farmhouses flicked past the windows, and a black mailbox in a cluster of orange daylilies dusty from the gravel. Grace staggered to her feet and grabbed the chain-link fence separating them from Mail and screamed, "Let me out of here, you fuck! Let me out of here! Let me out!" Genevieve panicked when her sister began to scream and wailed, a high siren-like keening, and her eyes rolled up into her head. She fell back, and Andy thought for a moment that she had had a stroke and crawled toward her. But Genevieve's eyes rolled and got straight, and she started again, the keening, and Andy put her hands over her ears, and Grace shouted, "Let me out of here!" Mail put a hand over the ear closest to Grace, and without looking back at her, shouted, "Shut up, shut up, shut up!" and spit sprayed down the length of the windshield. Andy grabbed her daughter and pulled her down, shook her head, held her daughter's face close, and said, "Don't make him mad," then gathered up Genevieve and held her, squeezed her until the keening died away. Then came a moment, just a moment, when Andy thought something different could happen, a streak of possibility rolling through her bloodied mind. They'd turned off the gravel road and started up a dirt lane. Ragweed and black-eyed Susans grew in the middle of the track and along both sides. Farther away to the right, ancient gray-barked apple trees stood with branches crabbed like scarecrow fingers. An old farmhouse waited at the end of the lane, a dying house shot through with rot, the paint peeling off the clapboard siding, a front porch falling off to one side. Behind it, down the far side of the hill, a barn's foundation crouched in a hollow. The barn itself was gone, but the lower level remained, covered by what had been the floor of the old structure, and by a blue plastic tarp tied at the corners with yellow polypropylene rope. An open doorway poked into the dark interior like the entrance to a cave. Around the barn foundation, 2 or 3 other crumbling outbuildings subsided into the soil. When they stopped, Andy thought in the recesses of her mind there would be 3 of them, only 1 of him. She could take him on, hold him while the girls ran. A cornfield bordered the farmhouse plot. There was no fence. Grace was fast and smart, and once in the cornfield, which was as dense as a rainforest, she could escape. John Mayle stopped the truck, and they all rocked back and forth once, and Grace got to her knees and looked out the dirty window. Mayle turned in his seat. He had an oddly high-pitched voice, almost childlike, and said to Andy, "If you try to run, I'll shoot the little kid first, then the next one, then you." And the streak of possibility died. Genetics had made John Mayle a psychopath. His parents had made him a sociopath. He was a crazy killer, and he didn't care about labels. Andy had met him as part of her postdoc routine at the University of Minnesota, a new psychiatrist looking at the strange cases locked in the Hennepin County jails. She had recognized a hard, quick intelligence in the cave of Mayle's mind. He was smart enough and large enough to dominate his peers and to avoid the cops for a while, but he was no match for a trained psychiatrist. Andy had peeled him like an orange. Mayle's father had never married his mother, had never lived with them. Last heard of, he was with the Air Force in Panama. Mayle had never seen him. When he was a baby, his mother would leave him for hours, sometimes all day and overnight, stuck in a bassinet, alone in a barren room. She married a man when he was three and still unable to talk, who didn't care much about her and less about Mayle, except as an annoyance. When he was annoyed, when he was drunk, he'd use his leather belt on the kid. Later he moved to switches and finally to broomsticks and dowel rods. As a child, Mayle found intense pleasure in torturing animals, skinning cats and burning dogs. He moved up to attacking other children, both boys and girls, the class bully. In 4th grade, the attacks on girls had taken a sexual turn. He liked to get their pants off, penetrate them with his fingers. He didn't know yet what he wanted, but he was getting close. In 5th grade, big for his age, he started riding out to the malls, Rosedale, Ridgedale, catching suburban kids outside the game rooms, mugging them. He carried a t-ball bat, then a knife. In 6th grade, a science teacher who also coached football pushed him against a wall when he called a girl a cunt in the teacher's hearing. The teacher's house burned down a week later. The fire was a trip. 5 more houses went down, all owned by parents of children who'd crossed him. In June after 6th grade, he torched the house of an elderly couple who ran the last of the mom-and-pop groceries on St. Paul's East Side. The old couple were asleep when the smoke rolled under the door. They died together near the head of the stairs of smoke inhalation. A smart arson cop finally found the pattern, and he was caught. He denied it all, never stopped denying it, but they knew he'd done it. They brought Andy in to see exactly what they'd caught, and Mayle had talked about his life in a flat lizard's voice, casually, his young eyes crawling around her body, over her breasts, down to her hips. He scared her, and she didn't like it. He was too young to scare her. Mayle, at 12, had already shown the size he'd be, and he had tension-built muscles in his body and face, and eyes like hard-boiled eggs. He talked about his stepfather. "When you say he beat you, you mean with his fists?" Andy asked. Mayle grunted and smiled at her naivete. "Shit, fists! The fucker had this dowel he took out of a closet. You know, a clothes rod. He whipped me with that. He beat my old lady, too. He'd catch her in the kitchen and beat the shit out of her, and she'd be screaming and yelling, and he'd just beat her until he got tired. Christ, there'd be blood all over the place like catsup." "Nobody ever called the police?" "Oh, yeah, but they never did anything. My old lady used to say that it was none of the neighbors' business." When he died, it got better? I don't know. I wasn't living there anymore. Not much. Where'd you live? He shrugged. Oh, you know, under the interstate in the summer. There's some caves over in St. Paul by the tracks. Lots of guys over there. You never went back? Yeah, I went back. I got really hungry and fucked up and thought she maybe had some money, but she called the cops on me. If I hadn't gone back, I'd still be out. She said, eat some Cheerios, I'll go get some cake, and she went out in the front room and called the cops. Learned me a lesson, all right. Kill the bitch when I get out, if I can find her. Where is she now? Took off with some guy. After 2 months of therapy, Andy had recommended that John Mayle be sent to a state hospital. He was more than a bad kid. He was more than unbalanced. He was insane. A kid with the devil inside. The girls had stopped weeping when Mayle opened the van door. He took them out, single file, through the side door of the old farmhouse and straight into the basement. The basement smelled wet, smelled of fresh dirt and disinfectant. Mayle had cleaned it not long ago, she thought. A small spark of hope. He wasn't going to kill them. Not right away. If they had a little time, just a little time, she could work on him. Then he locked them away. They listened for him, fearful, expecting him back at any moment. Genevieve asking, over and over, Mom, what's he gonna do? Mom, what's he gonna do? A minute became 10 minutes, and 10 minutes an hour, and the girls finally slept while Andy put her back to the wall and tried to think. Mayle came for her at 3 a.m, drunk, excited. Get out here, he growled at her. He had a beer can in his left hand. The girls woke at the sound of the latch, and they crawled across the mattress until they had their backs to the wall, but curled, like small animals in a den. What do you want? Andy said. She kept looking at her watch, as if this were a normal conversation and she was on her way somewhere else. But the fear made her voice tremble, as much as she tried to control it. You can't keep us here, John. It's not right. Fuck that, Mayle said. Now get out here, goddammit. He took a step toward her, his eyes dark and angry, and she could smell the beer. All right. Don't hurt us. Just don't hurt us. Come on, girls. Not them, Mayle said. Just you. Just me? Her stomach clutched. That's right. He smiled at her and put his free hand on the doorsill as though he needed help staying upright. Or maybe he was being cool. He'd teased his hair into bangs, and now she realized that in addition to the beer, she could smell aftershave or cologne. Andy glanced at the girls, then at Mayle, and at the girls again. I'll be right back, she said. John won't hurt me. Neither of the girls said a word. Neither of them believed her.
This ends Disc 2. Mind Prey, Disc 3.
Andy walked around him as far away as she could. In the outer basement, the air was cooler and fresher, but the first thing she noticed was that he'd dragged another mattress down the stairs. She stepped toward the stairs as the steel door clanged shut behind her, and Mayle said, Don't move. She stopped, afraid to move, and he walked around her until he was between her and the door. He stared at her for a moment, a little out of balance, she thought. He was seriously drunk, and his eyes looked closed in, heavy-lidded, and his lips curled in an ugly, contemptuous smile. They don't have any idea where you're at or who took you, he said. He nearly laughed, but somewhere under there he was a bit unsure of himself, she thought. They've been talking about it on the radio all night. They're running around like chickens with their heads cut off."
"John, they'll come sooner or later," Andy said. "Your best option, I believe—" She automatically fell into her academic voice, the slightly dry observational tone that she used when dealing with patients on a sensitive point, a tone that seemed educated and aristocratic at the same time, and often sold her viewpoint on its own. "Not this time." Mail moved very quickly, shockingly quickly, like a middleweight boxer, and slapped her face hard, nearly knocking her down. An instant before she'd been a Ph.D. applying psychology. Now she was a wounded animal trying to find its balance before it became simply meat. Mail stepped close to her, close enough to smell, close enough to see the texture in his jeans, and he snarled, "Don't you ever talk that way. And they're never gonna find us, never in this world. Now stand up straight, stand the fuck up." She had her hand to her face, nothing coherent in her head. Her thoughts were like Scrabble pieces on a dropped board. There was a crunching sound, and she looked toward Mail, who was watching her, still angry. He crushed the beer can in his hand, and now he threw it into a corner where it clattered off the wall and then bounced back toward them. "Let's see him," he said. "What?" She had no idea. "Let's see him," he said. "What?" Stupidly shaking her head. "Your tits! Let's see your tits!" She tried to back away, 1 step, 2, but there was no place to go. Behind her, an old coal-burning furnace stood like an old, close-cropped oak, the coal door open and leaning to the left, and behind it, a dark space, a place she really didn't want to go. "John, you don't want to hurt me. John," she said, "I took care of you." He thrust a finger at her. "You don't want to talk about that. You don't want to talk about that. You took care of me, all right. You sent me down to the fucking hospital. You took care of me, all right." He looked around wildly, then saw the beer can on the floor. He'd forgotten that he'd finished it. He came back at her. "Come on, let's see him." She crossed her arms over her chest. "John, I can't." And as quickly as he had before, he hit her again, open-handed, not quite as hard. When she put her hands up, he hit her again, and then again. She couldn't block the blows. She couldn't stop. She couldn't even see them coming. Then he was on her, slamming her back against the stone wall, ripping at her jacket, at her blouse. She screamed at him, "No, don't, John!" And he swatted her again, knocked her down, pulling her hair, guiding her to the mattress, and landed on top of her, straddling her waist. She struck at him, flailed uselessly. He caught her hands, brought them together, took them in one of his, held them. She couldn't see him very well, realized that she was bleeding, that she had blood in one eye. "John!" She began to weep, not believing that he could go on. But he did. When he was done, he was angrier than when he had started. He made her dress as best she could. Her blouse was ripped nearly in half, and he took her bra away from her, and then thrust her back in the cell. Both of the girls, even the small Genevieve, knew what had happened. When Andy dropped onto the mattress, they automatically curled around her and held her head, while the steel door clanged shut. Andy couldn't cry. Her eyes had dried, or something. When she thought of Mail, not his face, not his voice, but the smell of him, she wanted to gag, and sometimes did, a reflexive clutching of her throat and stomach. But she couldn't cry. She hurt, though. She was bruised and felt small muscle pulls and tears when she had struggled and twisted against his strength. There wasn't any blood. She checked herself, and though she felt raw, he hadn't ripped anything. She was dry-eyed, stunned, when Mail came back. They felt something, a muffled part of the sound,
vibrations from the floor above, and knew he was coming. They were all facing the door, sitting on the mattress when the door opened. Andy tucked her skirt beneath her. Mail was wearing jeans, a plaid shirt, and wraparound sunglasses, and held a pistol. He stood in the open door for a moment, then said, "I can't keep all of you." He pointed at Genevieve. "Come on, I'm taking you out." "No, no," Andy blurted. She caught Genevieve's arm, and the girl pulled into her side. "No, John, please, no, don't take her. I'll take care of her here. She won't be a problem, John." Mail looked away. "I'll take her out to the Walmart and drop her off. She's smart enough to call the cops and get back home." Andy stood up, pleading. "John, I'll take care of her. Honest to God, she won't be a problem." "She is a problem. Just thinking about her in my head, she's a problem." He pointed the pistol at Grace, who flinched away. "I gotta keep her because she's too old, and she could bring the cops back. But the kid here, I'll put a bag on her head and take her out to the van and drop her at Walmart." "John, please," Andy begged. Mail snarled at Genevieve. "Get out of here, kid, or I'll beat the shit out of you and drag your ass out." Andy got to her knees and then to her feet, reached toward him. "John!" He stepped back, and his hand came up and caught her throat, and for a half-instant she thought she was dead. He squeezed for a second, then threw her back. "Get the fuck away!" And to Genevieve, "Get out of here, kid! Out the door!" "Wait, wait," Andy said. "Jen, take your coat. It's cold." Genevieve had rolled her coat into a pillow, and Andy got it off the mattress, unrolled it, and fitted it around the child and buttoned it, kneeling, looking into Jen's eyes. "Just be good," she said. "John won't hurt you." Genevieve went like her feet were stuck in glue, and Andy called, "Genevieve, honey, ask for a policeman. When you get to the mall, ask for a policeman and tell them who you are. They'll take you home to Daddy." The door slammed in her face. Faintly, faintly, she could hear footsteps outside in the basement, but nothing else behind the muffled steel door. "She'll be okay," Grace said, but she was beginning to cry, and the words came hard through the tears. "She's been in lots of malls. She'll just find a policeman and she'll go home. Daddy'll take care of her." "Yes." Andy dropped to the mattress, her hands covering her face. "Oh, my God, Grace. Oh, my God." Chapter 6. "I hate rich people," Cheryl muttered. She was wearing the same coat as the night before, but she had added her own hat, a green baseball cap with a pale blue bill. Her hair was tucked underneath. She finished the outfit with pale blue sneaks, a tomboy with great breasts look. With her rosy cheeks and easy smile, Black thought she looked good enough to eat. They'd dumped the city car in the parking lot outside Andy Manette's office building. The building, Cheryl thought, had been designed by a seriously snotty architect. Black windows, red bricks, and copper flashing, snuggled into the side of a cattail-ringed pond, with a twisted chunk of rusty Corten steel out front. Black paused by the sculpture. The plaque said, "Ray Tracing Wrigley." "You know what that's supposed to be?" he asked, looking up at it. "Looks like a big stick of rusty steel chewing gum that somebody twisted," Cheryl said. Black said, "Jesus, you're an art critic. That's what it must be." Cheryl led the way across a bridge over a moat-like finger from the pond. Somebody had thrown a half-bucket of corn into the water, and a cluster of mallards and 2 Canada geese rooted through the shallow water weeds for the kernels. A half-dozen koi circled slowly among the ducks, their golden bodies just under the surface. The rain had stopped, and a thin sunshine, broken up by the yellow branches of weeping willows, dappled the pond. "There's Davenport," Black said, and Cheryl looked back at the parking lot. Lucas was just getting out of his Porsche. The lot around him was sprinkled with 700 Series BMWs, a few Lexuses and Cadillacs, and the odd Jaguar, among the usual Chevys and Fords. Lucas circled a black Acura NSX that had been carefully parked away from the other cars, stopped to look in the driver's side window. "Speaking of rich," Cheryl said. They waited, and after a second, Lucas broke away from the NSX and came up the walk, nodded at Black, grinned at Cheryl, and she felt a little thump. "If I was gonna steal cars, this'd be the place," he said. "Gotta have money to get your head shrunk." "Or get the county to pay for it," Black said. "Did you ask her?" Cheryl asked. "Not yet," Lucas said. They checked the building directory, an arty rectangle decorated with a blue bird. Manette's office was at the back of the building, a multi-room suite with quiet gray carpets and Scandinavian furnishings. A matronly Scandinavian receptionist sat behind a blonde oak desk, writing into a computer. She looked up when Lucas, Black, and Cheryl walked in, turned away from the computer. "Can I—" "We're Minneapolis police officers. I'm Deputy Chief Lucas Davenport, and we have a subpoena for Dr. Manette's records and a search warrant for her office," Lucas said. "Could you show us her office?" "I'll get Mrs. Carney and Dr. Wolfe." "No. Show us the office, then get whomever you wish," Lucas said politely. "Who is Mrs. Carney?" "The office manager," the woman said. "I'll get—" "No. Show us Dr. Manette's office." Manette's office was large, informal, with a comfortable couch and a love seat at right angles to each other, and a glass coffee table in the angle. 2 Kirk Little ceramic sculptures stood in the middle of the table. They looked like crippled birds straining for the sky. "Where are her files?" "In, there." The receptionist was ready to panic, but she poked a finger at a line of wood-folding doors. Cheryl crossed to the doors and pulled them back. A half-dozen 4-drawer file cabinets were lined up in an alcove, along with a short table that held an automatic espresso maker and a small refrigerator. "Thank you," Lucas said, nodding at the receptionist. The woman stepped backwards through the door, then turned and ran. "Gonna be some noise," he said. "Tough shit," said Cheryl. Lucas took off his coat, tossed it on a chair, went to the first of the file cabinets, and pulled open a drawer. "Get out of there!" Nancy Wolfe shouted at him. She steamed through the door, her hands out to grab him, push him, or hit him. Lucas set his feet, and when she grabbed him and pushed, he didn't move. Wolfe went backward with a little hop. "If you push me again, I'll arrest you and send you downtown in handcuffs," Lucas said quietly. "Assault on a police officer has a mandatory jail sentence." Wolfe's black eyes were blazing with anger. "You're in my files. You've got no right—" "I've got a subpoena, a search warrant, and the written approval of Dr. Manette's next of kin," Lucas said. "We're gonna look at the files." She stepped toward him again, her hands moving, and Lucas turned just a half-inch and tucked his chin even less, but he saw the flinch in her eyes. She believed he'd hit her back, and she stopped, stepped sideways, and crossed her arms. "You're referring to George Dunn?" "Yes." "George Dunn is hardly close to Andy. Not anymore," Wolfe said. Her face had been white with anger, but now it was reddening with heat. She was an attractive woman in a professorial way. Slender, salt-and-pepper hair. Just a boarding-school touch of makeup. But her red face clashed with her cool mint-green suit and the Hermes scarf at her neck. "I don't believe—" "Mr. Dunn is her husband," Cheryl said. "Andy Manette and her children have been kidnapped, and even though nobody has said it, they may already be dead somewhere."
If they're not, they may be soon, Lucas added. If you try to fuck us around on the records, you'll lose. But the delay could kill your partner and her daughters. Lucas said fuck deliberately to harden the statement, to shock, to keep her on the defensive. Wolf talked right through it. I want to call my attorney. Call him, Lucas said. Wolf looked at him, then spun on a heel and stormed out. When Wolf was gone, Black asked, How solid are we? Solid, but they might find a friendly judge and slow us down, Lucas said. Cheryl nodded and pulled open another file cabinet. Skim everything, get all the names and addresses, read them into your tape recorders, transcribe later. We need speed. If there's a problem, we'll have that much anyway. And if there is a problem, refer it to Tyler down at the county attorney's office and just keep working. When you get all the names on the recorder, go back through the records and look for anything likely. References to violence, to threats, sexual deviation. Males only to start. Where are you going? Cheryl asked. To see some guys about some games, Lucas said. Nancy Wolf met him in the hallway as he was going out. My attorney is on the way. He said for you to leave the files alone until he gets here. Yeah? Well, as soon as your attorney is elevated to the district court, I'll follow his instructions, Lucas said. Then he let some air into his voice. Look, we're not going to persecute your patients. We won't even look at most of them. But we've got to move fast. We've got to. You'll set us back years with some of these people. You'll destroy the trust they've built up with us. The only people they can trust for most of them. And the people who need treatment for sexual deviation or other possibly criminal behavior, they won't be back at all. Not after they hear what you've done. Why do they have to hear? Lucas asked. If you don't make a big deal out of it, nobody'll know except the few people we actually talk to. And with them, we can make it seem like we got the information from someplace else, not deal with the records. She was shaking her head. If you go through those records, I'll feel it incumbent upon me to inform the patients. Lucas tightened up and his voice dropped, got a little gravel. You don't tell them before we look at them. If you do, by God, and one of them turns out to be the kidnapper, I'll charge you as an accomplice to the kidnapping. Wolf's hand went to the Hermes scarf at her throat. That's ludicrous. Is it true that you'll get $500,000 if Andy Manette is dead? Wolf's mouth tightened in a line that might have indicated disgust. Get away from me, she said. She brushed at him with one hand and started down the hall toward Manette's office. Just get away. But as he was going out the door, she shouted down the hall. Who told you that? George? Did George tell you that? Lucas hit a game store in Dinkytown, near the campus of the University of Minnesota, another on Snelling Avenue in St. Paul, then dropped down to South Minneapolis. Air One was run by Marcus Paloma, a refugee from the days of LSD and peyote tea. The shop was just off Chicago, a few blocks below Lake, surrounded by small stucco houses painted in post-war pastels, all crumbling into their crabgrass lawns. Lucas parked and ambled toward the shop. The cool, rain-washed air felt alive around him, the streets clear of their usual dust, the leaves of the trees burning like neon. The shop was exactly the opposite, dim, musty, a little dusty. Bins of comics in plastic sleeves pressed against boxes of used role-playing and war games. Lucite racks of metallic miniatures. Trolls, wizards, thieves, fighters, clerics, and goblins guarded the cash register counter. Marcus Paloma was gaunt, with a goatee and heavy glasses. His thinning gray hair was worn bouffant. He was dressed in a gray sweatsuit with Nike cross-training shoes. He had once finished 8th in the St. Paul Marathon. I got a concept, he shouted down the store, past the bins of comics, when he saw Lucas.
I'm gonna make $1 million. John Mayle was sitting in a folding chair looking through a cardboard box of used D&D modules. He glanced down the store at Lucas and then looked back into the box. 2 other gamers, one of each sex, looked up when Paloma shouted at Lucas. "A feminist role-playing game modeled on Dungeons and Dragons," Paloma said, gradually moderating his voice as he walked toward Lucas. "Set in prehistoric times, but dealing with problems like heterosexual mating and childbirth in an essentially lesbian-oriented setting. I'm calling it The Nest." Lucas laughed. "Marcus, everything you know about feminism you could write on the back of a fucking postage stamp with a laundry pen," he said. The female gamer said, "Profanity is a sign of ignorance," and faced him, waiting to be challenged. Marcus, coming up the store, said, "That was an obscenity, sweetheart, not a profanity. Get your shit straight. That's a vulgarity, by the way. Shit is." To Lucas, he said, "How you been? Shoot anybody lately?" "Not for several days," Lucas said. They shook, and Lucas added, "You're looking good." "Thanks." Marcus's face was its usual dusty gray. "I'm watching my diet. I've eliminated all fats except a tablespoon of extra virgin olive oil on salad at noon." "Yeah?" "Yeah. Could you sign some stock since you're here?" "Sure." "Hey, are you Davenport?" the female gamer asked. She was a dark-haired high school senior, quivering with caffeine. "Yes." "I've got blades at home. I'd love you to sign it." "You still got the book on that?" Marcus asked the girl. "Sure," the girl said. "I'll get him to sign a book on a used one, and you bring yours in, and we'll trade," Marcus said. "Dude," said the girl. "Marcus, we gotta go in the back," Lucas said. "I need to talk for a minute." "All right, let me get those games." He stepped over to the cash register stand, took a half-dozen boxes off a rack, walked to the used bin, and picked up 2 more, and led Lucas down the length of the store into the back. Just before ducking through a gray curtain into his office, he called back to the girl. "Keep an eye on the desk, will you, Carol?" The office was filled with cardboard shipping boxes. A roll-top desk was shoved into a corner, buried under 10 pounds of unopened junk mail. There were 3 chairs, 1 overstuffed and comfortable, 2 folding, covered with green vinyl. The room smelled of old newsprint and slightly stale cat food. A fat red tabby was lying on the back ledge of the roll-top. The cat looked at Lucas and Lucas's gray silk suit and seemed to think about it. "Sit down," Paloma said, waving one hand expansively. "Damn cat is sitting on my orders. Get off there, Benny." They talked the games business for a minute or 2. Who was winning, who was losing, the sales wars. "Listen, Marcus, something's up," Lucas said. He leaned forward and tapped Paloma on the knee. "Sure. Cop business?" Paloma had done a little snitching for Lucas. "Yeah." "You heard about that shrink getting snatched, and her kids? Big news in the Strib this morning?" "Yeah, I saw that," Paloma said, amazed. "Took her right out of the parking lot." "The guy who did it might be a gamer," Lucas said. "A gamer?" Paloma asked doubtfully. Another cat came out of the back, a gray one, a solemn female. Marcus picked her up and scratched her ears, and she stared at Lucas with her yellow eyes. "Yeah, big guy wearing a Gen Con t-shirt, middle 20s. Probably strong, like a bodybuilder. Has a violent streak. Blonde, shoulder-length hair." "Nice, Dexy," Paloma said to the cat. Then he shook his head, slowly thinking. "Not really. Big and tough, huh? That doesn't sound like too many gamers." He scratched his nose, thinking. Except... Who? The guy out there now. He's a big guy. Paloma nodded toward the door to the front. Pretty tough looking. And I think I've seen him in a Gen Con shirt. Where? Sitting down? He was kind of short. Lucas looked toward the curtain that separated the office from the sales floor. He was sitting in an old folding chair. He's probably 6'4", maybe 220. Strong as a bull, Paloma said. Lucas stepped toward the door. What's his name? I don't know. I've seen him 2 or 3 times before. Never said much to me. Have you ever seen his car? No, not that I know of, Paloma said. Huh, Lucas said. He went back through the door in a hurry, but the dark-haired man was no longer sitting in the chair. To the girl, he said, Where did that guy go? The guy who was sitting over there. She shook her head. He left. You gonna sign a book for me? Who is he? You know him? Lucas hurried toward the street door. Nope, never saw him before, she said. Why? How about you? He called back to the male gamer. You know him? Nope, I'm with her. Out on the sidewalk, Lucas went to the corner and looked all 4 ways down the intersecting streets. No van in sight. Nothing but a green Mazda, driven by a red-headed woman in a green dress who seemed to be lost. How long had they been talking in the back? 4 or 5 minutes, no more. And the guy had gone, disappeared in that time. Lucas stood on the street corner, wondering. The parking garage that had once faced the back entrance to City Hall had been raised, and Lucas left the Porsche on the street. Paloma, who'd been following in a Studebaker Golden Hawk, found another space a half-block further on. As they walked back toward City Hall, they could hear the City Hall bell ringer playing You Are My Sunshine, the tune clanging out above police headquarters. A thin man fell in step with them. As Lucas turned to him, Sloane said, looking up at the bell tower, Hope there are no fucking acid heads around right now. Lucas grinned. That would be hard to explain to yourself. You are my sunshine banging around your brain. Makes me want to jump off the tower. And I'm not even high, Paloma said. Cheryl caught them in the hallway outside Lucas's office. She was carrying a manila file. We got a problem. She glanced at Paloma, then turned back to Lucas. We need to talk, now. What? They got a court order? Lucas asked. No, but you're not gonna like it. Lucas turned to Sloane. Marcus is here to look at the composite on the Manette kidnapper. He might want to add some stuff. Could you get him down there? Sure, Sloane said, and to Marcus, Let's go. Lucas opened his office, nodded Cheryl into a chair, and hung his coat and jacket on an old-fashioned oak coat rack. Tell me, he said, and he decided that he liked the tomboy with great breasts look. He'd never hit on Cheryl, and now couldn't think how he'd missed her. There's a guy named Darrell Aldous, a senior vice president at Jodrell National, Cheryl said. He's been diddling little boys in his scout troop. Lucas frowned. Does this have anything... No, nothing to do with Andy Manette, except that she hasn't reported the guy. And that's a felony. What's happening is what everybody was afraid was going to happen. Aldous admits in here, Cheryl slapped the file, that he's had several sexual contacts with boys, and he's trying to get himself cured. If we go after him, a defense attorney is going to tell him to get the hell out of therapy and don't say shit to anybody. Since all we've got is her notes, nothing on tape, we really don't have that strong a case, not without her to back them up. We could put the sex guys on it, have them start talking to kids. Do we have any of the kids' names? Lucas asked. No, but if we went in hard, I'm sure we could find some, she said. God damn it. Lucas opened a desk drawer and put his feet on it. I didn't want this. The press is going to be on us like a hot sweat, Cheryl said. This guy is big enough that if we bust him, it'll be front-page stuff. In that case, we ought to do the right thing. Yeah, and what's that? Cheryl asked. Beats the shit out of me, Lucas said. You figure it out, she said. She handed him the file. I'm going to go back and look at the rest of it. I wouldn't be surprised if Black hasn't already found more of these things. This was like the 4th file I looked at. But nothing on Manette? So far, no, but Nancy Wolfe. Yeah? She says you're a bully, Cheryl said. Lucas unloaded the Aldous file on the chief, who treated it like a live rattlesnake. Give me a couple of suggestions, Rue said. Sit on it. While this guy is diddling little boys? He hasn't done any diddling lately, and I don't want to start a fucking pie fight right in the middle of the Manette thing. All right. She looked at the file, half closed her eyes. I'll confer with Frank Lester, and he can assign it to an appropriate officer for preliminary assessments of the veracity of the material. Exactly, Lucas said. Under the rug, at least for now. How are the politics shaking out? I briefed the family again, me and Lester, on the overnights. Manette looked like death had kissed him on the lips. Sloane caught Lucas in the corridor. Your friend the doper looked at the composite. He says it could be our guy. Son of a bitch, Lucas said. He put his hands over his eyes as if shielding them from a bright light. He was right there. I didn't even see his face. Grieve had on a fresh bluish suit. Lester's eyes were red-rimmed from lack of sleep. They giving you shit? Lucas asked, stepping into homicide. Yeah, Lester said, straightening up. What do you got? Lucas gave him a 1-minute rundown. It could have been him. And it could have been Lawrence of Iowa, Grieve said. Lester handed over the composite sketch based on information from Girdler and the girl. Had a hell of a time getting them to agree on anything, Lester said. I have a feeling that our eyewitnesses... what's the word I'm looking for? Suck, said Grieve. That's it, Lester said. Our eyewitnesses suck. Maybe my guy can add something, Lucas said. The face in the composite was tough and carried a blankness that might have reflected a lack of information or stone craziness. Did Anderson tell you about the Gen Con shirt? Yeah, Lester nodded. He stretched, yawned, and said, We're trying to get a list of people who registered for the convention the past couple of years, hotel registrations. Did you see the Star Tribune this morning? Yeah, but I missed the television last night, Lucas said. I understand they got a little exercised. Lester snorted. They were hysterical. Lucas shrugged. She's a white, professional, upper-middle-class woman from a moneyed family. That's the hysteria button. If it was a black woman, there'd be one scratch-ass guy with a pencil. A phone rang in the empty lieutenant's office, and Grieve got up and wandered over, picked it up on the 4th ring, looked back toward Lucas. Hey, Lucas, you got a call. The guy says it's an emergency, a Dr. Morton. Lucas, puzzled, shook his head and said, Never heard of him. Grieve shrugged, waved the phone. Well? Lucas said, Jesus, weather? He took the phone from Grieve. Davenport. Lucas Davenport? A man's voice, young, but with back gravel in it, like a pot smoker's rasp. Yes? There was silence, and Lucas said, Dr. Morton? No, not really. I just told them that so you'd answer the phone. The man stopped talking, waiting for a question. Lucas felt a small tingle at the back of his throat. Well? Well, I got those people, Andy Manette and her kids, and I saw in the paper that you're investigating, and I thought I ought to call you, 'cause I'm one of your fans. Like, I play your games. You took them? Mrs. Manette and her daughters? Who the hell is this? Lucas dosed his voice with impatience while frantically waving at the other two. Lester grabbed a phone. Grieve looked this way and that, not sure of what to do, then hurried to his cubicle, and a second later came back with a tape recorder with a suction cup pickup. Lucas nodded, and while Mail talked, Grieve licked the suction cup, stuck it on the earpiece of the phone, and started the recorder. "I'm sort of the dungeon master in this little game," John Mail was saying. "I thought maybe you'd like to roll the dice and get started." "This is bullshit," Lucas said, stretching for time. Lester was talking urgently into his telephone. "We run into you assholes every time something like this gets in the paper. So listen to this, pal. You want to get your face on TV, you're going to have to do it on your own. I'm not going to help." "You don't believe me?" Mail was perplexed. Lucas said, "I'll believe you if you can tell me one thing about the Manettes that's not in the newspaper or on television." "Andy's got a scar like a rocket ship," Mail said. "A rocket ship?" "That's what I said. An old German V2 with a flame coming out of the ass end. You can ask her old man where it is." Lucas closed his eyes. "Are they all right?" "We've had a casualty," John Mail said offhandedly. "Anyway, I gotta go before you trace this and send a cop car. But I'll call back to see how you're doing. Do you have a cellular phone?" "Yes." "Give me the number." Lucas recited the number, and Mail repeated it. "You better carry it with you," he said. Then, "This really turns my crank, Davenport. Okay, so roll a D20. "What?" "On your Zen dice." Okay. Just a minute." In the office, Lester was bent over the desk, talking urgently into the phone. Lucas said, "I'm rolling. I get a 4. "Ah, that's a good roll. Here's the clue. Go ye to the Nethinims and check 'em out. Got that?" "No." "Well then, tough shit," Mail said. "Doesn't look like you're gonna do too well." "We're already doing well. We knew you were a gamer," Lucas said. "We've been on your ass since last night." Mail exhaled impatiently, then said, "You got lucky, that's all." "Not luck. You're fucking up on the details, pal. You'd be a hell of a lot better off." "Don't tell me how I'd be better off. Not one fucking guy in a million would have recognized that shirt. Blind fucking luck." And he was gone. Lucas turned to Lester, who was working 2 phones at once. After a moment he put one down, then the other, looked up at Lucas, shook his head. "Not enough time. Jesus, half the people in town have caller ID, and we're still calling up the company for traces," Lucas said. "Why don't we get a goddamn caller ID like half the civilians in the state?" "Well," Lester said. He shrugged. He didn't know why. "Was it him?" "I'd bet on it," Lucas said. He told Lester about the scar like a rocket ship. "What, you think it's on her ass or something?" "That's what I think," Lucas said. "We better check with Dunn. But the way he said it, that's what I think. And he said they'd had a casualty. I think somebody's dead." "Ah, shit," Lester said. They went over Greaves' tape together, 3 or 4 other cops gathering around to listen. They played it through once without interruption, then went back and listened to pieces. They could hear cars in the background. "Payphone at a busy intersection. Big fucking help," Lester said. "And what's a D20? And who are the Nethinims?" "D20s are 20-sided dice. Gamers use them," Lucas said. "I don't know about the Netho-whatchamacallits." "Sounds like some kind of street gang, but I never heard of them," Grieve said. "Play it again." As they rewound the tape, Lucas said, "He knew about the shirt. Who'd we tell?" "Nobody. I mean, the family, maybe, and the kid knows. And probably that fucking Girdler. We'd better see if we can get a tape of that radio show, see if what all he talked about. And maybe that goddamn kid is talking to the press. Everybody else is blabbing." Grieve punched the tape, and they listened to it again, and Grieve said, "Yeah, he said Nethinims, Nethinims, or Nethanims. Lucas looked in the phone book. Lester tried directory assistance. "Nothing." Lucas, walking around, staring at the ceiling, came back to Lester. "Was I on the news? In the paper about being on the case?" Lester showed a thin grin. Lucas attracted a lot of publicity over the years. Sometimes it chafed. "No. This guy said he knew I was investigating because he'd seen it in the paper." "Well, we got the Pioneer Press around here somewhere, and all kinds of Star Tribunes you could look, but I don't think so. I read the stories." "TV or radio?" He shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe. They know you by sight. They know your car. There were all kinds of reporters around that school. Or maybe somebody interviewed Manette or Dunn and they mentioned something. Or that guy on the radio last night." "Huh." And he thought about the kid he'd seen in the game store that morning, sitting down. The kid who'd left so quickly, who looked like the right guy. "You want me to check out these Nethinims dudes?" Grieve asked. Lucas turned to him, nodded. Grieve was okay with books. "Yeah. If you ask around and nobody knows, check a couple of game stores and see if it's a new game character or set. Then check, like, Tolkien's Ring Cycle, Lord of the Rings, all that. There are a couple of science fiction stores in town. Call and talk to a clerk, see if anybody recognizes the name from a book series. A fantasy series, probably." "The guy sounds like a smart little wise-ass," Lester said. "Yeah," Lucas nodded, "and he can't help proving it. He'll last 5 days or a week. I just hope somebody's left alive when we get him." Chapter 7. The rape had done something to her, beyond the obvious. Had damaged her. When Mail had finished with her, she was panicked, injured, in pain, but generally coherent. When Mail had taken Genevieve, she had argued with him, pleaded. An hour after that, she began to drift. She curled on the mattress, stopped talking to Grace, closed her eyes, trembled, shuddered, tightened into a ball. She lost the most elemental sense of what was going on, how much time was passing, where sounds came from, who was in the cell with her. Grace came to her several times, gave her strawberry soda, tried to get her to eat, took off her own coat, and gave it to her mother. This last, the coat, Andy found useful. She huddled under it, away from the naked light bulb, the porta-potty, the stark gray walls. With the coat over her head, she could almost believe she was at home, dreaming. She seemed to wake a few times, and she spoke with both Grace and Genevieve, and once with George. Sometimes she felt her mind drifting above herself like a cloud. She watched her body huddled on the mattress and wondered why. But sometimes she felt needle-sharp. She opened her eyes and looked at her knees, pulled up tight to her chin, and felt herself clever not to come out from under the coat. Beneath it all, she knew her mind simply wasn't functioning correctly. This, she thought during a passing moment of rationality, was insanity. She had been outside of it for years. This was the first time she had been inside. Once she had a dream or a vision. Several men, friendly but hurried, wearing technicians' or scientists' coats, lowered her into a steel cylinder with an interior the size of a phone booth. When she was inside, a steel cap with interlocking flanges was lowered on top of the cylinder to seal it off. One of the technicians, an intelligent, soft-spoken man with blonde hair, glasses, and an easy German accent, said, "You'll only have to last through the heat. If you make it through the heat, you'll be all right." Some kind of protection dream, she thought, during one of the lucid moments. The blonde man, she thought, she had seen in a Mercedes-Benz commercial or a BMW ad. But the man wasn't the thing. The cylinder was. Nobody, nothing could get at her in the cylinder. After a very long time of wandering in and out of consciousness, she closed in on herself, found a ray of rationality, followed it to a kind of spark, and sat up. Grace was sitting on the concrete floor facing the computer monitor. The screen was blank. "Grace, are you all right?" Andy was whispering. Grace reflexively looked up at the ceiling, as though the whisper might have come from the outside, from God. Then she looked over her shoulder at Andy. "Mom?" "Yes." Andy rolled up to a sitting position. "Mom, are you—" "I'm getting better," Andy said, shaking. Grace crawled toward her. Her slender daughter looked even thinner, like a winter-hungry fox. "Geez, Mom, you were arguing with Daddy for a while." "John Mayle beat me up." "He raped me," Andy said. She simply let the word out. Grace had to know what was happening, had to help. "I know." Grace looked away, tears trickling down her cheek. "But you're better?" "I think so." Andy pushed herself up to her knees, then stepped off the mattress, shakily, one hand on the wall. Her legs felt like cheese, thick, soft, unreliable, until the blood began to flow again. She pulled her skirt up, pulled her blouse together. He'd taken her bra. She remembered that. The assault was coming back. She turned her back to her daughter, pulled up her skirt, pulled down her underpants, looked inside. Just a spot of blood. She wasn't badly torn. "Are you okay?" Grace whispered. "I think so." "What are we going to do?" Grace asked. "What about Genevieve?" "Genevieve? My God, Genevieve!" "We've got to think," Andy said, turning around to look at her daughter again. She knelt on the mattress, pulled Grace's head close to her lips, and whispered, "The first thing we've got to do is find out if he's listening to us, or if we can talk. We have to keep talking, but I want you to get on my shoulders, and I'm going to try to stand up. Then I want you to look at the ceiling, see if there's anything that might be, a microphone. It probably won't be very sophisticated. He'd just stick a tape recorder microphone in one of the air holes or something." Grace nodded, and Andy said out loud, "I don't think I'm too hurt, but I need some sleep." "So just lie down for a while," Grace said. Andy squatted, and Grace stepped over her shoulders. She probably weighed 80 pounds, Andy thought. She had to push herself up with help from the wall, but she got straight, and they walked back and forth through the room, Grace's head almost at the ceiling, the girl dragging her fingers across the dark wooden boards, probing into corners, poking her fingers into the air holes in the concrete walls. Finally she whispered, "Okay!" And Andy squatted again, and Grace got off, shook her head. She'd found nothing. Andy put her lips close to Grace's ear again. "I'm going to say some things about John Mayle. We want to see if he refers to what I say when he comes down next time. Ask me a question about him. Ask me why he's doing this." Grace nodded. "Mom, why is Mr. Mayle doing this? Why is he hurting you?" The question sounded phony, artificial, but maybe on a crude tape it'd be okay. Andy counted out a long, thoughtful pause. "I believe he's compensating for sexual problems he had when he was a child. His parents made it worse. He had a stepfather who'd beat him with a club." "You mean he's a sex pervert?" Andy shook her in a warning. "Don't push it too far." "There's always the possibility that he has a straightforward medical problem, a hormone imbalance that we simply don't understand. We did tests, and he seemed normal enough, but we didn't have the tools back then that we do now." Grace nodded and said, "I hope he doesn't hurt us anymore." Andy said, "So do I. Now try to sleep." They felt him coming, a sense of impact, a heavy body moving around. Then they heard him on the cellar steps, the footfalls muffled and far away. Grace huddled into her, and Andy felt her mind beginning to slip. No, she had to hold on. Then the door opened. The scraping of the slide lock, the squeak of the hinge. Grace said, "Don't let him take me alone like Genevieve." Mayle's eye appeared at the crack of the door, took them in. Then he closed the door again, and she heard another rattle, a chain. She hadn't heard that before, hadn't seen that when she was outside. He had 2 locks, so they couldn't rush the door. "Don't move," he said. He was wearing jeans and an olive-colored shirt with a collar, the first time they'd seen him in anything but a T-shirt. He had 2 microwave meals on plastic plates with plastic spoons. He left them on the floor and backed away. "Where's Genevieve?" Andy asked, pushing herself up. She gripped her blouse button line with her left hand. She did it unthinkingly and only noticed when she saw Mayle pick it up. "Dropped her at the Hudson Mall," Mayle said. "Told her to find a cop." "I don't believe you," Andy said. "Well, I did," Mayle said, but his eyes shifted and a black dread grew in Andy's heart. Then, "They've got Davenport looking for us." "Davenport?" "He's a big cop in Minneapolis," Mayle said. He seemed impressed. "He writes games." "Games?" She was confused. "Yeah, you know. War games and role-playing games and some computer games. He's like this rich dude now, and he's a cop." "Oh," she put her fingertips to her lips. "I have heard of him." "Do you know him?" "I called him," Mayle said. "I talked to him." "You mean today?" "About 2 hours ago." He was proud of himself. "Did you tell him about Genevieve?" Again he looked away. "Nah. I called him from this Walmart right after I dropped her off. He probably didn't know about her yet." Andy hadn't fully recovered from the attack and felt less than completely sharp, but she pushed herself to understand the man, what he was saying, and she thought she saw fear, or possibly uncertainty. "This Davenport, are you afraid of him?" "Fuck no. "I'll kick his ass," Mail said. "He's not going to find us." "Isn't he supposed to be mean? Wasn't he fired for brutality or something, beating up a suspect?" "Pimp," Mail said. "He beat up a pimp because the guy cut one of his stoolies." "Doesn't sound like somebody you'd want to challenge," Andy suggested. "I wouldn't think you'd want to play with him, if that's what you're doing." "That's sort of what I'm doing," Mail said. He laughed, seemed lifted by the thought. Then, "I'll see you later. Eat the food, it's good." And he was gone. After a moment, Grace crawled over to one of the plates, poked the food, tasted it. "It's not very warm," Andy said, "but we need it. We'll eat it all." "What if he poisoned it?" "He doesn't have to poison it," Andy said coolly. Grace looked at her, then nodded. They carried the plates back to the mattress, and in a second they were gobbling it down. Grace stopped long enough to get 2 cans of strawberry soda, passed one to her mother, glanced at the porta-potty. "God, I'm gonna hate going." Andy stopped eating, looked at the pot, then at her daughter. A daughter of privilege. She had had a private bathroom since she was old enough to sleep in her own room. "Grace," she said, "we are in a desperately bad situation. We're trying to stay alive until the police find us, so we eat his food and we aren't embarrassed by each other. We just try to hang on the best we can." "Right," Grace said, "but I wish Genevieve was here." Andy choked, forced herself to hold it down. Genevieve, she thought, might be dead, but Grace couldn't be told that. She had to protect Grace. "Listen, honey." "She could be dead," Grace said, her eyes wide like an owl's. "God, I hope she's not." She put down her spoon and began to cry, and Andy started to comfort her, but then dropped her plate, and she began to cry as well. A few seconds later, Grace crawled next to her, and they huddled together, weeping. And Andy's mind flashed back to the night when they'd all sprawled on the upstairs rug, laughing, after Genevieve's, "God, that guy was really hung." Much later, Grace said, "He didn't say anything about being a sex pervert." "He's not listening," Andy said. "He hadn't heard it." "So what are we going to do?" "We have to judge him," Andy said. "If we think he's going to kill us, we have to attack him. We have to think about the best ways to do that." "He's too strong." "But we have to try. And maybe, I don't know. Listen, John Mayle is a very smart boy, but maybe we can manipulate him." "How?" "I've been thinking about that. If he's talking to this Davenport person, maybe we can send a message." "How?" Andy sighed. "I don't know. Not yet." John Mayle came back an hour later. Again they felt him coming before they heard him, the vibration of a body on the stairs. He opened the door as he had before, carefully. Andy and Grace were on the mattress. He looked at them both, his gaze lingering on Grace until she looked away, and then he said to Andy, "Come out." Chapter 8. Lucas spent the early afternoon reading the papers, then tripping around to the television stations. After his last stop, he called into Homicide and asked that Sloan be sent to meet him at Nancy Wolf's office. When Lucas arrived at Wolf's, Sloan was examining the same NSX that Lucas had cruised in the morning. "Heavy metal," he said as he slouched over to Lucas. "Makes the Porsche look like a fucking Packard." Sloan was a thin man, a man who looked at the world sideways with a skeptical grin. He liked brown suits and had several of varied intensity. In the summer, he leaned toward off-tans and not-quite-beiges and striped neckties and straw hats. In the winter, he went for darker tones and felt hats. He'd just shifted to winter wear and was a dark spot in the parking lot. "The NSX could bite you on the ass," Lucas said, looking at the car. He flipped the engagement ring in the air, caught it, and slipped it over the end of his thumb. The stone sparkled like high-rent fire. "What are we doing?" Sloan asked. "Good guy, bad guy with Nancy Wolf, Manette's partner. You're the good guy." "What has she got to do with it?" "You know about the call from the asshole?" Lucas asked. "Yeah, Lester played the tape for me." "I've been running around asking questions," Lucas said. "Nobody, none of the papers, none of the stations, carried anything about the shirt. Nobody had anything about me working the case. The only people who knew outside the department were the family and a few people close to the family. Wolf, a lawyer." "Christ," Sloan scratched his head. "You think somebody's talking to him? The asshole?" "Maybe. I can explain him knowing about me," Lucas said. "I can't explain the shirt, unless he made a pretty big intuitive leap." "Huh." They passed the chewing gum sculpture. Sloan looked up at it and asked, "How about Miranda?" "Yep. We do the whole thing. And she asks for an attorney, we say fine. I'm going after her pretty hard. We want to shake her up. Same thing for the rest of the family when we get to them." "Lucas! Hey, Lucas!" They'd started across the bridge, stopped for just a second to look at the koi, heard the woman's voice, turned, and saw Jan Reed hurrying across the street. A TV van was making an illegal U-turn that would take it into the parking lot. "This one makes my dick hard," Sloan muttered. Reed had large dark eyes, auburn hair that fell to her shoulders, and long, tanned legs. She wore a plum suit and matching shoes, and carried a Gucci shoulder bag. She had a slight overbite, a tiny lisp added to her charm. "Are you working this?" Lucas asked as Reed came up. "This is—" "Detective Sloan, of course," Reed said. She took Sloan's hand, gave him a 200-watt smile. Then to Lucas, "I'm trying for an interview with Nancy Wolf. I understand her records were subpoenaed this morning by the local Nazis." "That was me," Lucas said. Reed's smile widened slightly. She'd known. "Really? Well, why'd you do that?" Lucas glanced toward the truck and then said to Reed, Jan, you've got a sleazy, unethical microphone in the truck, don't you? I mean, my golly, that's very slimy. A really tacky, disgusting, snake-like invasion of my privacy. In fact, it's very close to criminal. It may even be criminal." Reed sighed. "Lucas." Lucas leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Go fuck yourself." She leaned close to his ear and said, "I like the basic concept, but I hate flying solo." Lucas, backing away, felt the ring in his pocket and said, "Come on, Sloan. Let's see if we can get to Mrs. Wolf before the media does." "God damn it, Lucas," Reed said, and she stamped her foot. Inside, Sloane asked, "Do you really think they had a mic?" "I'm sure they did," Lucas said. "Do you think they heard what I said? About Reed making my dick hard?" "No question about it," Lucas said, biting back a grin. "And they'll use it, too, the treacherous assholes." "You're giving me shit, man. Don't give me shit. I need to know." The receptionist looked like she wanted to hide when she saw Lucas and Sloane coming down the hall. Lucas asked to see Wolfe, and she said, "Dr. Wolfe is with a patient. She should be finished—" She looked at a desk clock. "In 5 minutes or so. I hate to interrupt." "When she's done," Lucas said, "we'll be in Dr. Manette's office." Cheryl and Black were sitting on the floor, working through a pile of manila folders. "Anything new?" Lucas asked. "Hey, Sloane," said Cheryl. "These people are nuts," Black said, patting a small stack of folders. "These are neurotic," he pointed toward another, larger stack. "And the big stack are just fucked up," he said, pointing at a third pile. "Some of the nuts are in jail or in hospitals. Some of them we don't know about. When we get one, we call it downtown." "What are we doing about the bank guy?" Cheryl asked. "I unloaded it on the chief," Lucas said. "Did you find any more of those?" "Maybe. There are a couple where it seems like she's getting cute. Cryptic notes. References to other files which we haven't found. There are computer files somewhere, but we haven't found the disks. Anderson's going to come down and take a crack at her system." She nodded at an IBM computer on a credenza behind Manette's desk.
This ends Disc 3. Mind Prey, Disc 4.
Wolfe walked in then, her face grim, her anger barely suppressed, and faced Lucas. Her arms were straight to her sides, her fists clenched. "What do you want?" "We need to ask you some questions," Lucas said. "Should I get my attorney?" Lucas shrugged. "It's up to you. I do have to warn you. You have a right to an attorney." Wolfe went pale as Lucas recited the Miranda warning. "You're serious?" Lucas nodded. "Yes, we're very serious, Dr. Wolfe." Sloane broke in, his voice cheerful, placating. "We really are just asking basic stuff. I mean, you have to make the decision. But we're not going to sweat you, Ms. Wolfe. I mean, we're not going to pull a light down over your head. We're just trying to figure out a few angles. If this wasn't done by one of her patients, why was it done? It was obviously planned, so it wasn't just some maniac picking people at random. We need to know who would benefit." "This man," Wolfe, talking to Sloane, jabbed a finger at Lucas, "suggested this morning that I would benefit from Andy's death. I resent that. Andy's my dearest friend, a lifelong friend. She's been my best friend since college, and if something should happen to her, it would be a personal disaster, not a benefit. And I bitterly—" Sloane glanced at Lucas, shook his head, looked back at Wolfe, and said, "Sometimes Lucas and I don't see eye to eye on these things." "Sloane," Lucas said in a warning tone. But Sloane held up a hand. "He's not a bad guy," Sloane said to Wolfe. "But he's a street guy. I'm sure he didn't mean to offend you, but sometimes he sort of overstates things." Lucas let the irritation show. "Hey, Sloane!" But Sloane put up a warning hand. "We're really just looking for facts, not trying to put pressure on you. We're trying to find out if anyone would benefit from Andy Manette's death or disappearance. And we don't mean you. At least, I don't." Wolfe was shaking her head. "I don't see how anybody would benefit. I would get some key person insurance if Andy died, but that wouldn't make up for the loss, financially or emotionally. I would imagine that George Dunn would get quite a bit. You know, she started out with all the money in her family. George would be a carpenter someplace if he hadn't married Andy."
Can we do this down in your office? We should be someplace a little more private, huh? Sloane asked winningly. On the way to Wolf's office, with Wolf several steps ahead, Sloane leaned to Lucas and muttered, "You know that Cheryl? She makes my dick hard, too. I think something's going on with my dick." "That's not what you'd call a big change," Lucas said. He flipped the ring in the air and caught it. Cheryl. Cheryl was nice. So was Jan Reed. And he most certainly would have bundled Reed off to his cabin if it hadn't been for weather. Lucas liked women, liked them a lot, maybe too much. And that was another item on the long list of mental questions he had about marriage. He was always shocked when a married friend went after another woman. That never seemed right. If you hadn't made the commitment, all right. Do anything you wanted. But now, with the possibility of marriage looming, would he miss the hunt? Would he miss it enough to betray Weather? Would he even be considering this question if he should ask her to marry him? On the other hand, he really didn't want Reed. He didn't want Cheryl. He only wanted Weather. "What's wrong?" Sloane asked quietly. "Huh?" Lucas started. "You looked like you'd had a stroke or something," Sloane said. They were just outside Wolf's office, and Sloane was staring at him curiously. Nothing. Lot of stuff going on," Lucas said. Sloane grinned. "Yeah." Wolf's office was a mirror of Manette's, with furniture of the same style and the same files and coffee niche in one wall. Sloane was charming and got Wolf talking. She didn't like George Dunn. Dunn was facing imminent divorce, Wolf said. If Andy died, not only would he inherit and collect any life insurance, he would also save half of his own fortune. That's what she'd get. When they got married, he had the shirt on his back, and that was all. He made all of his money since they were married, and you know Minnesota divorce law. Tower Manette wouldn't get anything from his daughter's death, Wolf said, except at the end of a long string of unlikely circumstances. Andy and both the children would have to die, and George Dunn would have to be convicted of the crime. "All you would get is the key man insurance?" Lucas asked. "That's right." "Who'd take Dr. Manette's patients?" Wolf looked exasperated. "I would, Mr. Davenport, and I'd make a little money on them. And as quickly as I could, I'd bring somebody else in to handle them. I have a full slate right now. I simply couldn't handle her patient load, not by myself. So there's the insurance and the patients." "God damn it," Wolf said. "I hate these insinuations." "They're not insinuations. We're talking serious money, and you're not being very forthcoming," Lucas rasped. All right, said Sloane. "Take it easy, Lucas." They talked for half an hour, but got very little more. As they were leaving, Wolf said to Lucas, "I'm sure you've heard about the lawsuit." "No. We've gone to court to repossess our records," she said. Lucas shrugged. "That's not my problem. The lawyers can sort it out." "What you're doing is shameful," she said. "Tell that to Andy Manette and her kids, if we get them back." "I'm sure Andy would agree with our position," Wolf said. "We'd review the records and pass on anything that might be significant." "You aren't cops," Lucas snapped. "What's significant to cops might not be significant to shrinks." "You aren't doing much good," Wolf snapped back. "As far as I know, you haven't detected a thing." Lucas took the composite drawing from his pocket. The accumulated memories of 2 eyewitnesses and Marcus Paloma, the game store owner. "Do you know this man?" Wolf took the picture, frowned, shook her head. "No,
I don't think so. But he does look sort of generic. Who is he? The kidnapper, Lucas said. That's what we've detected so far.
There's a woman who doesn't think the sun shines out of your ass, Sloane said as they walked down the hall.
Yeah, that's what? Lucas didn't mind being disliked, but sometimes the taste was sour. 6,000 that we know of?
I think it's 8,000, Sloane said.
Does she make your dick hard? Lucas asked.
No, Sloane said.
He pushed through the door outside.
She's the one with the hard-on, and it ain't for me.
After a moment, Sloane said,
Where now? Manette's?
Yeah. Jesus, I can feel the time passing. Lucas stopped to look at the koi hovering in the pond, their gill flaps slowly opening and closing. Mellow, the koi. And he felt like somebody had stacked another brick on his chest. Manette and the kids. Jesus. Tower Manette again said that Dunn would get everything unless he was convicted of a part in the crime.
Do you think he could do it? Sloane asked.
I don't know about the kids, Tower said. He took a turn around the carpet, nibbling at a thumbnail. He always acted like he loved the kids, but basically George Dunn could do anything. Suppose he hired some cretin who was supposed to take Andy, and instead the guy takes all of them because they're witnesses in this screwed-up kidnapping. George would hardly be in a position to tell you about it. I don't think so, said Helen Manette. Her face was lined with worry, her eyes confused. I always liked George. More than Tower did, anyway. I think if he was in on this, he'd make sure that the kids weren't hurt. Manette stopped, turned on a heel, poked a finger at Lucas. I really think you're barking up the wrong tree. You should be out looking for crazy people, not trying to figure out who'd benefit. We're working every angle we can find, Lucas said. We're working everything. Are you getting anything? Anything at all? Some things. We've got a picture of the kidnapper, Lucas said. What? Can I see it? Lucas took the picture out of his pocket. The Manettes looked at it, and both shook their heads at the same time. Don't know him, Tower said. And nobody benefits from her death except George Dunn. Well, Helen Manette said hesitantly, I hate to...
What? Sloane asked. We'll take anything.
Well, Nancy Wolfe. The Key Man insurance isn't the only thing she'd get. They have a partnership and 6 associates. If Andy disappeared, she'd get the business, along with the insurance money. That's ridiculous, Tower Manette said. Nancy's an old friend of the family. She's Andy's oldest friend. Who dated George Dunn before Andy took him away, Helen said. And their business. They've done very well.
But Dr. Wolfe says that if Andy was gone, she'd just have to hire another associate, Sloane said.
Sure she would, Helen said. But instead of a partnership, she'd be a sole owner, and she'd get a piece of everybody's action. The word action tripped easily from Helen Manette's mouth, out of place for a woman in this house, too close to the street. Nancy Wolfe would make out.
Another happy couple, Sloane said on the way to the car. Helen is a tarantula disguised as Betty Crocker, and Tower looked like somebody was pulling a trot line out of his ass. Yeah, but that partnership business... Wolf didn't exactly tell us everything, did she? George Dunn had 2 offices. One was furnished in contemporary cherry furniture with leather chairs, a deep wine carpet, and original duck stamp art on the walls. The desk was clear of everything but an appointment pad and a large, dark wooden box for cigars. The other office, in the back of the building, had a commercial carpet on the floor, fluorescent lighting, a dozen desks and drafting tables with computer terminals, and 2 women and 2 men working in shirt sleeves. Dunn sat at a U-shaped desk littered with paper, a telephone to his ear. When he saw Lucas and Sloane, he said a few last words into the phone and dropped it on the hook. "Okay, everybody. Everybody knows what to do? Tom will run things. Clarice will handle traffic. I'll be back as soon as we find Andy and the kids." He took Lucas and Sloane down to the green leather office where they could talk. "I've turned everything over to the guys until this is done with," he said. "Have you heard anything at all?" "We've had a couple of odd incidents. We think we have a picture of the kidnapper, but we don't know his name." Lucas showed the picture to Dunn, who studied it, scratched his forehead. "There was a guy, a carpenter. God damn, he looks something like this. He's got those lips." "What's his name? Any reason to think?" Dick. Dunn scratched his forehead again. Settle? Dick Settle. He thought he ought to be a foreman, and when he didn't get a job that opened up, he got pissed and quit. He was mad, but that was last winter. He went around saying he was going to clean my clock, but nothing ever came of it. You know where we could find him? Payroll would have an address. He's married. He lives over in South St. Paul somewhere, but I don't know. He's an older guy than what you were talking about. He's maybe 35, 40. "Where's Payroll?" Sloane asked. "Down the hall on your left." "I'll get it," Sloane said to Lucas. As Sloane left, Dunn picked up his phone, poked a button, and said, "A cop is on his way down. Give him whatever he needs on Dick Settle. He's a carpenter, worked on the Woodbury project until last winter. January, I think." Yeah. When he hung up, Lucas said, "We're talking to everybody, all over again. We're asking who'd win if Andy Manette's dead. Your name keeps coming up." "Fuck those people," Dunn snarled. He banged a large fist in the middle of the leather appointment pad. "Fuck 'em." Lucas said, "They say that Andy was going after a divorce." "That's bullshit. We'd have worked it out." "And if you were divorced, you'd lose at least half of everything. They say you started this company with some of her money, and having to pay out half could be pretty troublesome." "Yeah, it would," Dunn said, nodding. "But there's not a dime of her money in this place. Not a goddamn dime. That was part of the deal when I married her. I wasn't gonna owe her. And it would take a fucking lunatic to suggest I'd do anything to Andy and the kids. A fucking lunatic." "Then we got a bunch of fucking lunatics, 'cause everybody we talked to suggested it," Lucas said. "Yeah, well..." "I know. Fuck 'em," Lucas said. "So who else would benefit?" "Nobody else," Dunn said. Helen Manette suggested that Nancy Wolfe would pick up a pretty thriving business. Dunn thought for a moment, then said, "I suppose she would, but she's never been that interested in business or money. Andy's always been the leader and the businesswoman. Nancy was the intellectual. She publishes papers and that. She's still connected to the university, and she's a bigwig in the Psychiatric Society. That's why they're good partners. Andy takes care of business. Nancy builds their reputation in the field." "You don't think Wolfe's a candidate?" "No, I don't." "I understand you dated her." "Jesus, they really did dump it on you, didn't they?" Dunn said, his voice softening.
I took Nancy out twice. Neither one of us was much interested in a third try. So when we were saying goodbye that second time, the last time, she said, "You know, I've got somebody who'd be perfect for you." And she was right. I called up Andy, and we got married a year later. Lucas hesitated, then said, "Does your wife have any distinguishing marks on her body? Scars?" Dunn froze. "You've got a body somewhere?" No. But if we should contact the people who have her, if there's a question..." Dunn wasn't buying it. "What's going on?" "We got a call from a guy," Lucas said. "He said she's got a scar?" "Yeah." "What kind of scar?" Lucas said, "He said it looked like a rocket ship." "Oh, no." Dunn groaned. "Oh, no." Sloane came in, looked at the two men facing each other. "What's going on?" Lucas told Dunn. "We'll get back." Dunn swung a large workman's hand across the cherry desk, and the cigar safe flew across the room. The fat Cuban cigars sprang out like so much shrapnel. "Well, fucking find something!" Dunn shouted. "You're supposed to be the fucking Sherlock Holmes. Quit hanging around my ass and get out and do something." Outside the office, Sloane said, "What was all that?" "I asked him about the rocket ship." Uh-oh. "Whoever it is, he's raping her," Lucas said. As they stood talking in the parking lot, Grieve called from the Minneapolis Public Library. "It's the Bible," he said. "The Nethinims are mentioned a bunch of times, but they don't seem to amount to much." "Xerox the references and bring them back to the office. I'll be there in 10 minutes, Lucas said. He punched Grieve out and called Andy Manette's office and got black. "Can you bring a batch of the best files downtown?" "Yeah. On the way. And we got another problem case. A guy who runs a chain of video game arcades." "So what are we doing?" Sloane asked. "You want to work this?" Lucas asked. Sloane shrugged. "I ain't got much else. I got that turkey case, but we're having trouble getting anybody who can speak good Turk, so it's not going anywhere." "I've never met any Turks who didn't speak pretty good English," Lucas said. "Yeah, well, you ought to try investigating a Turk murder sometime," Sloane said. "They're yelling, 'No speak at the English,' when I'm walking down the street. The guy who was killed was out of Detroit. He was sharking. He probably had 30 grand on the street, and nobody was sorry to see him go." "Talk with Lester," Lucas said. "We need somebody to keep digging around the Manettes, Wolf, Dunn, and anybody else who might make something out of Andy Manette dying." He flipped the engagement ring up in the air and caught it, rolled it between his palms. Sloane said, "You're going to lose that fucking stone. You're going to drop it, and the ring is going to bounce right down a sewer." Lucas looked in his hand and saw the ring. He hadn't been conscious of it. "I got to do something about this, with weather." "There's pretty general agreement on that," Sloane said. "My old lady is peeing her pants, waiting for you to ask. She wants all the details. If I don't get her the details, I'm a dead man." Grieve was waiting with a sheaf of computer printer paper and handed it to Lucas. "There's not much. The Nethinims were mostly just mentioned in passing. If there's anything, it's probably in Nehemiah. Here, 3:26. Lucas looked at the passage. "Moreover, the Nethinims dwelt in Ophel unto the place over against the water gate toward the east, and the tower that lieth out." "Huh. He passed the paper to Sloan and walked down the office to a wall map of the metro area, traced the Mississippi with his finger. "One thing you can see from the river is all those green water towers," he said. "They're like mushrooms along the tops of all the tallest hills. The water gate could be any of the dams." "Want me to check?" Lucas grinned. "Take you 2 days. Just call all the towns along here." He snapped his finger at the map. "Hastings, Cottage Grove, St. Paul Park, Newport, Inver Grove, South St. Paul, like that. Tell them you're working Manette and ask them to swing a patrol car by the water towers. See if there's anything to see." Black showed up 10 minutes later, morose, handed Lucas a file and a tape. "Guy's messing with kids. Somebody ought to cut his fucking nuts off." "Pretty explicit?" "It's all there. And I don't give a shit what the shrinks say. This guy likes doing it. And he likes talking about it. He likes the attention he's getting from Manette. He'll never stop." "Yeah, he will," Lucas said, flipping through the file. "For several years. I'll take it to the chief. We want to hold off until Manette's out of the way." Black nodded. "We got some doozies in the files." He sat down opposite Lucas, spread 5 files on the desk like a poker hand, pushed one toward Lucas. "Look at this guy. I think he may have raped a 6 women, but he talks them out of doing anything about it. He brags about it, breaks down for them, weeps. Then he laughs about it. He says he's addicted to sex and he's coming on to Manette. Right here, see? She mentions it, and how she might have to redirect his therapy." They were reading files an hour later when Grieve hurried in. "They've got something in Cottage Grove." Lucas stood up. "What is it?" "They said it's like an oil drum under one of the water towers." "How do they know?" "It's got your name spray-painted on it," Grieve said. "My name?" Grieve shrugged. "That's what they said. And they're freaked out. They want your ass down there." On the way down to Cottage Grove, the cellular buzzed and Lucas flipped it open. "Yeah?" Male cooed. "Hey, Davenport. Got it figured out?" Lucas knew the voice before the 3rd word was out. "Listen, But he was gone. Chapter 9. 6 blocks from the water tower, Lucas ran into a police blockade. 2 squad cars V'd across the street. The civilian traffic was turning around, jamming up the street. He put the Porsche on the yellow line and accelerated past the frustrated drivers until 2 cops ran toward him, waving him off. A red-faced patrolman, one hand on his pistol, leaned up to the window. "Hey, what the hell?" Lucas held up his ID and said, "Davenport, Minneapolis PD, get me through." The cop ran back to one of the squads, yelled something through an open window, and the cop inside backed it up. Lucas accelerated through the gap and up toward the water tower. Along the way, he saw cops in the streets, 2 different sets of uniforms. They were evacuating houses along the way, and women with kids in station wagons hurried down the streets away from the tower. A bomb? Chemicals? What? The water tower looked like an aqua-green alien from War of the Worlds, its big egg-shaped body supported by fat, squat legs. 3 fire trucks, a cluster of squad cars, a bomb squad truck, 2 ambulances, and a wrecker were parked 100 yards away. Lucas pulled into the cluster. "Davenport?" A stout, red-faced man in a too-tight cop's uniform waved him over. "Don Carpenter, Cottage Grove." He wiped his face on his sleeve. He was sweating heavily, though the day was cool. "We might have a big problem." Bomb? Carpenter looked toward the top of the hill. We don't know, but it's an oil barrel, and it's full of something heavy. We haven't tried to move it, but it's substantial. Somebody said my name is on it. That's right. Lucas Davenport, Minneapolis Police. Standard bullshit graffiti artist spray paint. We were going to open it, but then someone said, Jesus, if this guy's fucking with Davenport, what's to keep him from putting a few pounds of dynamite or some shit in there? Or a gas bomb or something. So we're standing back. Huh. Lucas looked up toward the tower. 2 men were there, talking. Who are those guys? Bomb squad. We were all over the place before somebody thought it might be a bomb, so we don't think it's dangerous to get near. A time bomb doesn't make sense, because he didn't know when we'd find it. Let's take a look, Lucas said. The bottom of the tower was enclosed by the hurricane fence, with a truck-sized gate on one end. Cut the chain on the gate and drove right in, Carpenter said. They were at the crest of the hill, and below them a steady stream of cars was leaving the neighborhood. But nobody saw it. We don't know. We were talking about a door-to-door, but then the bomb idea came up and we never got to it. Maybe later, Lucas said. The 2 bomb squad cops walked over, and Lucas recognized one of them. He said, How are you? You were on that case out in Lake Elmo. The guy said, Yeah, Bill Path, and this is Jesus Martinez. He threw a thumb at his partner, and Lucas said, What have we got? Maybe nothing, Path said, looking back at the tower. Lucas could see the black oil drum through the hurricane fence. It sat directly under the bulb of the 4-legged water tower. But we don't want to try to move it. We're going to pull the lid from a distance and see what happens. We've drained the tower, Carpenter said. He wiped his sweating face on his sleeve again. Just in case. Can I? Lucas said, nodding at the oil barrel. Sure, said Path. Just don't kick it. The barrel sat in the shade of the tower, and Lucas walked over to look at it and then around it. A standard oil barrel with a little rust and a lid that looked professionally tight. One of the first guys knocked on it, and nothing happened. So we knocked on it when we got here, Martinez said, grinning at Lucas. He stepped up to the barrel and knocked on it. It's full of something. Could be water, said Pat. If it's full, and it's water, it'd weigh about 450. How'd he move it? Lucas asked. He couldn't use a forklift. I think he rolled it, Pat said. Look. He walked away from the barrel, peered around, then pointed. There was a deep edge cut in the soft earth. Then a series of interlocking rings along with a wavy line. I think he rolled it to here, then tipped it up, then rim-rolled it to the middle. Lucas nodded. He could see the pattern in the dirt. Hey, look at this, Bill, Martinez said to Path. He pointed at a lower corner of the barrel. Is that just condensation, or is there a pinhole? A drop of liquid seemed to be squeezing out of the barrel. Path got to his knees, peered at it, then grunted, Looks like a pinhole. He picked up a dandelion leaf, caught the drop on the leaf, smelled it, and passed it to Martinez. What? Lucas asked. Martinez said, Nothing. Probably water. So let's jerk the lid. Path fixed a block to an access ladder on the water tower, while Martinez fitted a harness around the lid. Then he tied a rock climber's rope to the harness, ran it up through the block and down to the tow truck. The truck let out all of its cable, and when they finished, they were 150 yards from the barrel. You ready for a big noise? Path asked Carpenter. The chief said, Don't talk like that. Do you mean that? Do you think? They all squatted behind cars. The wrecker rolled forward, and the lid flipped off like a beer cap.
Nothing happened. Lucas could hear a plane droning down the river. "Well, shit," Martinez said after a moment. He stood up. "Let's go look." They walked slowly back to the barrel. From 30 feet away, Lucas could see that it was filled with water. When they got next to it, they looked carefully inside. A small body was at the bottom of the barrel, a pale oval face turned to look up at them. The water was cloudy with sediment of some kind, and the body shimmered, out of focus, a white dress floating around it like gauze, black hair drifting around the head. Martinez looked in the barrel and said, "No, I don't do this," and he walked away. "Oh, shit, who is it?" Carpenter asked, peering open-mouthed into the barrel. The body was small. "Probably Genevieve Dunn," Lucas said. "Are we sure this is water?" Path, looking in, put his face close to the surface and said, "Yeah, it's water. He could have a big chunk of white phosphorus in there, waiting for us to get rid of the water." Lucas shook his head. "Nah, this is what he wanted me to see. A jack-in-the-box. The motherfucker is playing games. Is that the medical examiner down there?" Carpenter nodded. "Yeah, I'll get him." Lucas stepped away and looked down the hill, waiting. There should be something else, or Mail would call again, to gloat. Carpenter, standing beside him, said, "I'd pull the trigger on this guy. How can you kill a kid?" Lucas said, "Yeah?" He remembered the line from a Vietnam vet, a street guy. "How can you kill a kid? Just lead them a little less." The medical examiner was a young man with a thin face, thin spectacles, and a large Adam's apple. He walked up, glanced in the barrel, and said, "What's the shit in the water?" Nobody knew. "Well, give me something I can fish around with, huh?" He was unself-consciously cheerful, even for a medical examiner. "Give me one of those fire axes. I don't want to put my hand in there if we don't know what it is." "Take it easy with the axe," Carpenter said. "Don't worry about it," the examiner said. He looked in the barrel again. "That's not a kid." "What?" Lucas walked back. "Not unless she had deformed hands and too big a head," he said confidently. Lucas looked in the water again. It still looked like a child's body. "I think it's some kind of big plastic doll," the examiner said. A fireman came up with a long, curved tool that looked like an oversized poker. "Here." The medical examiner took it, grabbed the body, but it slipped away. "Anchored with something," he grunted. "Look, if this is just water, why don't we dump it?" They did. The water spilled out on the grass, and the M.E. reached inside and pulled out a 4-foot doll, plastic flesh, black hair, and paint-flaking baby blue eyes. Its feet were folded beneath it and tied to a brick to keep the doll from floating. "Got a big sense of humor, huh?" said the examiner. A white plastic tag floated from the doll's neck. The examiner turned it. It said in black grease pencil, "Clue." "I don't think he has a sense of humor," Lucas said. "I really don't think he does." "Then what is this shit?" "I don't know," Lucas said. Lucas called in, then headed back toward Minneapolis. As he passed the refinery off Highway 61, Mail called again. "God damn, you were fast, Lucas. Can I call you Lucas? How'd you like all those fire trucks? I drove by while you guys were up there. What were you doing? Somebody said they thought it was a bomb or something. Is that right? Did you have the bomb squad up there? Listen, we think you might have some trouble, making the world work right. And we think you might know it. We can get you help."
You mean I'm fucking nuts? Is that what you mean? Listen, I personally had a bad episode of depression a few years back, and I know what it's like. The shit in your head is wrong, and it's not your fault. Fuck that, Davenport. There's nothing wrong with my fucking head. There's something wrong with the fucking world. Turn on your TV sometime, asshole. There's nothing wrong with me. And he was gone again. The phone company was automatically tracing all calls to Lucas's cellular phone and alerting the dispatch department at the same time. Dispatch would start cars toward the phone. But when Lester called, 2 minutes after Mail hung up, he said, "He was too quick. He was on the strip near the airport. We had cars there in 2 minutes 45 seconds after he rang you, but he was gone. We stopped 7 vans. Nothing going there." Damn it. He won't talk for more than 10 seconds or so. He knows what he's doing. All right, I'm heading back. Cheryl came up with another problem case, a guy fooling around with children. He's been screwing 10-year-old girls at a playground. I don't know what's going to happen, but if we get Manette back, she might wind up doing some time. Lucas shook his head and looked at the phone, then said, "Frank, we're not secure here. This phone is a fucking radio." Lester was waiting when Lucas got back. "This Manette thing, the sex things," he said. "Yeah?" "An awful lot of people know. They know down in sex, and they're pissed that they can't move. It's gonna get out, and it won't be long." "Are we running the names of all these guys?" "All of them." "How about people they've abused? Could somebody be trying to get revenge on Manette?" Lester shrugged. "So we plug in all the victims. We got more goddamn names and nothing coming up. What do you make of that thing out at the water tower?" "I don't know," Lucas said. "He says it's a clue, but what kind of a clue? Why was it full of water? Watery grave? Was it the barrel?" Anderson came through, handed each of them a fat plastic binder with perhaps 300 pages inside. "Everything we've got, except what might come out of the lab on the doll, and we're not getting anything from the Phoebes. Big surprise." Lucas flipped through the text. "Any ideas?" Lester asked. "Watery grave," Lucas said. "That's about it." Nothing moved. Nobody called. Lucas finally phoned Anderson. "There's an interview in your book with one of Manette's neighbors." "Yeah?" "She said there was somebody hanging around in a boat in a spot where there aren't any fish. Maybe we ought to run boat licenses against the other lists." "Jesus, Lucas, we got hundreds of names already." Later, Lucas called St. Anne's College and asked for the psychology department. "Sister Mary Joseph, please." "Is this Lucas?" The voice on the other end was breathless. "Yes." "We were wondering if you'd call," the receptionist said. "I'll go get her." L. Kruger, Sister Mary Joseph, picked up the phone a moment later, her voice dry. "Well, they're all in a tizzy around here. Sister Marple goes off to solve another one. And this one's a gamer, I hear." "Yeah, and it's ugly," Lucas said. "I think one of the kids is dead." "Oh, no." The wry quality disappeared from her voice. "How sure?" "The guy who took them left a clue. A doll in an oil barrel filled with water. I think the doll was supposed to represent one of the kids." "I see. Do you want to come over and talk?" "Weather should be home around 6. If you'd like to walk over, I'll cook some steaks." 6:30, she said. See you then. On his way home, Lucas took University Avenue toward St. Paul and stopped just short of the St. Paul city line. Davenport Simulations occupied a suite of offices on the first floor of a faceless but well-kept office building. Most of the offices in the building were closed. Davenport Simulations was completely lit up. Most of the programmers started work in the early afternoon and ran until midnight or later. Lucas smiled at the receptionist as he went by. She smiled and waved and kept talking on her phone. Barry Hunt was in his office with one of the techies poring over a printout. When Lucas knocked, he gave a friendly, "Hey, come on in," while his face struggled to find an appropriate expression. Hunt had been finishing his MBA at St. Thomas when Lucas started looking for somebody to take over the company. For 10 years, Lucas had run it out of his study, writing war and role-playing games, selling the games to 3 different companies. Almost against his will, he got involved in the shift to computer gaming. At the same time, he'd been forced out of the department. He wound up working full-time, writing emergency scenarios for what became a line of police training software. The software sold, and everything began to move too quickly. He didn't know about payroll, taxes, Social Security, royalties, workers' comp, operator training. Elle had met Hunt in one of her psych classes and recommended him. Hunt took over the company operations and had done well for both of them. But Hunt and Lucas were not especially compatible, and Lucas was no longer certain that Hunt was happy to see him drop by. "Barry, I need to talk to the software guys for a minute," Lucas said. "I've got a problem. It's this Manette thing." Hunt shrugged. "Sure, go ahead. I think everybody's here." "I swear, just a minute." "Great." The back 2/3 of the office suite was a single bay, cut up into small cubicles by shoulder-high dividers, exactly the kind used in the homicide office. 7 men and 2 women, all young, were at work. 6 at individual monitors, 3 clustered around a large screen running a search trainer simulation. Another man and a heavy-set young woman, both with Coke bottle glasses, were drinking coffee by a window. When Lucas walked in with Hunt, the room went quiet. "Hey, everybody," Lucas said. "Lucas," somebody said. Faces turned toward him. "You've all probably heard about the Manette kidnapping case. The guy who took her is a gamer. I've got a composite sketch, and I'd like you all to look at it, see if you recognize him. And I'd appreciate it if you'd fax it or ship it to everybody you can think of, here in the cities. We really need the help." He passed out copies of the composite. Nobody knew the face. "He's a big guy?" asked one of the programmers, a woman named Ice. "Yeah, tall, muscular, thin," Lucas said. "Crazy, apparently. Maybe medically crazy." "Sounds like my last date," Ice said. "Will you put it on the net?" Lucas asked. "No problem," Ice said. She was a throwback to the days of punk, with short-cropped hair, bright red lipstick that somewhat flowed out of the lines of her lips, and nose rings. Hunt said she wrote more code than anyone in the place. An idea began to tickle the back of Lucas's head, but he pushed it away for the moment. "Good," he said. "Let's do it." On the way out, Hunt said, "Lucas, we need to get together." Trouble? Lucas feared the day that the IRS would knock on the door and ask for his records. "Records? We don't got no stinking records." "We need a loan," Hunt said. "I've talked to Norwest, and there won't be any problem getting it. You'd have to approve." "A loan? I thought we were—" "We need to buy Probalco," Hunt said. They've got a half-dozen hardware products that would fit with ours like the last pieces in a puzzle. And they're for sale. Jim Duncan wants to go back to engineering. How much do you want to borrow? Maybe I could... $8 million, Hunt said. Lucas was startled. Jesus, Barry, $8 million? $8 million would buy us dominance in the field, Lucas. Nobody else would be close. Nobody else could get close. But my God, that's a lot of money, Lucas said, flustered. What if we fall on our butts? You hired me to keep us off our butts, and we are, Hunt said. We'll stay that way, but that's why we've got to meet, so I can explain it all. All right, but we'll have to wait until after this Manette thing. And I'd like you maybe to come up with a couple of other options. I can think of one big one right off the top of my head. What? Take the company public. It's a little early for that, but if you want it out, well, we could take the company public and probably get you, I don't know, something between $8 and $10 million. Holy cats, Lucas said. He'd never said that before, in public or private, but now it bleated out, and Hunt jerked out a quick smile. If we borrow the $8 million and hang on for another 5 years, it'll be $30 million, I promise. All right, we'll talk, Lucas said, starting down the hall. Give me a week. $30 million, holy cats. Say hello to Weather, Hunt said. He seemed about to say something else, but stopped. Lucas was halfway out the door before he realized what it was and walked back. Hunt had just sat down in his office, and Lucas stuck his head in. This Manette thing can't last for more than a couple of weeks, so set a meeting with the bank and lay out the stock thing we talked about, the share plan. Hunt nodded. I've been meaning to bring it up. Lucas said, Now's the time. I told you if it worked, you'd get a piece of it. It seems to be working. Weather. Lucas toyed with the engagement ring. He should ask her. He could feel her waiting, but the advice was rolling in, unsolicited from everywhere, and somehow it slowed him down. Women suggested a romantic proposal, a short preface declaring that he loved her, with a more or less elaborate description of what their life together would be like, and then a suggestion that they marry. Most of the men suggested a plain, straightforward question. Hey, babe, how about it? A few thought he was crazy for tying up with a woman at all. A park cop suggested that golf would be a complete replacement for any woman, and cheaper. Fuck golf, Lucas said. I like women. Well, that's the other half of the equation, the guy admitted. Women are also a complete replacement for golf. Anything? Weather asked as soon as he came in the door. He could feel the ring in his pocket, against his thigh. With the Manettes? Bizarre bullshit, he said, and he told her about the oil barrel. Elle's coming over at 6:30. I promised her steak. Excellent, Weather said. I'll do the salad. Lucas went to start the charcoal and touched the ring in his pocket. What if she said no, not yet? Would that change everything? Would she feel like she had to move out? Weather was bustling around the kitchen, bumping into him as he got the barbecue sauce out of the refrigerator. She asked with elaborate, chatty unconcern, Do you think you and Elle would have gotten married if she hadn't become a nun? Lucas laughed. No. We grew up together. We were too close, too young. Romancing her just wouldn't have seemed right. Too much like incest. Does she think the same way? Lucas shrugged. I don't know. I never know what women think. You wouldn't rule it out, though. Weather? What? Shut the fuck up. Sister Mary Joseph, L. Kruger, still wore the traditional black habit with a long rosary swaying by her side. Lucas had asked her about it, and she'd said, "I like it. The other dress, it looks dowdy. I don't feel dowdy." "Do you feel like a penguin?" "Not in the slightest." Elle had been a beautiful child and still ran through Lucas's dreams, an 11-year-old blonde touched by grace and merriment, and later scarred by acne so foul that she had retreated from life, to emerge 10 years later as Sister Joseph. She had told him that her choice wasn't brought by her face, that she had a vocation. He wasn't certain. He never quite bought it. Elle arrived in a black Chevrolet as Lucas was putting the first of the steaks on the grill. Weather gave her a beer. "What's the status?" Elle asked. "One's dead, maybe. The others aren't yet," Lucas said. "But the guy is cracking open and all the gunk is oozing out of his head. He's going to kill them soon." "I know her, Andy Manette." "She's not the most powerful mind, but she's got an ability to touch people," Elle said, sipping the beer. The smell of steak floated in from the porch. "She reaches out, and you talk to her. I think it's something that aristocrats develop. It's a touch." "Can she stay alive?" Elle nodded. "For a while. For longer than another woman could. She'll try to manipulate him. If he's had therapy, it's hard to tell which way he'll jump. He'll recognize the manipulation, but some people become so habituated to therapy that they need it like a drug. She could keep him going." "Like Scheherazade," Weather said. "Like that," Elle agreed. "I need to keep him talking," Lucas said. "He calls me on the telephone and we try to track him." "Do you think he was in therapy with her? A patient?" "We don't know. We're looking, but we haven't found much." "If he is, then you should go to his problem, not accuse him of being ill." "I did that this afternoon," Lucas said ruefully. "He got pissed. Sorry." "Ask him how he's taking care of them," Elle suggested. "See if you can make him feel some responsibility, or that you think he's shirking a responsibility. Ask him if there's anything you can do that would allow them to go free. Something he would trade. Ask him not to answer right away, but to consider it. What would he like? You need questions on that order." Later, over the steaks, Lucas said, "We've got another problem. We're going through Manette's records. She was treating people for child abuse, and she hadn't notified anybody." Elle put down her fork. "Oh, no. You're not going to prosecute." "That's up in the air," Lucas said. Now Elle was angry. "That's the most primitive law this state has ever passed. We know that people are ill, but we insist on putting them into positions where they can't get help, and they'll just go on." "Unless we slap their asses in jail." "What about the ones you never find out about? The ones who'd like to get treatment but can't because the minute they open their mouths, the cops will be on them like wolves." "I know you've got a point of view," Lucas said, trying to back out of the argument. "What?" Weather asked. "What happens?" Elle turned to her. "If a person abuses a child in this state and realizes he's sick and tries to get treatment, the therapist is required to report him. If she does that, her records get seized by the state and are used as evidence against the patient. So as soon as the state acts, the patient, of course, gets a lawyer who tells him to get out of treatment and keep his mouth shut. And if the man's acquitted, they frequently are, since he's admitted that he's mentally ill, and that casts doubt on the records, and the therapists are very reluctant witnesses, well, then he's turned loose, and all he knows for sure is that he can't ever go back to treatment, because he might wind up in prison. Weather stared at her for a moment, then said to Lucas, "That can't be right." "Sort of a catch-22, Lucas admitted. "Sort of barbaric is what it is," Weather said sharply. "Child abuse is barbaric," Lucas snapped back. "But if a person is trying to get help, what do you want? Throw him in a hole somewhere?" "Listen, I really don't want to argue about it," Lucas said. "You either believe or you don't." "Lucas..." "Listen, will you guys let me chicken out of this thing and eat my steak? For gosh sakes." "Makes me really unhappy," Elle growled. "Really unhappy." Late that night, Weather rolled up on a shoulder and said, "Barbaric." "I didn't want to argue about it with Elle right there," Lucas said. "But you know what I really think? Therapy doesn't work with child abusers. The shrinks are flattering themselves. What you do with child abusers is you put their asses in jail, each and every one of them, wherever you find them." "And you call yourself a liberal," Weather said in the dark. "Libertine, not liberal," Lucas said, easing toward her. "Stay on your side of the bed," she said. "How about if I just put one finger over?" "No." And a moment later, "That's not a finger." Chapter 10. John Mayall watched the late news with a sense of well-being. He was alone except for the widescreen television and his computers. He had a dial-up internet link and monitored 24 news groups dealing with sex or computers, or both. He had 2 phone lines and 3 computers going at once. As he watched the news, he punched through alt sex blondes on the net, and now and then pulled out a piece and shipped it to a second computer. Mayall was a little sleepy, a little burned out, with a pleasant ache in his lower belly and a burn on his knees. Andy Manette was a package, all right. He'd known that when he'd first laid eyes on her 10 years earlier. She was everything he'd expected. Nice body, and she fought him. He enjoyed the fight and enjoyed smothering it. Every time he rode her, he finished with a sense of victory. And now, here he was, on television, dominating the news. Everybody was looking for him, and they might find him, he thought, given a few weeks or months. He'd have to do something about that, eventually. He pushed the thought away and went back to his favorite, Davenport. Davenport was in hiding. Nothing was said about him. Nothing. Mayall ran through the internet news groups as he watched TV, sorting the messages by subject. He was tempted to post something about Manette and what he was doing with her. He might do that, if he could get to a machine at the university. Some people on the alt-sex groups who would appreciate what he had to say. Maybe just a quick note now? Just a hint? No. There was always a path they could get back on, a way to trace him. His internet link had his real phone number, though not his real name. On the internet, he was Tab Post and Pete Rate, names he got off his computer keyboard. Down at the store, and with the store van, he was Larry F. Roses. The real Larry F. Roses was down south somewhere, Florida, Louisiana. He'd sold the van and its papers for cash to avoid having to split the money with his ex-wife. To the mortgage company, he was Martin Ledoux. He had Marty's papers, driver's license with his own photo on it now, a Social Security card, even a passport. He paid Marty's income taxes. He wasn't John Mayall anywhere. John Mayall was dead. Mayall sat up and pushed away the TV tray with the aluminum foil chicken pot pie tin. Chicken pot pie and a Coke. Just about his favorite. And he thought about Grace. Got up, went to the kitchen, got another can of Coke, and thought about her some more. Grace might be good. Fresh. Her body was just starting to turn, and she'd fight all right. He dropped on the couch and closed his eyes. Still, when he looked at her, he didn't feel the hunger he felt for the mother. That still surprised him. The first time he'd taken Andy Manette to the mattress, he had almost blacked out with the joy of it. Maybe Grace, sometime, as an experiment. Bet she'd freak out when she saw it coming. He'd just finished the Coke when the phone rang on the corner table behind his head. He groped for it, found it. "Hello?" "Yes, Mr. Ledoux." Mayall sat up. This voice he paid attention to. "They're looking for your boat. The police know you were watching her from the lake." Click. Mayall stared at the phone. Shit. He wished he knew who it was. A face-to-face talk would be interesting. But the boat. He frowned. When he'd rented the boat, he'd had to show an ID, the Ledoux driver's license, his home name. The old guy at the rental place had stamped it on the back of a duplicate form. Where he put the form, Mayall didn't know. Hadn't paid attention. Damn it. That's how Davenport would get him, when he didn't pay attention.
This ends Disc 4. Mind Prey, Disc 5.
Mayall stood up, got a jacket and a flashlight, and went outside. Chilly, but the clouds had vanished with the sun, and overhead the Milky Way stretched across the sky like God's own Rolex. Drive up? Nah. Good night for a stroll. Maybe some pussy at the end of it, although his testicles were beginning to ache. With the flashlight picking out the bumps and holes, Mayall took the driveway down to the gravel frontage road, checked the rural mailbox out of habit. Nothing. The mailman always came before 10 o'clock, and Mayall had picked up the day's delivery when he'd got up. He shut the mailbox and went down the gravel road. To the north, the lights of the cities were visible as a thin orange glow above the roadside trees. But when he turned south, up the track to the shack where he kept the women, it was as dark as the inside of a bone, and it all smelled of corn leaves. Mayall lived on what once had been a small farm. A neighbor had bought it when the farm could no longer support itself, had shorn 150 acres of cropland from the original plot, and had sold the remaining 10 acres containing the original farmhouse and a few crumbling outbuildings. The new owner, an alcoholic slaughterhouse worker, had allowed the house to fall apart before he killed himself. The next owner built a small house closer to the road and a 2-horse stable out back. When his children had grown, he'd moved to Florida. The next owner converted the stable to a garage, got lonely in the country winter, and moved back to the city. The next owner was Mayall. By the time Mayall took the place, the old house was a ruin, a shack. A caved-in chicken coop squatted behind the shack, with the remains of what might have been a machine shed, now reduced to a pile of rotting boards. A still recognizable two-seater outhouse was out to one side, nearly buried in the corn. Further to the back was the foundation of a barn. If the farmhouse was a ruin, the basement and root cellar were solid. Mail had run a new electrical cable out to the place from his own house, a job that had taken him 2 hours. He had worried for a while about keeping the women in the house. A trespassing antique hunter might accidentally stumble over them. Antique hunters were everywhere, stripping old farmhouses of their antique brass doorknobs and doorstops and forced-air register fittings, old pickle crocks, those were getting hard to find, and even nails, if they were hand-forged and in good shape. But antique scavengers were a nervous lot. Judges treated them like burglars, which is what they were, so Mail had put in 2 Radio Shack battery-operated motion alarms and felt fairly safe. Any antique hunter tripping an alarm would be out of the house in an instant. And if it was anybody else, the cops, for instance, the jig would be up anyway. The only other danger was Hecht, the neighboring farmer. Hecht was a phlegmatic German, a member of some weird religious sect. He had no television. There was no newspaper box on his mailbox post. He had never shown much interest in anything beyond his tractor and his land. Mail had never seen him near the old house except at planting and harvest time, when he was working in the adjacent fields. By then, the women would be long gone. Mail walked in the thin oval of illumination from the flashlight, smelling the corn and the dust. And when he crossed the crest of the hill and turned the light toward it, the old farmhouse came up like a witch house in a Gothic novel, glowing with a faint, ghostly luminescence often found in old clapboard houses that had once been painted white. As Mail passed the porch, on the way around back, a nervous chill trickled down his spine. A finger of graveyard fear as he passed the cistern. Scratching sounds? No. He clumped inside. Grace heard him coming and pushed herself against the wall. She wasn't sure that her mother had heard. Andy had been lying on the mattress for hours, one arm crooked over her eyes. She had drifted away again after the last attack. Grace had tried to rouse her, but Andy wouldn't respond. Grace had decided to go after Mail. Mail had attacked her mother 4 times now, battering her each time, raping her after the beating. She could hear the crack of his hand through the steel door, and thinner, weaker sounds that must have been her mother's voice, pleading. He slapped, Andy had told her. Hit her with an open hand, but it was like being hit with a board. This last time, something had broken, and Andy was out of it, Grace thought. She'd have to go after Mail, even if she had nothing but her fingernails. He was killing her mother, and when he'd done it, she'd go too. No! Andy pushed herself up. Blood ringed her nostrils, a dark reddish-black crust. Her eyes were like holes, her lips swollen. But she'd heard the footsteps and roused herself, half turning to croak the single warning word. "I have to do something," Grace whispered. He was coming. "No!" Andy shook her head. I don't think he'll do anything when I'm like this." "He's killing you. I thought you were dying already," Grace whispered. She was crouched on the back corner of the mattress like a cowering dog at the pound, Andy thought. The girl's eyes were too bright, her lips pale, her skin stretched thin like tracing paper. "He might be, but we can't fight him yet. He's too big. We need something." She pushed herself up, feeling the impact of Mail's footsteps on the stairs. "We need something we can kill him with."
What? Grace looked wildly around the cell. There was nothing. We have to think, but I can't think. I can't think. Andy put her hands to her head at the temples as though trying to hold her skull together. He was close on the stairs. You have to lie down just like you were, Grace said fiercely, with your hands over your eyes. Don't say anything, no matter what. She pushed her mother down, and they heard the slide lock pulled back. Andy, too weak to argue and without the time, nodded and put her arm up and closed her eyes. Grace pulled back in the corner. Her feet pulled tight to her thighs, her arms around her legs, looking up at the door. Mail peered through the crack, saw them, undid the chain, opened the door. "Get up," he said to Andy. Grace, frightened, said, "You did something to her. She hasn't moved since you left." That pushed him back. Mail's forehead wrinkled, and he said harshly, "Get up!" and he pushed Andy's foot with his own. Andy rolled half over, then pulled herself away from him toward the wall like a cartoon woman dying of thirst in a desert. She inched away, pathetic. "You really hurt her this time," Grace said, and she began to bawl. "Shut up," Mail snarled. "Shut up, goddammit, little fucking whiner." He took a step toward her as though to hit her, and Grace choked off the sobs and tried to pull herself tighter to the wall. Mail hesitated, then pushed Andy again. "Get up!" Andy rolled some more and began to inch away again. Mail caught her feet and twisted them, and she flipped onto her back. "Water," she whimpered. "What?" Her eyes closed, and she lay limp as a rag. Grace began bawling again, and Mail shouted, "Shut up, I said," and backed away, uncertain now. "You hurt her," Grace said. "She wasn't like this when I put her back in," Mail said. "She was walking." "I think you did something to her mind. She talks to Genevieve and Daddy. Where's Jen? What did you do with her? Is she with Daddy?" "Ah, fuck," Mail said, exasperated. He probed Andy again, pushing her left foot with his own. "You'd best get better, 'cause I'm not done with you yet," he said. "We're not done at all." He backed out of the room and said to Grace, "Give her some water." "I do," Grace sobbed. "But then she wets on the floor." "Ah, for Christ's sakes," Mail said. The door slammed, but the bolt didn't slide shut. Grace held her breath. Had he forgotten? No. The door opened again, and Mail threw in a towel. Grace had seen it when he'd taken her mother out of the cell, lying on the floor beside the mattress he used when he raped her. "Clean her up," Mail said. "I'll be back in the morning." The door closed again, and they heard his footsteps on the stairs. They waited, unmoving, but he didn't return. "That was great," Andy whispered. She pushed herself up and felt the tears running down her face, and she actually smiled through her cracked lips. "Grace, that was wonderful." "That's once we beat him," Grace whispered back. "We can do it again," Andy said. She propped herself up and tilted her head back. "But we've got to find something." "Find what?" "A weapon, something we can kill him with." "In here?" Grace looked around the barren cell, her eyes wide but not quite hopeless. "Where?" "We'll find something," Andy said. "We have to." Mail took the van. The van was blue now, and the sign on the side doors was clear. "Computer Roses,"
and rode it down to Highway 3 and I-494, filled the tank, and put a little more than 4 gallons in the red 5-gallon plastic gas can in the back. Inside the convenience store, he bought 2 quarts of motor oil and paid for it all with a 20. He took 40 minutes riding out to Minnetonka, thinking it over. Mayle thought a lot about crime, about the way things worked. If he were in a movie, he'd break into the boat works, use a flashlight, go through the files, and then play a breathless game of hide-and-seek with a security guard. But this wasn't a movie, and his best protection was simply timing and invisibility. Irv's Boat Works was tucked into a curve in the road just off the lake, along with a shabby gas station, a grocery store, and an ice cream parlor, all closed. He drove by once, looking for movement, looking for cops. He saw 2 moving cars, one in front and one behind, and no cops. Nobody walking. The only light in the buildings was in an ice cream freezer. He drove a half-mile down the road to an intersection, did a U-turn, and went back the same way. Another car passed. A house a quarter-mile past the station was fully lit, although he didn't see anybody around. He drove out to a Super America store, parked, walked around to the back of the van, and let himself inside. He took just a minute to mix the motor oil with the gas, the fumes giving him a small mental charge. He hadn't done this since he got out of the hospital. He didn't need it anymore, but it still held something for him. When he finished mixing, he went into the Tom Thumb and bought a cheap plastic cigarette lighter and a Coke. He already had a roll of duct tape in the glove compartment. Back in the truck, he put the tape on the lighter so it'd be ready, opened the Coke, and put it in the van's can holder and drove back toward Irv's. The place was little more than a wooden shack with a dock, gas pump, and launching ramp out back. 20 aluminum fishing boats bobbed off the dock. Inside, he remembered a counter with a cash register, a half-dozen tanks for minnows and shiners, a few pieces of cheap fishing gear and wall racks, and a big, loose pile of green flotation cushions and orange round-the-neck life preservers. The whole place smelled of gas and oil, water, weed, and rot. Mayle drove by once more, did his U-turn, looked for cars coming up behind, waited until one passed, and then followed it back to Irv's. Nothing out ahead. He swerved into the parking lot, stopped just outside the dusty picture window where the fading red stick-up letters said Irv's Boat Work with a missing final S. He left the engine running, walked quickly around to the back of the van, took a jackknife out of his pocket, and cut a grapefruit-size hole in the top of the plastic gas can. The smell of gas was thick. He picked the can up, ready to ease it out the door, when headlights came up. He stopped, listening, but the car purred past. He climbed out, got the lighter off the passenger seat, turned it up full, taped the sparking lever down so he had a miniature torch, then picked up the 5-gallon jug and heaved it through the window. The window shattered with the sound of a load of dishes dropped in a diner, but nobody yelled. Nobody came running. He tossed the lighter after the gas, and the building went up with a hollow whoom. By the time he was out of the parking lot, the fire was all over the inside of the building. Damn. Wished he could stay. He watched the building in the rearview mirror until it disappeared behind a curve. When he was a kid, he'd torched a house in North St. Paul and had come back to sit on an elementary school embankment to watch the action. He liked the flames. Even more, he'd liked the excitement and companionship of the crowd gathered to watch the fire. He felt like an entertainer, a movie star. He had done this. And listening back then, he realized that everybody could find a little joy in watching one of their neighbors get burned out. On the way back home, under the night sky, he thought about Andy Minette. Maybe this break was for the better. He'd been fucking her a lot. He could use the rest. Tomorrow, though, he'd need her. Need one of them, anyway. He could feel that already. Chapter 11. Lucas got up a few minutes after weather, struggling with the early hour, the morning light pale in the east windows. Weather put breakfast together while Lucas cleaned up. When he was dressed, Lucas got the ring from his sock drawer, fiddled with it, then dropped it in his pants pocket as he had almost every day for a month. In the kitchen, Weather was standing at the sink, humming to herself as she sliced the orange heart out of a cantaloupe. Lucas still felt like he'd been hit in the forehead with a gavel. "Anything good today?" he asked. His morning voice sounded like a rusty gate, but she was used to it. "Not especially interesting," she said. "The first one is a woman with facial scarring from an electric shock." She touched her cheek in front of her ear to indicate where the scarring was. "I'm going to take out as much of the scar as I can. All of it, I hope." "Sounds like she needs a plastic surgeon," Lucas said. He pushed 2 slices of bread into the toaster and started looking for the cinnamon. "Sometimes I am a plastic surgeon," Weather said. "We do have that child coming up. That will be interesting. 6 operations, probably. We're going to have to rotate her skull backwards." He liked watching her talk, her enthusiasm for the work, even when he had no idea of what she was talking about. He'd seen a half-dozen operations now, gowning up and learning where to stand, how to stay out of the way. The precision of it astonished him, as did her easy way of command, and he found himself thinking that he could have done the work and been happy with it. Although there was an odd, steely ego that went with surgeons, Weather had it. She ran the operating room like a sergeant major might, and so did George Howell, Weather's mentor. Howell was a 50-ish reconstructive surgeon who often stopped by when Weather was working, and Lucas usually felt a small, controllable urge to stuff the guy in a sewer somewhere, though Howell was a good enough guy. "Are you listening?" Weather asked. "Sure," Lucas said, peering down into the toaster. "It's just that I'm near death." "There's something wrong with your metabolism," she said. "How can you be doing 6 things at 3 o'clock in the morning, but you can't add 2 and 2 at 6 o'clock in the morning? You should have a physical. How long has it been?" Lucas rolled his eyes. "Having some guy shine his flashlight up my asshole isn't going to improve my addition," he said. He looked glumly out the kitchen window. A robin hopped in the yard, peering this way and that for worms. "Christ, where's my .45 when I need it?" Weather, up from the table, stopped to look outside, saw the robin, and said, "I'd turn you in to Friends of Animals. You'd have bird lovers over here at 5 in the morning making dove calls on the front porch." "More fodder for the .45, he said. They ate together, talking about the daily routine. Then Lucas kissed her goodbye, patted her on the ass, and went to lie face down on the couch. Cheryl and Black were finishing at Manette's office. Lucas stopped by at 8 o'clock, still feeling that he was out of his time zone. Black was the same way, grumping at his partner, shaking his head at Lucas. 6 guys, no women. Anderson has the rundown on all of them. They'll all be in today's book. We're looking at all of them, and the FBI's going through its records. Now we're going back and looking at the second choices, the not-so-Looney Tunes." "How about the 6? "Severe goofs," Black said. "Severe," Cheryl repeated. Like weather, she was fairly chipper. In fact, seemed to soak up chipperness from Lucas and her partner. "I'd still like to know what we're doing about the sex cases." "We'll get to them," Lucas promised. "We just don't want the media up in smoke, not any more than they already are." "I think Channel 3 set new records in stupidity last night," Cheryl said. "The stuff they were saying was so stupid it made my teeth hurt." "I don't understand what those guys are about," Black said. "I really don't." "Making money," Lucas said. "That's all they're about." As Lucas was leaving Manette's office, the receptionist, who'd been so flustered the first day, held up a hand, then looked both ways into the inner offices, a furtive look that Lucas recognized instantly. He continued out into the hall, looked back, caught her eye, and turned left. At the end of the hall was an alcove with Coke, coffee, and candy machines. A second later, she found him there, sipping a Diet Coke. "I feel not so good talking to you," the woman said. She wore a name tag that said Marcella, and her voice was tentative, as though she hadn't made up her mind. "Anything might help," Lucas said. "Anything. There are 2 kids out there." She nodded. "It's just that with all the arguments and lawyers, it makes me feel disloyal." "Nancy doesn't have to know?" Lucas shook his head. "Nobody will know." The woman glanced nervously back at her office again. "Well, Andy's files are complete, but only for here." Lucas frowned, gestured with the cup of Coke. "Only for here? I was told that this is the only place that she worked." "On her own. But when she was doing her postdoc work at the U, she did lots of people in the Hennepin County Jail. You know, court-ordered evaluations. Most of them were juveniles. But that was so long ago that lots of them would be adults by now." "Did she ever mention anyone in particular?" "No, she really couldn't because, confidentiality. But they scared her. She'd talk about that sometimes. About how a guy'd get her up against a door, or he'd hiss at her like a cat, and she could feel them getting ready to come at her. The sex ones scared her especially. She said you could feel the hunger coming across the room. She said some of them would have attacked her right there in the jail interview rooms if they hadn't been restrained. I think the people she saw there, those are the worst ones." "Well, Jesus, why didn't somebody say something?" Lucas asked. The woman looked down at the floor. "You know why, Mr. Davenport. Everybody hates you getting these records. I'm not even sure you should. You might be undoing a lot of work, but then there's Andy, and I keep thinking about the girls." "Okay, you've been a help, Marcella," Lucas said. "I'm serious. This is all between you and me, but if something comes out of it, and you approve, I'll let Ms. Manette know you helped." Lucas let her get back into the office while he finished the Diet Coke, then returned himself. "What?" Cheryl asked when she saw him coming back. "I think we've been euchred. There's a whole other set of records. Criminal stuff. Come on, we're way behind." The university might have objected on grounds of patient privacy, but the chief called the governor called 3 of the regents, and the regents called down to the university president, who issued a statement that said, Given the circumstances that we may have a monster preying on innocent women and girls and helping oppress all genders and races by making the streets unsafe, we have agreed to provide the city of Minneapolis limited access to limited numbers of psychological records. How limited? Lucas asked the records section supervisor at the university. He had gone with Black and Sherrill because his title added weight. Limited to what you ask for, the supervisor said wryly. These guys will do the asking, Lucas said, tipping his head at Black and Sherrill. We really appreciate anything you can do. Lucas learned about the fire at Irv's Boat Works while he ate a late breakfast at his desk. The fire was reported in a routine 4-inch filler in the Star Tribune. Fire strikes Minnetonka boat rental. The article quoted a fire marshal. It was arson, but there was no attempt to hide it, and we don't have a motive as yet. We're asking the public. Lucas called the marshal, whom he had known vaguely from the neighborhood. It was a bomb, essentially, a Molotov cocktail, gas and motor oil, the fire marshal said. Not a pro job, but a pro couldn't have done it any better. Burned that thing right down to the foundation. Old Irv didn't have but $6,000 in insurance, so he didn't do it. Not unless I'm missing something. At the university, Sherrill sat gloomily at a microfilm reader, operating the antiquated equipment by hand, eyes red from staring at the scratchy images of 10-year-old records. Jesus Christ. What? Black was on the next chair, 3 empty root beer cans next to his foot. He was wearing tan socks with blue clocks. This guy went around fucking exhaust pipes, Sherrill said. Black looked at her. You mean on cars? Honest to God. She missed the double entendre and giggled, her finger trailing down the screen over the projected image. You know how they caught him? He got stuck, Black suggested. No. Black thought for a second. His lawnmower sued for sexual harassment. He tried to fuck a hot one, Sherrill said. He had to go to the hospital with 3rd-degree burns. Oh, man, Black groaned. He reached into his crotch and rearranged himself, then scribbled a note on the pad next to his hand. Anything good? Sherrill asked as he made the note. Kid who was into sex and fire, Black said. I think he scared her bad. He rolled through to the next page. She says he shows signs of substantial sexual maladjustment manifested in improper aggressive sexual behavior and identification with fire. Guys are so fucked up, Sherrill said as Black pushed the printout button. You never see women doing this stuff. Have you heard the best friend joke's been going around? Oh, no, don't tell me. She shook her head unconvincingly. See, there was this guy goes to work, gets there late, and the boss jumps him. Come on, don't tell me, Sherrill said. All right, if you really don't want to hear it, he said. Let me get this printout. He came back a minute later with the printout, and she said, All right, let's hear it. The joke. Black dropped the printout next to the microfilm reader and went on. So the boss says, Get the fuck out of here. You're fired. I don't want to see your ass again. So the guy drags out the door, really upset, gets in his car, and halfway home he's T-boned at an intersection by a teenager. Trashes his car, and the kid's got no insurance. Jesus. This is turning into the worst day of his life. So his car is towed, and the guy has to take the bus home, and when he gets there, 11 o'clock in the morning, he hears sounds coming from the bedroom, like sex, moaning, groaning, sheets being scratched, and he sneaks back there, and there's his wife having sex with his best friend. "No shit," said Cheryl. "And the guy freaks out," Black said. "He yells at his wife, 'Get out of here, you slut! Get your clothes, get dressed, and get out. Don't ever come back or I'll beat your ass into the floor.' And he turns to his best friend and says, 'As for you, bad dog, bad dog.'" "That's really fucking funny," Cheryl said. She turned away to smile. "So don't laugh," Black said, knowing she liked it. And on the top of the printout he wrote, "John Mayle." Irv was a broad-shouldered old man with a crown of fine white hair with a pink spot in the middle of it. His nose was pitted and red, as though he might like his whiskey too much. He wore a faded flannel shirt and canvas trousers and sat on a park bench next to his dock. A cash box sat on the bench beside him. "What can I do for you?" he asked when Lucas rolled up. "Are you Irv?" Off to the left, there was a scorched stone foundation with raw dirt inside and nothing else. "Yeah." Irv squinted up at him. "You a cop?" "Yeah, Minneapolis," Lucas said. "What do you think? Will you get it back together?" "I suppose." Irv rubbed his large nose with the back of one hand. "Don't have much else to do, and the insurance will probably get me halfway there." Lucas walked over to the foundation. There wasn't much evidence of fire, except for soot on the stones. "Got it cleaned up in a hurry." The old man shrugged. "Wasn't anything in it but wood and glass and a few mini-tanks. It burned like a torch. What didn't burn they took out with a front-end loader. The whole kit and caboodle was out of here in 5 minutes. He took off his glasses and cleaned the lenses on his flannel shirt. God damn it." Lucas turned away, inspected the foundation some more, and, when Irv got his glasses straight, walked back and handed him the flyer. "Did you see this guy in here last week?" Irv tipped his head back so he could look at the flyer with his bifocals. Then he looked up and said, "Is this the son of a bitch that burned me out?" "Was he in here?" Irv nodded. "I believe he was. He doesn't look quite like this. The mouth is wrong. But he looks something like it, and I wondered what he was doing when he came in here. He wasn't any fisherman. He didn't know how to start the kicker, and it was cold that day." "When was this?" Lucas asked. 2 days ago. The day the rain came in. He came back in the rain." "You remember his name?" Irv scratched his chin. No, I don't. I'd have his name off his driver's license in my receipt box, if I had a receipt box anymore." He looked up at Lucas, the sun glittering off his glasses. "This is the one that took the Manette girl and her daughters, isn't it?" "Could be," Lucas said. And he thought, "Yes, it is." John Mayle called Lucas at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Here I am, figuring the cops are coming down on me at any minute. I mean, I'm buying my food a day at a time so I don't waste any. Where are you guys?" "We're coming," Lucas growled. The voice was beginning to get to him. He was looking at his watch as he talked, counting the seconds. "We're taking bets on how long you last. Nobody's out as far as a week. We can't give that bet away." "That's interesting," Mayle said cheerfully. "I mean, that's very interesting. I'd best do as much fucking as I can, then, because I might not get any more for a while. Have to do with those hairy old assholes out at Stillwater." Be your asshole, Lucas snarled. Mayle's voice went cold. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so, Lucas. What? Lucas asked. You got a magic spell? Nothing like that, Mayle said. But after people get to know me, they don't fuck with me, and that's the truth. But hey, gotta go. Wait a minute, Lucas said. Are you taking care of those people? You've got them for now, and that puts some responsibility on you. Mayle hesitated, then said, I don't have time to talk, but yeah, I'm taking care of them. Sometimes she makes me angry, but I don't know, subconsciously, she likes me. She always did, but she repressed it. She has a guilt complex about our doctor-patient relationship, but she used to sit there. He paused again, then said, I've got to go. Given a different context, he might have sounded almost human, Lucas thought, as the phone went click. As it was, he simply sounded insane. Fire, Lucas said to Black and Cheryl. Sex. Probably he's been institutionalized. He talks about Stillwater like, I don't know. He doesn't really know about it, but he's heard a lot about it. Lester came in. He called from out in Woodbury somewhere. Woodbury, that's 494, Lucas said. The guy's riding up and down the 494 strip, so he's someplace south. Yeah, we've whittled it down to 1.2 million people. The fire and sex thing, Cheryl said. We got one just like that. Yeah, Black thumbed through a stack of paper. This guy, John Mayle. Let me see, he was 14 when she saw him. Huh. He'd be about 25 right now. Lucas looked at Lester. That'd be pretty good. That'd be about prime time for a psycho. Lester tapped the file. Let's isolate that one and get on it. Lucas looked at his watch. Almost 2 o'clock. Nearly 48 hours since the kidnapping. He locked the door to his office, closed the blinds, pulled the curtains, put his feet back on his desk, and thought about it. And the more he thought about it, the more the telephone link seemed the best immediate possibility. He closed his eyes and visualized a map of the metro area. All right, if they coordinated cops from all over the metro area, if they set everything up in advance, how far down could they push the reaction time? A minute? 45 seconds? Even less than that if they got lucky. And if they caught him in a shopping center, someplace with restricted access, only a couple of exits, if they did that, they should be able to seal the place before he could get the car out. They could process every plate in the lot, check every ID. Lucas was putting the idea together when another thought occurred. What had Dunn said? That he'd talked to Andy in her car? So Andy Manette had a cellular phone? What kind? A purse phone or a dedicated car phone? He sat up, turned on the desk light, rang Black's desk, got no answer, tried Cheryl, no answer. Got Anderson's daily book, flipped through it, found Dunn's phone number, and dialed. A cop answered. He's probably on his car phone, Chief. Lucas got the number and called, and Dunn answered. Does your wife have a cellular? Sure. A car phone or a personal phone? She carries it in her purse, Dunn said. Chapter 12. The FBI's agent in charge had a cleft chin and blonde hair. His name was T. Conrad Hayward, and he thought he looked like a Yale footballer, just now easing into his prime. But he had large, fuzzy ears, and behind his back was called Dumbo. Lucas, Lester, and an anonymous FBI tech sat in Hayward's office, underlooking the Minneapolis skyline. Hayward interlaced his fingers in the middle of his leatherette desk pad and said, "It's all on the way, with the techs to operate it. The Chicago flight lands in an hour. The L.A. flight is still 3 hours out. The Dallas stuff, I don't know if we'll get that tonight. We'll go ahead in any case. Time is too much of a problem. In 65% of the cases, the victims have been terminated at this point on the timeline." "I just hope he's got that fucking phone," Lester said. "He plays computer games. He won't throw out a piece of technology like a new flip phone," Lucas said. The FBI tech, an older man with a silvery crew cut and striped clip-on tie, said, "The big question is, how do we hold him on the phone if he answers it?" "We're working on it," Lucas said, leaning forward in his chair. "We talked to one of the local rock radio stations. The general manager is a friend of mine, and the only people who'd know about this would be him, one DJ, and an engineer. We're going to have the DJ call with a contest they've been running. It's a real contest, real prizes, and it'll really go out over the air. The only difference being that we'll feed them the phone number. If he doesn't answer the first time, we'll try again in a few hours. If he answers, whenever he answers, we'll have the DJ ready to go. The typical airtime for one of these contest things is only about a minute or a little more. We're working out credible ways to stretch it. Unless we're lucky, we'll need at least 2 or 3 minutes to get a really good fix," the tech said. "You gotta hold him on there." "He's a gamer. We're going to appeal to his vanity," Lucas said. "He'll stay on long enough to deal with the question, and when he answers, if he's right, the DJ's going to say, 'Hang on while I do an intro to the next song.' Then he'll do it, take his time, maybe do a little ad, and then come back for a mailing address." "We'll never get an address," Lester said. He grinned. "But wouldn't that be something?" Lucas shook his head. "He'd just give us some bullshit. But if we can hold him on that long, we ought to get the fix." "When you say really good fix, what does that mean?" Lester asked the tech. Dumbo frowned. The conversation seemed to be flowing around him. "A half-mile, a block, 6 inches, what?" "If we could risk riding the signal in, we could get it right down to the house," the tech said. "As it is, we'll be able to put you on the right block." "Why not go closer?" Dumbo asked. "Because if he's really nuts, he might slit their throats and run for it," the tech said, turning to his boss. "He'd hear the choppers coming when they were 6 blocks away." Lucas said, "You get us to the block. We'll have him out of there in an hour, guaranteed." "If you can get us the airtime, we'll put you on the block," the tech said. On the way out of the building, Lester said, "Do you believe them?" Lucas nodded. "Yeah, this is what the Phoebes are good at, technology. If he answers the phone and we can keep him on, they'll track him." "Dumbo was right about one thing. It's getting long," Lester said. He glanced at his watch as if to check the date. "The asshole won't keep them much more than 4 or 5 days at the outside. The pressure'll get to him." "How about the full-court press idea?" Lucas asked. "Anderson's trying to set it up, but it'll be tomorrow before we're ready. It's a goddamned administrative nightmare. Even then, I don't know. There are too many people involved. Somebody will fuck it up." "It's a shot," Lucas said. "What about that guy Black and Cheryl were tracking, the kid who liked sex and fire?" "John Mayle," Lester said. "That's a definite washout. I don't know why, but Black left a note for me. They're looking into 3 other possibilities." "Shit," Lucas said. The guy sounded good. With 2 sets of cellular tracking equipment, they would need 6 helicopters, 1 flying high and 2 flying low in each of 2 groups. The gear from Chicago arrived first, along with 3 techs, and they busied themselves fixing odd-looking globe antennas to the support struts on the choppers. The gear from Los Angeles arrived 2 hours later, and the other group was put together. When the choppers were ready and the equipment checked, they assembled on a landing pad at the airport. "All you have to do," one of the techs told the assembled pilots, "is generally face in the direction we tell you and hold it there. The instruments will do the fine-tuning. And keep track of what you're doing. I don't want to get hit by a goddamn jumbo jet because you get interested in what we're doing. And I don't want anybody running into anybody else." "Glad he said that," Lucas muttered to Sloan, who was riding with the second group. "You ready?" Sloan asked. Lucas feared airplanes in a way that amused other cops. Sloan no longer thought it was very funny. "Yeah, they're pretty safe." "Helicopters don't bother me the way planes do," Lucas said. He grinned briefly and looked up at the chopper. "I don't know why, but I can ride a chopper." At 8:45, they were in the air, lifting out of the airport landing zone, Lucas's group of choppers fixing themselves over I-494 south of Minneapolis, while Sloan's group hovered south of St. Paul. Below them, the lights in the cars on I-494 went by like streams of luminescent salmon, and the street and house lights stretched into the distance in a psychedelic chessboard. At 9:20, the techs were happy. "Let's do it," said the tech in Lucas's chopper. And at the radio station, the DJ picked up a phone, said, "Okay," looked through the glass of the broadcast booth at the engineer and the general manager behind him, and nodded. "Wrapping up with Bohemian Rhapsody from Queen. Tell you what, sports fans, it's time to play a little squeeze. Here, I'll stick my hand in the 55-gallon drum." There was a deep thumping, a man trapped inside an oil drum. "And pull out one of these telephone numbers. We'll give it 10 rings. If we don't get it in 10, then we push the prize up by $93 and try again. So—" John Mayle listened with half an ear. He was playing one of Davenport's fantasy games on a Gateway P590. He was in trouble. All of Davenport's games were full of traps and reversals. When you were killed, you could restart the game, carefully edge up to the point when you were killed, and get killed by something that passed you through the first time. A back trail trap, a switchback ambush. Must be some kind of circular counting mechanism in the program, Mayle thought. He felt he was learning something about the opposition. On the tuner, the DJ's voice followed a nice set of Queen. His phony bubblegum rap was a subliminal annoyance, but not worth changing. Mayle heard the beep-beep-boop of the phone dialing, and when the phone rang on the radio, at that very instant, the phone rang in Andy Manette's purse. Mayle sat up. What was that? Something outside? The cops? When he'd finished with Andy Manette the first night, he'd gone to the store for groceries and beer. Andy's purse was on the front seat of the van, where he'd thrown it after the attack. He opened it as he drove and pawed through it. He found her billfold, took out almost $600, a pleasant surprise. He found her appointment book, a calculator, miscellaneous makeup, and the 2 pounds of junk that women seem to accumulate. He'd pushed it all back in the purse. Later, a little drunk and preoccupied with the question of Genevieve, the presence of the too young girl bothered him, a kind of psychological thorn for no reason that he understood. He dropped the purse on the floor near the kitchen door, intending to get rid of it later. Now he stood, tense, up on the balls of his feet. Gun, he thought. The .45 was on a bookcase, and in 2 steps he had it. Lights? No. If he turned them off, they'd know he'd heard them. The buzzing continued. Nothing furtive about it. The fear recoiled a notch, but he kept the gun. Somebody outside? Or the stove clock? A broken smoke alarm? He moved quickly toward the kitchen, looked around, and saw the purse. In the background, the phone was ringing on the radio. The DJ said, "That's 4." And Mayle's ear picked up the synchronized ringing between the radio and the purse. He dumped the purse on the table. No phone, but the purse still rang at him, and was too heavy in his hand. He pulled open the front pocket and found it, a portable phone. As he looked at it, the DJ was saying, "That's 6. And that's 7. George Dunn, if you're on the pot, you better get off, 'cause that's 8. Mayle turned the phone in his hands, flipped it open, saw the phone switch. He looked out the window. Nothing. If it was the cops calling, they didn't know where he was. "He's not going to answer," the tech said. "That's 9. Mayle answered on the 10th ring. "Hello?" And Lucas jabbed a finger at the tech. "That's him." At the radio station, the DJ leaned into it. "George Dunn? Damn, boy, you almost missed the call of your life, of the week, anyway." And Mayle could hear it all on the radio. "This is Milo Wheat at KLIK with a wee squeeze it, you suck it up. $1,209 on the line. You know how we play. We squeeze out a classic rock song in 5 seconds, the whole song, and you have 10 seconds to tell us what it is. Are you ready?" Mayle knew the game. They thought his name was George Dunn. That was Manette's husband. But Wheat was asking again, "George, excuse me. This is where you're supposed to say, 'Go ahead, dude,' unless you've been into the vegetable matter again, in which case, give me your address and I'll be right out." "Go ahead, dude," Mayle said. He'd never been on the radio. He could hear himself with his other ear, a strange electronic echo. "Here it comes, then, Georgie." There was a second of dead air, and then a nearly incomprehensible packet of noise with a vague rhythm to it, almost recognizable. What was it? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Let's see. The tech was working what looked like a television set, shouting at the pilot. "Hold it there! Hold it! Hold it!" While yellow numbers scrambled across the screen, and then, "Go 160, go, go!" And they took off southeast. "George, you there, boy? You got it? Tell you what, buddy, this is getting old. I'll give you another 5 seconds, another song by the same group. Not the same song, the same group." The tech was saying, "We've got him on, goddamn, he's right between us." He clicked on his microphone. "Frank, you got him?" From the radio, "We got him. We're heading out at 195, but we're getting some shake in the reception." The second squirt of sound ended, and Mayle said to Wheat, "All Night Long by AC/DC. He added on the air, "Davenport, you cocksucker." And he was gone. Chapter 13. Mayle punched the off button, and with the phone still in his hand, ran outside.
Overhead, a jetliner passed inbound from Minneapolis-St. Paul. That's how they'd come, he thought, looking into the sky for lights, red or white, blinking, swooping, focusing on him. Choppers, an envelopment. He ran down to the drive and piled into the van, fumbled the keys out of his jeans pocket, roared backwards out of the driveway onto the gravel road. If they were coming, and if he could get just a little bit north, maybe he could lose himself in the suburban traffic. Mail wasn't frightened as much as he was excited. And angry. They'd played him for a sucker. He had bet 100 to 1 that Davenport was behind the call. Hell, he'd go 1,000 to 1. It was all very slick. So slick that he found himself grinning in the night, then sliding into an angry sulk, then grinning again despite himself. Slick. But not quite slick enough, he thought. From a mile away, atop a hill, Mail looked back at his house. He couldn't really see it, but he could see the lighted kitchen door, which he had left open, a thin candlestick against the dark fields. There was nothing near him, nothing coming. He shifted into park and let the engine idle. Nothing at all. After a moment, he turned off the engine and got out to listen. Nothing but a thin breeze blowing through the goldenrod in his headlights. Andy and Grace had nearly given up on the weapon idea. The only thing they could find that might be anything at all was a large nail that had bent over when it was being driven into the rafters above them. If they could pull it free, Andy thought, they might be able to hone it on the granite fieldstone in the walls. "It'd be like a short ice pick, I guess," Andy said. They had nothing to work with, except the aluminum cans that the strawberry soda came in. While they were trying to figure out how to use the cans to pull the nail free, they began experimenting with the cans themselves. They could pull the tops and bottoms off without too much trouble. Andy wrapped her fingers in her shirt and literally tore the aluminum free. They then had a thin, flexible sheet of aluminum. They tried folding it and flattening it, with the idea of sharpening the point and using it like a knife blade. They could get a point, but not with enough stiffness to penetrate skin and muscle deeply enough to do damage. They might get an eye. They tried twisting the stuff into spirals, but that wasn't as good as folding it. Grace suggested that since the edges of the aluminum were quite sharp when freshly torn, if they could somehow mount an edge between folded pieces, they might be able to use it like a razor. Again, it seemed that it might cut, but not enough to do mortal damage. "If he was on you, and I tried to cut his throat," Grace suggested, her face pale. Andy shook her head and pressed a strip of aluminum ingot into the back of her arm. "It takes too much force," she said. "Look." She pressed hard and got a long red line with just a hint of blood at one end. "It's harder to cut really deeply than you'd think. I remember from med school the body's cut like clay." She looked at the ceiling and the bent nail. "The nail would do it, though. If we could get it out." "We'll just have to work on it," Grace said. And they did. Grace sitting on Andy's shoulders, digging at the wood with small pieces of the torn aluminum. The nail head was free, but stubbornly unmoving, when they heard him coming. Grace took her arm, and Andy was struck at how old her daughter had become. "Don't fight him," Grace said. "Please don't fight." But she would. She had to. If she didn't, he might start losing interest and look at Grace, or just get rid of them. Mail wanted her to fight, wanted to conquer her. She'd figured that much. Mail took her out of the cell, locked it, and then spun her toward the mattress. She let herself spin, stumbled, and went down hard. Better to go down than be knocked down. And he liked the fear in her voice.
He'd beat her to inspire it, if he had to, so she'd learn to beg. "Please, John," she said. "Please, you don't have to hurt me." "Get out of the clothes," Mail said. Andy started pulling off her blouse. But now she looked around, carefully, the fearful look pasted on her face. Was there anything in the basement that might be used in a brawl? "Come on, hurry up, goddammit," Mail said. He was nude, erect, coming across the basement at her. "John!" He was standing over her. "We're gonna move on, try something new. If I get bit, I really don't want to get bit. If I get bit, I'll beat the shit out of you. Then I'll take Grace down to the house and put her hands in the garbage disposal, then bring her back here so you can look at her. You got that?" She nodded dumbly, and he said, "Okay, then." Afterwards, lying on the mattress, he said, "You know what that fucking Davenport did?" And he told her about the radio. "I saw it, though," he bragged. "They took me for a minute, but I saw right through it, and I said it right in the air. 'Davenport, you cocksucker,' I said." He was animated as he talked, and they might have been teenage lovers lying on a mattress in a cold-water flat talking about dreams. He thinks he's pretty fucking smart, but what he don't know is hurting him. What? She was responding automatically, keeping the talk going as she inventoried the basement. Mail hadn't beaten her this time, and the sex had become inconsequential. There wasn't much more that he could do to her, and she could handle it, she thought. The inventory. A stack of old terracotta pots in the corner. They could be thrown, or used as a club. And over there, was that a beer bottle? God, if she could get that bottle, they could break off an end of it, maybe get some glass splinters. Those would be real weapons. Mail said, "I've got a spy watching his every move." Andy, doing her reconnaissance, had lost track of the conversation. "A spy? A spy?" she asked. "A delusion?" "Somebody you know," Mail said to her, turning to watch her reaction. "A friend of yours. Put me on you in the first place." "Who?" His voice suggested this was more than a delusion. He was too matter-of-fact. "Can't tell you," Mail said. "Why?" "'Cause I want you thinking about it. Maybe it's your husband trying to get rid of you and the daughters. Maybe it's your mother." "My mother's dead." "Yeah? How'd she die?" "She drowned." "Huh." Mail seemed about to say something else, but then he rolled to his knees, looming over her again. "Well, then, maybe it's your partner. Maybe it's your father." She took the risk. "John, I think you're making it up." For a moment, she thought he might strike her. His eyes widened in instant unreflective anger, and he seemed to pull within himself, as when he beat her. But then he smiled, slightly, and said, "Yeah, I'm bullshitting you. There really is a spy, but I don't know who it is." She shook her head. "Called me up out of the blue," he said. "Said, 'Remember Andy Manette who sent you away? She talks about you all the time.'" Somebody said that? She believed him now, and she was appalled. "Yeah. Said you thought I was some kind of devil. Pretty soon I couldn't get you out of my head. I never forgot you, but you were in the back of my mind someplace. I didn't have to deal with you. But the spy called." "Yes?" A psychiatrist's prompt, and she felt a little thrill of power. "I can remember sitting in that detention room, and you always sat there in these dresses. You had these tits. You wore this perfume. I could see up your legs sometimes. I used to think I could see your pussy in there. I'd lay up at night and think about it. Could I see it? Or maybe not. I didn't realize. Another prompt. You never knew what made me work, and I couldn't explain it, Mail said. After a while, I'd just sit there and look at your tits and burn. Somebody kept calling you? I don't want to talk anymore, he said, the anger suddenly back. And his eyes turned inward, gelled over. I want to fuck. He swatted at her and hit her on a shoulder. She quailed away, and he said, Get over here or I'll really fucking beat your ass.
This ends Disc 5. Mind Prey, Disc 6.
Later, she said, Can I call somebody? My husband or somebody to tell them that we're alive? He was irritated. Fuck no. John, pretty soon they'll think we're dead. Pretty soon all this activity will die down, and it'll just be one long grinding hunt, and they'll get you and lock you up forever. If they know I'm alive, you might be able to move better. There might be a deal somewhere, something you can work. Again, talking almost like lovers, she concerned for his future. He shook it off. There won't be any deal. Not with me. It gives you more power, she said. If they convince themselves that I'm dead, they can do anything they want. If they know I'm alive, things will be more awkward for them. As a gamer, I'm sure you can see that. And I just want people to know that I'm still out here. I don't want them to forget me. Mail stood up, began to dress, kicked her clothes at her. Put them on. And when she was dressed, he said, I'll think about it. You can't call direct, but maybe we could tape something. I could call the tape in from somewhere else. John, that would be... She almost laughed. That would be great. He reacted to that. He puffed up, she thought. He liked the flattery, especially from her. I'll think about it. Back inside the cell, after the door had closed and his feet had thumped away, she said to Grace, We've got to think of a message to tape. He might tape a message for us. We have to figure out a code or something. She was excited, and Grace watched her, her young face solemn, withdrawn, and Andy finally said, What? What? And Grace said, You've got blood all over your face, Mom. It's all over. Grace pointed to the right side of Andy's face, and suddenly her hand began to shake with fear, and she began to cry, backing away from Andy. And Andy scrubbed at the side of her face, and the blood from her nose that had dried there after Mail, excited, had begun slapping her during the last sexual frenzy. She hadn't noticed the blood, she thought, as Grace huddled in the corner. She was becoming used to it, a condition of her servitude. But things had changed this time. Things had changed. Chapter 14. Rosemarie Rue, looking too tired to be a chief of police, her purse dangling from her hand, struggled up the stairs and through the open door. Lucas followed the chief and T. Conrad Hayward, Dumbo, into Manette's house, to a gathering in the ornate living room. Dunn was there, tense, unhappy, hair in disarray, eyes heavy. He had his back to a cold fireplace, a heavy crystal liquor glass in his hand. He looked past Rue and Dumbo to nod at Lucas. Helen Manette perched on an antique chair, mouth too wide and too tight,
and Lucas thought she might be drunk, although she wasn't drinking anything. Nancy Wolfe, in a soft, moss-colored suit, glared at him from across the room. When he looked steadily back, she bounced her hair and looked away. She was sipping from a small cognac glass and posed in front of a 19th-century oil painting of a woman with cold, dark eyes, a coal-black dress, and a surprisingly sensual lower lip. The gopher attorney was getting drinks. A Minneapolis intelligence cop in a plaid sport coat and T-shirt, with a bump on his hip that was probably a large automatic, leaned in a doorway and gobbled popcorn from a plastic sack. He was waiting for the phone call that had never come, and looked bored. Manette stood in the center of the circle, wearing a gray suit with an Italian necktie, the knot tight at his throat. He was worn and older than he'd looked only the day before. But somehow, down in his soul, Lucas thought, watching him, Manette also enjoyed being at the center of a tragedy. "No go," the chief said to Manette, shaking her head. "I'm sorry." "Shit." Dunn turned away from them, and Lucas thought he might chuck the bourbon glass into the fireplace. Instead, he leaned against the rock facing, head down. "Not a complete loss," Dumbo said. A fine patina of sweat covered his forehead. He hated dealing with the rich, people who knew U.S. senators by their nicknames and toilet habits. "We had him on, but we couldn't hold him long enough. We had him for 20 seconds, and he figured it out. We've got an idea where he is, south of the rivers, down in Egan or Apple Valley." "You've got projects down there," Manette said to Dunn. Dunn turned around, his face sullen, a little heat lightning in his eyes. "Yeah, but I wasn't answering any telephones down there tonight," he growled. "That's not what I meant," Manette said, squaring off to Dunn. "I meant you know the area." Nancy Wolfe caught Tower's jacket sleeve and pulled him back an inch, and Dunn said, "Yeah, and I know there are 300,000 people in the fucking area." "Watch your mouth," Manette snapped. "There are women here." Lucas, now watching Wolfe behind Manette, her hand on his sleeve, thought, He mentioned Davenport," Dumbo said, looking at Lucas. "He apparently feels Chief Davenport is," he groped for a word, finally found one, "responsible for the," he groped for another one, "radio procedure." "Well, he is," Dunn said to Dumbo. "He's the only cop I've talked to so far doesn't have his head up his ass." "George," Manette said, his face still red under his shock of white hair. Dunn ignored him and stepped closer to Lucas. "I want to put up a reward. I don't care how much. $1 million. "Not that much," Lucas said. "We'd have freaks coming out of the woodwork. Start at 50,000. "Good. I'm going to announce it right now," Dunn said. He looked at Manette, but Manette said nothing, just shook his head with a sour, skeptical smile and turned away from them all. On the way out, the chief said, "Happy little family." "Nancy Wolfe, Tower Manette, what do you think?" Nothing surprised Rosemarie Rue. She'd been in politics too long. After a moment of silence, she said, in a voice that was almost pleased, "It's possible. When we briefed them last night, she touched the back of his hand. And tonight, she tried to stop him from fighting Dunn, or made a move that way. Protective." "Huh," the chief said. Then, "You know, Lucas, you have a strong feminine side." "What?" "Never mind," she said. "No, what do you mean?" Lucas was amused. The chief said, "You're more willing than most men to rely on intuition. I mean, you suspect that Nancy Wolfe and Tower Manette are having an affair." "There's no question about it," he said.
now that I think about it. Because she caught his sleeve? Now Rue was amused. That's a pretty good leap. It was how she touched his sleeve, Lucas said. If that's feminine, I accept the label. What did you think I meant? Rue asked. I don't know, he said vaguely. Maybe, I had nice tits. Rue started to laugh. Christ, I'm running a fucking zoo, the people I've got. The middle of the night, all foul-mouthed, their shirts seeming to pull willfully out of their pants and rumple on their own, they stood around a 6x5 Metro wall map and looked at the red crayon box southeast of the airport. It's something, Lester insisted. He was smarter than we gave him credit for. Christ, another minute, one more minute, and we have got him. Lucas threw a paper coffee cup at a wastebasket, the old coffee like acid in his mouth. We gotta go for the full-court press. He'll be calling back. I'm surprised he hasn't already. We can do it with the next shift, Anderson says. Right now, we'd be 80%. By tomorrow morning, we'll be at full strength. We gotta be ready to do it now, Lucas said. We are, just not 100%. It's a matter of getting people through the shifts, Anderson said. We should flood the 494 strip and extra people down I-35 all the way through Apple Valley, Lucas said. Smart little fuck, Lester said, staring moodily at the map. Weather was asleep and moaned softly when he slipped into bed. He needed to wake her up to talk, but she'd be cutting on someone in the morning, and he didn't dare do it. Instead, he lay awake for an hour, plotting the twists and turns of the day, feeling the warmth from weather seeping over him. He finally slept, one arm at her waist, the smell of Chanel around him. Weather was gone, and Lucas was just out of the shower when the cellular phone rang. He stopped, listening, then hurried into the living room, trailing streams of water. He had left the phone on the dining room table, and now he picked it up and clicked it on. "Lucas, how they hangin'?" Male sounded unnaturally cheerful. "Are they still alive?" The squad cars should be rolling. 30 seconds. "Are you trying to trace me?" Lucas hesitated, then repeated his original question. "Are they alive or not?" Lucas asked. "Yeah, they're alive," Male said grudgingly. "In fact, I've got a message for you from Andy Manette." "Let me get a pencil," Lucas said. "Oh, horseshit, this is all recorded," Male said impatiently. "Not that it's going to do you any good. I'm using the cellular, but this time I'm riding around a long way from anywhere." "Shit." "Go ahead. I've got a pencil." "Here it is. I don't know how clear it'll be." "George, Daddy, Genevieve, Aunt Lisa, this is Andy. We're okay, Grace and me, and we hope Genevieve is back and everything is fine with her. The man with us won't let us say anything about him, but he was good enough to let us send this. I hope we can talk to you again, and this man with us, please give him whatever he wants so we can come back safely. That's all I can say." Andy Manette's voice was plaintive, fearful, trembling with hope, cut off with a click of a recorder button. "That's all for now, sports fans," Male said cheerfully. "I have to say, though, I like the disc jockey thing. It really woke me up. Tell the guy I'm going to stop by his house and visit his family someday while he's gone. I'm going to bring a pair of wire cutters with me. We're going to have a lot of fun."
When Mail hung up, Lucas turned the phone off, laid it on the table, and stared at it like an ebony cockroach. 15 seconds later, Martha Gresham called from the communications center and said, "We got it all." "Excellent. Is Lester there?" "No, but Donna's talking to him now, so he knows." Lucas hurried back to the bedroom and dressed, waiting for the phone to ring. It rang as he was knotting the tie. "Yeah, Frank. Was it her?" "It's her, and she's trying to tell us something, but we don't know what," Lester said. "How do you know?" "Because she said hello to her Aunt Lisa." "Yeah?" "I talked to Tower Manette 1 minute ago," Lester said. "Her Aunt Lisa's been dead for 10 years. "Get somebody going. We need everything we can get on the aunt." "We're going, but I want you looking at it," Lester said. "God damn it, Lucas, we need somebody to pull a rabbit out of a hat." Lucas said, "You gotta cover Milo over at the station, and his family. He's got 2 kids himself." "We're on the way, but what about Genevieve?" "Genevieve's dead," Lucas said. "We know that, but Andy Manette doesn't." They did a group therapy with Manette and Dunn in Rue's office. Why Aunt Lisa? "Lisa Farmer was my first wife's sister," Manette said. "She had this big place out in the country with horses, and when Andy was a kid, she'd go out and ride. Maybe she's telling us that the guy's a farmer, or that he's a horse guy or something. It's got to be something like that." "Unless she's just lost it," Dunn said quietly. "My daughter," Manette started. "Hey," Dunn pointed a finger at Manette, his voice cold. "I know you love your daughter, Tower, but I do too, and frankly, I know her better. She is fucked up. Her voice has changed, her manners changed, she's desperate and she's hurt. I want to think that she's sending a message, but I don't want to cut off everything and just concentrate on that one thing, because it's possible that she's lost it." Manette looked away, sideways, at nothing, down at the floor. Dunn, uncomfortable, patted him on the back, then looked across Manette at Lucas. "Genevieve's dead, isn't she?" "You better be ready," Lucas said. They would do a fast scan of farms and horses, running the Dakota County agricultural assessment rolls against sex crime records and other lists. Lucas got Anderson's running case log and carried it back to his office and read for a while. Nothing occurred to him. Restless, he wandered down to homicide and ran into Black and Sherrill. "What's happening at the U?" he asked. "We've got 5 more possibles, including one with fire and sex. We're looking for 'em now," Sherrill said. She held up a stack of files. "You want Xeroxes?" "Yeah." "Anderson said something about the one guy, Mail, that he was a washout?" "Yeah," Black said. "Really washed out. He washed out of the river. He's dead." "Shit," Lucas said. He sounded good. Sherrill nodded. "They let him out of St. Peter, and 2 months later he went off the Lake Street Bridge, middle of the night. They found him down by Fort Snelling. He'd been in the water for a week." "How'd they ID him?" Lucas asked. "They found a state ID card on the body," Sherrill said. "The ME went ahead and did a dental on him. It was him." "All right," Lucas nodded. "Who's this other guy, the fire and sex guy?" "Francis Xavier Peter, age now 34. He set 16 fires in 10 days out in St. Louis Park. Nobody hurt, several houses damaged. We talked to his parents, and they say he's out on the West Coast being an actor. They haven't heard from him lately, and he doesn't have a phone. Andy Manette treated him. He was a patient for 2 years. She didn't like him much.
He came on to her during a couple of therapy sessions. An actor? That's what they say, Cheryl said. This guy we're dealing with, Lucas said, he could be an actor. He likes games. One thing, Black said. Francis Xavier Peter is a blonde and wore his hair long. Jesus, could be the guy. Does he look anything like the composite? Lucas asked. He has a round face, sort of German country boy, Cheryl said. What you mean is, no, Lucas said. He doesn't look like the composite. Not too much, she conceded. Well, push it, Lucas said. Chapter 15. The voice was tense. They're getting close to you. You've got to move on. Male, standing in the litter of 2 decapitated mini-tower systems, he was switching out hard drives, sneered at the phone, and the distant personality at the end of it. Say what you mean. You don't mean move on. You mean kill them and dump them. I mean get yourself out, the voice said. I didn't think anything like this was going to happen. Bullshit, Male said. You thought you were manipulating me. You were pushing my buttons. He could hear the breathing on the other end. Exasperation? Desperation? Anticipation? Male would have enjoyed knowing. Someday, he thought, he'd figure the voice out. Then... Besides, they're nowhere near as close as you think. You just want me to get rid of them. Did you know that Andy Manette sent a message with that tape recording you let her make? Her aunt is dead. She's been dead a long time. Her name was Lisa Farmer, and she lived on a farm. And they're looking in Dakota County at farmhouses, because that's where they put you with that little cellular phone trick. You don't have much time now. Click. Male looked at the phone, then dropped it back on the hook and wandered around the living room, whistling, stepping over computer parts. The tune he whistled came from the bad old days at the hospital when they piped Minnesota Public Radio into the cells. Simple Mozart. He'd probably heard it 100 times. Male had no time for Mozart. He wanted rhythm, not melody. He wanted sticks hammering out a blood beat. He wanted drums, tambourines, maracas. He wanted timpani. He didn't want tinkly music. But now he whistled it, a little Mozart 2-finger melody, because he didn't want to think about Andy Manette tricking him, because he didn't want to kill her yet. Had she done this? She had. He knew it in his heart, and it made him so angry, because he'd trusted her. He'd given her an opportunity, and she'd betrayed him. This always happened. He should have known it was going to happen again. He put his hands to his temples. He could feel the blood beating through them, the pain that was going to come. Christ, this was the story of his life. When he tried to do something, somebody always spoiled it. He took several laps around the living room and the kitchen, opened the refrigerator door, looked blindly inside, slammed it. The whistling began a humming noise deep in his throat, and the humming became a growl, still 2-finger Mozart. And then he walked out the back door and cut across the lawn toward the pasture beyond, and the old house in the back. He jumped the fallen-down fence, past an antique iron disker half buried in the blue stem and asters. Halfway up the hill, he was running, his fists clenched, his eyes like frosted marbles. They thought they were making progress working on Male. He hadn't become gentle, but Andy felt a relationship forming.
If she didn't exactly have power, she had influence. And they were still working on the nail. They couldn't move it, but a full inch of it was exposed. A few more hours, she thought, and they might pull it free. Then Mail came. They heard him running across the floor above them, pounding down the stairs. She and Grace looked at each other. Something was happening, and Grace, who'd been squatting in front of the game monitor, rocked uneasily. Then the door opened, and Mail's face was a boiled egg mask with the turned-in, frosted marble eyes, his hair bushed like a frightened cat's. He said, "Get the fuck out here." Grace could hear the beating. She could feel it, even through the steel door. She stretched herself up the door and pounded on it and cried, "Mom! Mama! Mother! Mom!" And after a while she stopped and went back to the mattress and put her hands on her ears so she couldn't hear. A few minutes later, weeping, she closed her eyes and put her hands on her mouth like the speak-no-evil monkey and felt herself a traitor. She wanted the beating to stop, but she wouldn't cry out. She didn't want Mail to come for her. An hour after he had taken Andy, Mail brought her back. Always in the past, her mother had been clothed when Mail put her back in the room. This time she was nude, as was Mail himself. Grace huddled back against the wall as he stood in the doorway facing her, the hostile frontality frightening as nothing else ever had been. Finally, she bowed her head between her knees and closed her eyes and began to sing to herself to close out the world. Mail listened to her for a moment, then a tiny, bitter smile crossed his face, and he shut the door with a clang. Andy didn't move. When the door closed, Grace was afraid to look up, afraid that Mail might be inside the room with her. But after a few seconds, when nothing moved, she peeked. He was gone. Grace whispered, "Mother? Mom?" Andy moaned and turned to look at her daughter, and blood ran out of her mouth. Chapter 16. Lucas put down the file and picked up the phone. Lucas Davenport. "Yeah, I'm a game player." The woman's voice was tentative, slightly unplugged. Her statements came as questions. "I was told I should talk to you." "Yes?" He was impatient. He was waiting for the L.A. cops to get back with information on Francis Xavier Peter, the fire-starting actor. "I think, I've seen the guy in the picture," the woman said. "I played D&D with him a couple of months ago in this girl's house in Dinkytown." Lucas sat up. "Do you know his name or where he lives?" "No, but he was with this girl, and we were at her house, so she knows him." "How sure are you?" "I wouldn't be sure except for his eyes. The eyes are the same. The mouth's different, but the eyes are right. And he was really a gamer. He was a good dungeon master. He knew everything. But he was scary, really wired, and something this girl said made me think he'd been in treatment." Lucas looked at his watch. "Where are you? I'd like to come over and talk." He wrote it down. "Sloan, come on," Lucas said. The narrow man got his jacket, a new one, a new shade of brown. "Where are we going?" Lucas explained as they walked out. "She had a sound about her," Lucas said. "I don't think it's bullshit." The woman lived in a student apartment complex across I-494 from the university.
Lucas put the Gray City Plymouth in a fire zone, and they went inside, following a blonde co-ed in a short skirt and bowling jacket. They all stopped at the elevator, Sloane and Lucas looking at the girl from the corners of their eyes. She was very pretty, with round blue eyes and a retroussé nose that might have been natural. The girls studied the numbers at the top of the elevator doors with rapt attention. Nobody said anything. The elevator came. They all got on, and all three watched the numbers at the top of the door. The woman got off at 3, turned, smiled, and walked away. The doors closed, and Sloane said, "I think she smiled at me." "I beg your pardon," Lucas said. "I believe it was me she smiled at." "Bullshit. You stepped in front of it, that's all." Cindy McPherson, the gamer, was a confused Wisconsin milkmaid. She was a large girl with a perfect complexion and a sweet country smile, who dressed in black from head to foot and wore a 7-pointed star around her neck on a leather shoestring. "The more I looked at the picture, the more I was sure it was him," she said. She sat on the edge of the Salvation Army couch, using her hands to talk. Lucas had the impression that under the black dress was a former high school basketball jock. "There's something about his face," she said. "It's like a coyote's. He's got those narrow eyes and the cheekbones. He could have been pretty sexy, but it was like there was something missing. He just didn't connect. I think he connected with Gloria, though. She was pawing him." "This Gloria, what's her last name?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I've seen her around with people. We hang out over there, but she's not a good friend of mine. A couple of years ago, there were some raves over, like in the industrial park up to 80. That's where I met her. Then I'd see her over in Dinkytown, and a couple of months ago I saw her, and she said they was starting a game, so I went up, and he was the dungeon master." "Can you show us the place?" Sloane asked. "Sure, and Gloria's name is on the mailbox. She checked her mailbox when we were going up the stairs, and I saw that it said Gloria something." Dinkytown is an island of well-worn commerce off the campus at the University of Minnesota. 2- and 3-story buildings selling clothes and fast food and compact discs and pharmaceuticals and Xerox copies. They were backing into a parking space when McPherson pointed across the street and said, "There she is! That's Gloria, and that's her building." Gloria was a thin, hunch-shouldered woman dressed like McPherson in head-to-toe black. Like McPherson, she wore an amulet. But while McPherson had that perfect open face and peaches and cream complexion, Gloria was dark, saturnine, her face closed and wary like a fox's. "Wait here or go get a sandwich or something," Lucas said to McPherson. "We might have some more questions for you." He and Sloane scrambled through the traffic and hurried through the apartment house door. Gloria was just locking her mailbox and held a green electric bill envelope in her teeth. "Gloria?" Lucas was out front. She took the envelope out and looked at them. "Yes?" "We're police officers. We'd like your help," Sloane finished. Gloria Crosby might have been pretty, but she wasn't. She was unkempt, a little dirty. Her face was formed in a frown. She reluctantly took them to her apartment on the top floor. "Been working on a thesis. Haven't had much time to clean," she said. When she opened her door, the apartment smelled of tomato soup and feathers, with an overlay of tobacco and marijuana. "Do a little grass from time to time?" Sloane asked cheerfully. "I don't know," she said. She seemed almost slow. Marijuana makes you more stupid than you already are. Some people choose that, and I say, okay, but I don't choose it.
Smells sort of grassy up here, Sloane said.
A couple of people were visiting last night, and they smoked, she said offhandedly. I didn't.
You don't think that's wrong? Lucas asked.
No, do you?
Lucas shrugged, and Sloane laughed. Sloane said, About 2 months ago, you played D&D up here with a group of 5 people. The dungeon master was this man. We need his name. He handed her a copy of the composite. Crosby took the flyer, looked at it for a long time. Then her forehead wrinkled, and she said, Well, this isn't the guy, but I know who you're talking about. He looks sort of like this, but the eyes are wrong. His name is David. She dropped her hand to her side and went to a window and looked down at the street and pulled on her lower lip. Lucas said, What? She put up a hand to silence him, continued to look down at the street. After a moment, David Ellers. Ellers. God, I almost forgot. Tells you about my relationships, huh? Do you know... How'd you know about the game? She asked, turning to look at them. She was interested, but totally unflustered, so unflustered that Lucas wondered if she was on medication. I'm in the gaming net, besides being a cop, Lucas said. She pointed a finger at him and said, with the first flicker of animation, Davenport. Yeah. You did some wicked games before you went to computers, she said. Your computer games suck. Thanks, Lucas said dryly. Do you know where this guy lives? He's the guy who took the Manette chick? Well, we're looking into that. I think you're barking up the wrong tree, she said. David was from Connecticut, and he was on his way to California. I got the impression that you knew him pretty well, Lucas said. She sighed, dropped into a chair. Well, he stayed here for a week and fucked me every day, but he was just here that 1 week. What kind of a car did he have? Lucas asked. She snorted and showed what might have been either a smile or a grimace. A traveling gamer on his way to California? What do you think? Lucas thought a minute and then said, A Harley. Absolutely, Gloria said. A Harley-Davidson Sportster. He tried to scam me. He said he'd love to take me with him, but he needed the money to trade up to a Softail. I told him to pick me up when he got it. She had few details about David Ellers. She had met him at a McDonald's where he was arguing with some people about the Mist game. He didn't have a place to stay, and he looked nice, so she asked if he wanted to stay over. He did, for a week. I hated to see him go, she said. He was intense. He was from Connecticut, she said. I think his parents had money, like insurance or something. He was from Hartford, maybe. What do you think? Lucas asked Sloane when they were back on the street. McPherson was walking back toward them, eating a cheeseburger, carrying a McDonald's bag. I don't know, Sloane said. If she was lying, she was good at it. But it didn't sound like the truth either. Goddamn dopers. It's hard to tell. They don't have that edge of fear. They got to the car just as McPherson did. She offered some fries to Lucas and Sloane and seemed slightly chagrined when Sloane took some.